Please welcome Faryar Shirzad, Chief Policy Officer, Coinbase.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the first American Growth Summit. I'm really grateful to be a part of this and have Coinbase be a part of this really important event. I think for everybody who knows Steve Clemons knows that dialogue, discussion, disagreement, resolution are all part of the name of the game for what Steve kind of brings to the table. And so when Steve had the idea that we would do an all-day summit to bring together some of the most sort of influential policymakers and thinkers to discuss the issues of the day, Coinbase had to be a part of it. Coinbase is America's largest crypto platform. We're grateful to be, part of today's events and be a part of the topics that we're going to discuss today. I think for us, as we thought about growth, we thought ultimately that growth is about change. It's taking a status quo or an incumbent system or process and figuring out how to improve it and make it more efficient. And I think for us, as a blockchain digital assets company, payments is the obvious thing that we think about most front of mind. We have a payment system that's actually quite antiquated. It costs about $200 billion simply to move money from point A to B and then from B back to A, which is a lot of money. And it's particularly a lot of money when you think about the average American household pays something on the order of $2,000 simply for the ability to transact in our economy. And so when companies like us came along and said, look, there's an opportunity to promote growth, not only for the broader benefit of the economy, but for the benefit of individual households, that took a lot of debate and discussion and dialogue. Steve was a really important part of that and ultimately culminated in Senator McCormick, who's our next speaker, and other leaders in Congress coming together on a bipartisan basis and passing legislation. And even in the few months that the legislation on stablecoins was passed, we've had something on the order of about 100 separate announcements that have been made. So I say all of that to say that growth requires change. Change often requires political action. Political action requires dialogue and debate. And that's why events like this are so important and why all of you being here is so important. So thank you. Enjoy the day and look forward to being a part of the discussion later as well. Thank you.
Please welcome Steve Clemons, Editor-at-Large of the National Interest and Chairman and CEO of Whitehall.
Hey, everybody. Good morning. Great to see you. You're all so lucky because this room, we're allegedly going to have 800 people here during the day, and it's going to swell up a lot, and you're going to be very happy you have seats. Because many of them won't. So it's great to have you all here for the American Growth Summit. Very grateful to Faryar Shirzad of Coinbase for helping to open this up, as well as to our sponsors from Citi and NVIDIA, the National Interest, upNEXT, and others. I also want to say a special hello to our C-SPAN friends. We're live streaming today, and so I love our C-SPAN audience. Very, very good interactions with them. We have an action-packed audience, and I should tell you, you're going to get sick of me. Because I'm going to be doing a lot of these interviews in fireside chats. I'm going to try to involve as many of you where we can and, walk around the room to get your perspectives on some of these things as well, if they'll let me off stage. But right now, let me welcome to the stage Senator Dave McCormick from Pennsylvania. Dave, come join us.
Morning.
I'm not used to really seeing you in a coat and tie. Dave, thank you so much for joining us. I know the kind of, rougher, more rural Western side of you. How do you like being in the Senate?
I love it. I really do. I feel privileged to be there. And, you watch television and, sort of the polarization that you see in the country. And it's easy to get a little frustrated or lose enthusiasm for what's going on. But then you walk out in that hall.
Yeah.
And you see these statues of Thomas Jefferson and Abraham Lincoln and people that have really built the country. And you just, realize what a great honor it is to be there. And in my case, I'm the 54th elected senator in Pennsylvania's history. And I'm the 9th senator in the history of our country that's from West Point.
Wow.
So I really feel like it's a great opportunity to try to serve our Commonwealth.
So Dave, the theory, and you're our first speaker today. And so the theory of this is to really focus on how the topography of the U.S. economy is changing when you think of it that way. And your earlier lives, you're an investor, major finance leader in the nation. I used to interview mayors, and there were data mayors and non-data mayors. I was always in data mayors who were taking in data, looking at a dashboard every day on how their cities were doing. I'm interested from an economic perspective, given your background, what ought to be on our dashboard that we're looking at whether the American economy is healthy, whether it's flagging, and what we should be looking for?
Well, I think the big picture, the context setter is, if you look over the last 20 years, you see that the economy's been great for a certain part of our population and not so good for the majority of our population. And so that was really the political dynamic in Pennsylvania. The median income, if you take out some of the wealthiest counties around Philadelphia, is about $52,000 a year. And so when you're living on that kind of income and inflation goes up, you're really squeezed because real wages aren't keeping up. So essentially what you had with the cost of energy rising and healthcare and so forth, and inflation, you had a working class, working families that are getting squeezed in a really profound way. And I think that's where the metric board should start in terms of how the economy is serving all Pennsylvanians, all Americans. So that's the starting point. So for me, I look at where we are a year into this, a year into the new administration, a year into my tenure. And I think the starting point was we had compounded inflation of like 22% over the 4 years. Real wages hadn't kept up. You had a regulatory environment that was making it very hard to do business. And I think a year into this, if you think of the economy as a ship, there's some big wins that are at our back. And the big wins at our back were the tax cuts, particularly for individuals and small businesses that were in the big, beautiful bill. I think the deregulatory environment, which puts a lot of wind in the sails of small businesses. So I think we're going to have more deregulation in this 4 years than we had in 1981, which was sort of under Ronald Reagan, where you had this huge deregulation. I think energy dominance is going to be a huge benefit to job creation, but also to bringing down energy prices. And I think you have all this foreign direct investment coming into the country, which is a job creator. So the things I'm looking at are inflation, real wages, how they're going up, job creation. And in Pennsylvania, we want to create an economy that creates these great paying jobs for our young people so they stay in Pennsylvania.
So I appreciate that perspective, and it sounds, I'm swept away by it. But how about tariffs? Are tariffs wind at our back, or are they winds blowing us back?
Well, if you sort of step back on tariffs, my view on this was the premise is that over 20, 30, 50, really since World War II, we've had a trade system in place that has increasingly been unfair to the United States. And we did it, I think, appropriately and wisely. Right after World War II, we wanted to rebuild Europe, rebuild Japan, so we gave them a special sweetener deal. And even when we brought China in to the world economy, we did that to try to bring a developing economy into the world economy. But those rules were not appropriate for today, given where those come in. So we have a fundamental unfairness that we have to address. It's an unfairness in tariffs that they impose on us, an unfairness in non-tariff barriers, intellectual property theft, and so forth. And so the trade agenda to create reciprocity and fairness, I support 100%. Now, there's two things that I'd say about that. One is the way the Trump administration has done is very different than any other administration in the sense that it's the entire economic relationship. So it's not just tariffs and non-tariff barriers. It's export controls, it's foreign direct investment. It's the totality of the economic relationship. So lots of good things are happening. Take South Korea, for example. The trade deal we have with South Korea, the trade deal is resulting in $150 billion of investment in shipbuilding in the United States. It's a huge boon for Pennsylvania because of the Philadelphia shipyard. So I think those deals that we're doing are great for our economy. But it is true that the uncertainty has created some challenges for businesses. Because if you're a CEO and you want to allocate capital, right, you want to move your supply chains, until you have some more certainty on what the regime's going to look like, you're not going to be able to allocate the capital. That's a drag. And in some cases, the tariffs have increased the cost on certain items. Like a good example of this in Pennsylvania is chocolate. We're the biggest chocolate, one of the biggest chocolate manufacturers, and the price of cocoa went up dramatically, and the ministry, and we had a long back and forth with the administration, and they made adjustments to accommodate that. So by and large, I think this is going to be great for our economy, but it does create some challenges in the interim.
You know, I have Jarrod Agen coming up in a few minutes, who's head of the Energy Dominance Council, which you talked about. You had this huge energy summit in Pittsburgh, and it's kind of like this. You brought everybody together. You're kind of dealing with America's future energy. What I've learned from everybody is we don't make enough, given what our appetite is for AI. I mean, there's sort of a connectivity between AI being this big geostrategically significant race, but AI, data centers, all of this kind of new investment is also driving energy up for consumers. How do we square that in a way that we don't get a rejection or a revolution over the AI?
It's playing out as well. The starting point is you don't get to choose whether you want to have an AI revolution. It is happening. Right. We are in what I think we'll look back on and say this is the most significant thing that's happened in our lives. This is like the Industrial Revolution on steroids. It's going to change and is changing everything. So the question isn't whether we want it to happen or not. It's happening. The question is how to guide it, how to make sure we're in the lead, not behind, and how to make sure this revolution benefits all Americans. So that's the starting point. Our summit was the Energy and Innovation Summit because AI and energy are two sides of the same coin. You can't have AI leadership without energy leadership. And so you have to have energy dominance to be able to do that. And it's going to be transformative for our economy, breakthroughs in life sciences. It's going to be huge for advanced manufacturing. It's going to create all sorts of wonderful opportunity and productivity, but it's also going to be disruptive because these periods of change are definitionally very disruptive. And so in Pennsylvania and nationally, I think what we need to do is ensure that our energy supply can keep up. And the key to that is permitting reform. The key to that is embracing, in my opinion, an all forms of energy approach. So my view is we should have all forms of energy. I just don't want to subsidize them disproportionately. I want to make sure that nuclear and natural gas and solar and all can prosper. And make it much easier to allocate the capital to do that. And what I always say to the people in the energy area and also across Pennsylvania is, capital and talent. The one thing I learned in the investing business, they're like water. Capital and talent will go to the path of least resistance. So you need to create an environment. So in my mind, we're not just competing against China. We're competing against Texas and Georgia and Kentucky, and to make sure that capital and talent comes to us. So we got to make it easier to do that. Now, in terms of energy prices, the risk is that we have the demand that comes sooner than the supply comes online to meet it. And so we're doing a lot of things to try to make sure we can accelerate that onboarding of new
one
supply.
quickie that's unfair to you because we're nearly out of time. But China, when I look at China, I credit China with raising hundreds of millions of people out of poverty, figuring out what it wants to do strategically, targeting where it wants to go, educating its people moving forward. And I'm asking ourselves, is for America to compete with that, which is, a big geostrategic rival, do we need to become more like China?
Yeah. Well, two things. In our lifetimes, there will never be an adversary with the capability of China. There's no doubt. I was a soldier during the Cold War. No comparison between the dynamism and the capability of China. But I would much rather have our hand than their hand. In other words, what we do and our future in sort of emerging as the leader in this depends a lot more on what we do than what they do.
Right.
And our economy has proven itself time and again to be the most resilient, the most innovative in the world. We're at the forefront of innovation throughout America's history. But the reason for that is the innovative spirit, the free market capitalism, the environment that allows people to have good ideas, fail, try again, succeed, attract capital. So we've got to lean in to what has made America the most innovative country in the world. If we continue to do that, I think we'll emerge from this moment as we have in the past as the leader.
Well, Senator McCormick, thank you for helping us to launch the first annual American Growth
Thanks
Summit.
so much.
Senator Dave McCormick, thank you so much, my friend.
Thanks, Steve.
Okay, this is going to be fun. Next up, we have the guy who I think has got the best title in government. I like power titles. But let's welcome to the stage Jarrod Agen, who is Executive Director of the National Energy Dominance Council in the White House. Jarrod, great to see you. Thank you very much. You do have like this very cool
It's
title.
a great title. It's a great title.
So how do you live up to that title?
Well, we got to bring the energy in all forms. But I mean, I think, hey, this is a great way to start off this summit. American growth. I mean, you're kicking it off with one of the states that really is going to drive the growth. I mean, they got natural gas, they got nuclear, they got AI. I mean, so Dave McCormick is a perfect example of what we need to do. And then, like, after me, you got GE Vernova, which, again, super integral to everything. Transformers, nuclear. I mean, so, like, there's a lot going on in the energy space. And we're going to touch on just a brief part of it in our time here. But, like, critical minerals.
You have kind of like an impossible job, because I hear every projection is we need incredible amounts of energy to achieve our objectives. And where we are losing vis-a-vis some of our international competitors is on cost. That when you kind of look at the cost of our energy being brought online versus what China can do or subsidize. So how are we going to square that in a way that we're bringing lots more energy on, but in a way that works from a cost perspective?
Well, where the cost is actually very good is U.S. natural gas, U.S. LNG, where that is the hottest commodity in the world right now. I just came back from a trip. We did the Middle East. We went to Europe. Every energy minister in Central and Eastern Europe, they're all under a mandate to get off of Russian gas, and they got to do it by the end of 2027. U.S. LNG is the way to do it. It's the cost of natural gas here in the United States is very low. We got to build the infrastructure to get it around the United States, but the capacity that we have to sell is massive. And so if we can get the infrastructure right, the cost is going to continue to go down. Now, when you look at electricity prices, I mean, this is a big thing. We talk about it at the White House a lot. You're going to hear about it now all through next year. Electricity prices in America, it's not monolithic. There is a huge divide. If you take out the states like California, New York, Massachusetts, the states that have really overemphasized on renewables or intermittent, we call them at the White House, versus the states that have invested in the natural gas infrastructure, electricity prices dramatically lower. And so what we're actually trying to do is help them from themselves, in that we're trying to get New York to build a pipeline to get gas from Dave McCormick's state into Massachusetts. It should be simple to do that. Electricity prices will lower in Massachusetts and throughout New England if you can do that. So the simple things like infrastructure, which they can figure out in Eastern Europe, right, we should be able to get through New York.
Let me ask you, when you look at who the members are of the Energy Dominance Council, you've got an incredible array of cabinet secretaries. You don't just have Chris Wright from the Department of Energy. You've got, folks, Secretary Burgum from Interior, others. And what I find really interesting is you're involved with almost every dimension of sort of this new topography, as I call it, of the U.S. economy, right, and looking at sort of critical materials, is a very, very big part of your portfolio. How are we doing? And again, to come back to what I asked Dave McCormick, what would be, the right dashboard to look at to know when you're succeeding, not just on energy, gas, fossil fuels, but when are we winning on critical materials? How are we connecting that to the users of that? If you talk to an AI CEO, and you ask them their biggest up at night issue, they say copper. Right. And so, there's a connectivity in all these things.
Yeah, it's amazing to think of even the names of minerals that the common person doesn't hear, and we're behind on it. And so
name some of them.
I mean, gallium, just things like that you wouldn't normally hear at the White House is being talked about. So literally, we have a periodic table, and the periodic table lists where we are up, where we are down, where China is beating us, and where we need to really ramp up the effort. Now, we've built a lot of a kind of a different model at the White House, as you've probably seen, where we're taking Trump's approach. We're literally getting equity in companies to give the backing of the U.S., because that's the only way we're going to catch up with China on these things. And so China will go into places in Africa and just outbid us, completely blow through any kind of environmental regulation, any kind of employment regulations, and just eat up these mines. And so now, if we have equity in some of these companies and partnerships, we can go in. They know that the U.S. government's backing us. No one wants to mess with President Trump, and so we can actually get the materials. Now, where we also have to do is processing. We don't do enough processing here in the United States. And so again, that's where we're taking a completely new approach of partnering with companies to build new processing here in the United States. And so as we look at that periodic table, we're starting to see, okay, where are we green now instead of we were red before?
Jarrod, how do we make all this go faster?
Well, that's a question I ask every single day. The president asks that every single day. I mean, I think the amount of funds that Congress has helped give us on critical minerals has been a huge step in the right direction. I think the ability to partner with the private sector, as you know, government doesn't want to move fast. It doesn't move fast. But working with the private sector, being the partners we have now in the private sector, they want to move fast. President Trump wants to move fast. The whole point of creating this Energy Council was that we can cut through the bureaucracy. It drives him and the rest of us crazy when he makes a decision and then it's stuck in a department some level and it's not getting done. And so we're able to stay on top of that, call the departments, call the secretaries, make sure permitting is getting done. We've actually had a lot of luck, not luck, I mean, it took a lot of hard work, but to cutting through the bureaucracy and permitting. We're able to do emergency permitting, so processes that took 2 years are now down to a couple weeks and are standing up in court. Now, what we need to work with Dave McCormick and others in Congress are, how do we codify that? Permitting reform is gonna be #1 issue from our perspective of getting through Congress. And so it's not even so much getting them.
I talked to Democrats and Republicans, and a lot of them are on board with that. I mean, so why isn't it moving now?
It is. I mean, we're going to get it done. I think that the issues that we have, it's not so much some of the permitting. What we're working on is, it's like judicial review. So what kills these projects is we can get them the permit, but then it's the lawsuits and it's court cases, and it just drives it to a grounding halt. So if we can actually, it's permitting reform tied to judicial reform, which if you can get the judicial reform right, the permitting reform is fairly, will take care of itself, but it's these court cases that just drive things to a halt. And it's destroyed mining here in the United States, which is why we've been, the president has tried to use emergency kind of fast 41 projects to get mining back up and running.
You mentioned the government taking equity stakes in companies. We've seen Intel, Lithium Americas. I know I watched a very, very interesting case of a lithium developer in, I think, Nevada, if I'm right. Yeah. And in those cases, how do you not fall down the slippery slope of picking winners and losers? And is this pattern going to become the new norm, or are they exceptions?
I think they're the norm from our perspective. I mean, there's a broad scope of different companies who are coming to us if they're making the right case. I mean, this is where you mentioned the broad scope who is on the Energy Council. Secretary Lutnick has been a master at this and working with even other governments. I mean, Japan is coming to us with massive amount of billions that they want to invest in America. And they're relying on us and our experts to help look at vet the proper projects, what are the most needed. And so I think what Secretary Lutnick and Secretary Besson are looking at is, what are the emergency, most critical projects that need to get done, and who are the leading partners who can help us get it done?
One of the other areas you're big to, we've had NVIDIA here today, but I've listened to Alex Karp of Palantir, and they kind of talk about the strengths that America has right now in the AI race. When you listen to them, though, and you kind of get beneath the surface, there's a fragility there. There's a lot of fragility in America's leadership, and they worry that we're not as far ahead as many people think, and that China's 6 months behind us. Is this a constant obsession of the administration, basically all the component pieces in the ecosystem of AI? And what do you think we're weak still?
Well, AI, you said it before I came out here, AI will only work if there's the power there to do it. I think we are far ahead when it comes to the engineering and the technology of the actual AI. It's the power, it's our grid. And so even take AI out of it, our grid is not in great shape. In particular, I mean, it's not a monolithic grid, it's a regional grid, but some places where the grid is really bad are the Northeast and areas that we really need to build up these AI data centers. And so the problem that we're trying to solve, and what we are focused very much on, is how do you get the power into the data centers? How do you build it either behind the meter or work with the hyperscalers so that they can get either the natural gas or the nuclear or SMRs, so that the data centers can be built, It's not going to drive up the costs of consumers. A state like Pennsylvania is bringing those people to the table. That's what that whole summit was about, was can we bring the hyperscalers to the table so that they can make the investments, work with the utilities, so that it's not driving up the cost of everyone. If we can get that right, and some states are getting it right, then that is going to solve the AI. That will jump us forward in the AI race.
You have a few more minutes. You want to hang with us?
Sure.
Why don't you move over there? I'm going to welcome to the stage Roger Martella. Roger is EVP and the Chief Corporate Affairs Officer of GE Vernova. I thought we could invite Roger in this. I mean, I'm just inventing this as we go along. So, Roger, welcome to see you. You know Jarrod Agen. I mean, you should spend more time with him. I think Jarrod has a tough job, but he's got a great title, and so I would take the job if it were offered to me. But I am interested to sort of listen to these areas. And one of the areas we're going to get into later is nuclear, right? And we're also going to talk about fusion this morning. We're going to talk about fusion, what's going on the nuclear front. And so that takes me to you, Roger, when we kind of think about, GE Vernova, your stock is booming. You're basically bringing on lots of power, not only here, but around the world. But as you look at American growth and what it needs, you just heard Jarrod. I would just ask you, what do we have look forward to, and what ought to be warning signs?
Well, the numbers, Steve, thank you, and thank you to Jarrod. I mean, the numbers just speak for themselves.
You like Jarrod?
I'd like to think we're friends, right? We find ourselves in the same circles very frequently, and that's, as you said, Jarrod has a very difficult job. His job is critical. He has to succeed. It's an imperative that he succeed for the country, for competitiveness, for jobs, for manufacturing. We're here to serve. We don't go, when we meet with Jarrod, we don't ask him for anything. We just ask him, how can we serve him? How can we serve the administration? Because if he succeeds, we all succeed. So the criticality of his job weighs on us a lot. And luckily, I appreciate the relationship. As you know, I have to fly from here to our board meeting up in Massachusetts right after this. And one of the things I'm going to say to the board is someone who's been in Washington for 30 years. Lots of good things about different administrations. I've never seen so much access to people, just people willing to meet, listen, and to partner. And that's a credit to Jarrod and others that he's leading. And so I think the numbers just speak for themselves. If we look what we've done since the inauguration, we're one company, GE Vernova. We produce about half, our equipment produces about half of the electricity in the United States. We've announced $750 million in investments in our factories, about 1,850 jobs. Every single Monday in the United States, we have about a dozen to 2 dozen people showing up for the first time on our factories, getting their IDs and going to work to build equipment in this country, in our 18 factories that we need to help Jarrod succeed. So those numbers speak for themselves. That's just the first 12 months, not even that, and there's a lot more to go.
I'm going to give Jarrod an opportunity to ask you a question. And I say, what should they, I'll ask you, ask him what you want him to do more of.
Well, we want more of his gas turbines.
So what's the gas turbine problem?
There are a few companies that make them. They are experts at making them. They are one of the leaders in the world at making them. They're the American company that makes them, and they are hugely vital to the success of power in America. And so this partnership is extremely important. It's key. And we've had this conversation in my office. I mean, anything you guys need to get it done, and that's what he's talking about. I mean, what he's saying of the growth they're in, that's exactly what we want to hear, because they're going to be a huge part of solving this power crisis problem we have, and they're doing an amazing job at it.
Roger, when you hear this gas turbines, are you devoting this gas turbine production to the U.S. side? Who's our biggest competitor in your world that's getting the rest of the GE Vernova gas turbines?
Right, on gas turbines, so $300 million alone, 800 jobs just in the U.S. on gas turbines, more to do. We want to serve the U.S. market, and we will serve the U.S. market. What we're doing with advancing our capacity is for us to manage the growing demand while keeping the backlog, keeping the years about the same. But the administration, I think through the president's policies, has also opened new markets for us. We've announced $14 billion in deals with Saudi Arabia, the president's first international trip. Jarrod mentioned Japan recently. We've announced up to $100 billion in sales of our small modular nuclear reactor to Japan. And I think we've struck a balance. I'd say we did have some tense relationships. I know you always like a little bit of controversy. We had some difficult relationships over the summer.
Love it.
Where there was a legitimate debate inside the White House, if I may. Should we only be serving the U.S. market, or do we have the room to help serve the president's allies? I'd like to think we've resolved that, and we've found some nice equilibrium where the administration is now helping us do both.
We'll talk about it after, Rob.
No, but Jarrod, are there tensions out there on the world versus us?
Oh, well, I mean, we have an America First approach. And so the president is always going to take that approach. Now, we have great allies, and we use that as leverage. The president uses energy diplomacy like nobody I've ever seen before. That is what has driven a lot of growth here in America. It is what is helping American companies. He is using the leverage we have as energy leaders, both in SMRs and transformers and LNG, to get historic trade deals done. And so that's what's happening in Europe, that's what's happening in Asia. And so he uses that as a stick that, with our allies, that has become hugely successful and is helping us.
Now, let me throw a curveball at you. I happened to interview President Paul Kagame of Rwanda yesterday. And Paul Kagame is going to be meeting with the president today, along with the president of the DRC. They're signing an agreement to hopefully end their ulcerous, conflict in the area. But everybody credit very directly President Trump's, they call it transactionalism, but creating an economic frame around this, particularly around critical materials and energy development and processing. But it's a U.S. design in a way, they're saying, Jarrod. And so I'm just interested in sort of, we look at these conflicts and we look at an economic frame around them. And they're connected to power and they're connected to materials. How much are you involved with those?
We're involved a lot. I mean, that's where that's what I'm saying. That is the beauty of how they've set up the council to have Lutnick and Besson and Jamieson, who are on the ground working those deals, but they're working with us and saying, okay, where are we strong in these countries and what do we want? And so the whole energy scope, from critical minerals to nuclear to LNG, all of that fits into as we work on these trade deals.
Roger, I'm really interested in the other parts of the energy equation, and I know GE Vernova well enough that you're an all of the above company.
Yeah.
You play in all these different places. What do we need to scale more of?
We talked about gas turbines. I
Right.
think the other news story of even the last 3 months, I say, is nuclear. Nuclear is something we've been talking about for a while. It seems like it was going to happen. It seems like it's going to happen. It is now happening. If you were to go 400 miles from here to Ontario, Canada, you'd see about 400 people today building the first small modular reactor in the West. We've got the pit excavated in concrete for the steam pressure reactor. We're building all that today. That's going to be online in 2029.
Is this your reactor?
This is our reactor. It'll be the first. But just this week, 2 days ago, Department of Energy announced an $800 million grant, $400 million of that to TVA to get going on their reactor. Secretary Lutnick helped us with up to $100 billion in SMRs to build here, thanks to Japan. And so this is really happening. We have earth-moving equipment out there today building this, and this has moved to the left much quicker than I would have anticipated even a few months ago because of the administration's policies.
Let me ask you a question about the kind of world scene. When I remember, and this is my view, folks, sorry, this is my own editorial, when Germany moved away from nuclear, I saw it as kind of a dereliction of responsibility in a way. I was very, very critical. I wrote about it because it made strategic choices for its partners. It put the burden on others to figure out what that was. And as you saw the Russian invasion of Ukraine, you saw Russia's brinkmanship with Ukraine, other nations with oil and gas supplies, it was a real problem. And so energy is just a very different tool out there, when you kind of look at it. I'm interested, Roger, if you look at a more weaponized energy side, how are we doing in the United States and also with our allies in making sure that kind of behavior doesn't keep coming up?
I think by putting energy as effectively the top one, top two policy around the world, not only did this country go to the polls in the US last year, 25% of the world went to the polls last year, and more since. And what we found, because we're a global company, we're in 100 countries, we serve about a third of the electricity in the world outside of China. What we found is similar to the US, everybody who got elected was elected because of the economy and elected because of energy and access to electricity. So when I go around the world, whether it's Brussels, the Middle East, just like you do, this is front and center on everybody's mind. So I think the world is unified. There may be different, whether it's AI in the US or energy security in Europe, competitiveness in the Middle East. The world is unified that this has to be the lifeblood of prosperity. It has to be the lifeblood of policy right now. If you can solve for electricity, then you'll solve for quality of life, you'll solve for prosperity, you'll solve for affordability. So this is, I think, the most I've ever seen in my generation, a new super cycle. And I'm super optimistic. I know you're an optimistic person too. I'm super optimistic if we deliver on this, and we will. Well, yeah. But
I worked for Richard Nixon. I thrive in cynicism.
But if we can deliver on this, if we can seize these policies and actually deliver on them, we will solve for prosperity in a way that we haven't in generations.
You know, I am a bit of an Nixonian realist. I'm glad you mentioned that. So, you know, but every once in a while, weak moments, I'm optimistic. But Jarrod, permitting reform. I mean, it's a big deal, and I'm glad you addressed it. I remember when we had various phases of what, you know, Senator Manchin with some Republican and Democratic allies were trying to change that map a little bit in terms of, you know, the oil and energy and gas and, you know, all of the above picture. But I just want to come back to it for a moment because it, you know, I hear people like you talk about it. I've interviewed tons of members of Congress on permitting reform, and I'm just finding, you know, what's the nirvana moment, you know, where we're going to move forward in a way that's fair, where the equilibrium is reset between all parties, because it does seem we're not moving very fast.
I think we're very close to that moment, if not at it. I am with you. We do not get the pushback from the Democratic side on permitting reform like I thought we would. I think everybody is on board with getting something passed and getting something passed soon. I'm very optimistic about it. I do think that I think the more that people look at what's happening in energy prices or electricity prices, particularly in the Northeast, where you get a lot of Democratic representatives, they're going to get even more on board because they're going to realize, like, you need the transmission. The generation of the power is not the problem. That's not what's driving costs. It's the transmission, and that's what's happening in a lot of these.
And how do you bake in legitimate and fair and square environmental concerns?
Well, I mean, they've gone way over to off the scale on it, and I think, you know, we talk to these New England governors. They're realizing it. They're on board with nuclear. They're on board with gas now. They realize we've moved too far to one side on it, and it's their residents that are getting hurt by it. So they're on board. They're having legit common sense conversations with us because they know that they need the transmission.
Go ahead.
I mean, you know my background. I was
he was EPA.
I was the EPA General Counsel.
You were Mr. EPA.
I was the Justice Department's lead permitting lawyer, litigator. I never lost a case. I believe these laws are sacrosanct.
Did you only take easy cases?
We can debate that. Some people would debate that. No, actually, they gave me harder and harder ones. But I believe these environmental laws are sacrosanct, and I will do anything to protect them. But Jarrod is exactly right. They've been distorted and used in a way that was never intended. And we need to protect the environmental reviews, and I've never heard anybody from this administration say otherwise. But the process has really been deployed in ways. And one of the things I've seen them do, beyond just going to Congress, is something takes 3 years to do. Jarrod just picks up the phone and calls somebody and say, why does this take 3 years? I want it in 3 months. Okay, we can do it in 3 months. We just normally. So even just this effect of picking up the phone and challenging some of the status quo has already made a significant difference.
Now, we've got a mic out here in the audience, right? We do have a mic. Where is the mic? Mic here. I'm going to go to Saul in Newses. I'm going to just say, Saul, you know, you used to run the Michigan Republican Party. I know you have strong views on environment and energy, and we'll give you an opportunity to pose a question.
No, I think this is a great conversation, and I appreciate both of your perspectives. And you know, as we look at growing the economy, I think that today I represent a senior citizens group, and you know, energy is one of the main costs for seniors and people on fixed income. And so when you look across the country, and I don't care if
it's called 60 plus?
Yeah, it's a 60 plus association. We're 35 years old this year, and we're one of the oldest advocacy groups out there. But from our perspective, it doesn't matter what state you're in, whether it's a Republican state or a Democratic state in East or West. I mean, energy costs continue to be a very large percentage of everybody's income. And so, you know, I think as you're looking at supply, and I do think the infrastructure is a big part of it, but you know, you take a look at what happened at the White House yesterday with the auto companies talking about the investments that are going to happen in Michigan. Those are all going to take energy as well. So I'm very intrigued on the nuclear part, especially these mini nuclear plants, and many of the AI folks that we've talked to are doing their own nuclear plants. Could you maybe just expand on that a little bit? Because I do think
this is what makes Jarrod's job great and impossible at the same time, right?
Well, I do think, I mean, it's an excellent point, and this is where this partnership is going to be key. The speed that nuclear is advancing is rapid right now. And since the president put out the nuclear EOs in the spring, we have seen massive investment in nuclear, and companies like GE are leaders on it. And so the long-term bet is around nuclear. You know, right now we got to get the natural gas into areas and the short term, but the long-term bet that's going to solve this ultimate problem is on nuclear. And I do think, because of the innovation happening at places like GE, Nuclear is going to come on faster than we all think because that investment has been like a fire has been lit under it, and it is happening. And there is a lot happening on nuclear right now across the country with companies like this on SMRs and other things. And I think nuclear is going to be part of our energy scope faster than we all think.
Let me just ask you real quickly in our last few seconds here, both of you. Are we I know that China is a rival. I tend to think the way to beat a rival is investing in yourself and building things. But I'm very interested in how you move from hyperventilation to like solid understanding where we are, what we need to do, playbooks, strategy documents, and benchmarks in how we're doing against China. Are we doing that in a serious way, both in industry and government? Are we benchmarking where we need to be, where they are, where we're slipping, where we're gaining? Jarrod?
Well, I think what I have seen on the critical minerals front in particular, I think we're taking a systematic approach that they've never taken in the U.S. government before, investing like we've never invested before, but systematically looking at that periodic table. How are we going to get ahead? And that is happening on the critical minerals front. Roger?
I'd say the same on the industry side. We can only speak in big sound bites and opportunities like this or other brief discussions. But
you can go micro.
But in the room, I think both the government and the industry are being quite pragmatic and saying, what are the priorities? How do we triage it? What do we need to do here sooner? Maybe we don't have to do everything today. There's some things that are less critical. How do we focus on the things that really matter and build that now? I'll just give you one quick example. Forgings and castings, like the fundamental building block of a manufacturing economy. We don't have the ability in the US today to kind of create the forgings for the things we need to produce these technologies. We're starting with that. The administration's starting with that. They're bringing it back. We're supporting it. And with those building blocks, we're going to go step by step.
Well, I've got a really smart guy from NVIDIA to kind of talk about the next dimension and why all this is happening. But I want to thank you both for coming to talk at the Wide Hall Show on the American Growth Summit. Roger Martella, Executive Vice President, Chief Corporate Affairs Officer of GE Vernova, and the great Jarrod Agen, who's Executive Director of the Energy Dominance Council in the White House. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Okay. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, I just want to introduce Georgette Mosbacher. You should stand. Georgette Mosbacher, former ambassador to Poland, knows energy well. We've got a cool crowd, and we've got C-SPAN with us. I just, again, want to thank Citi, Coinbase, NVIDIA, the National Interest, and our friends at upNEXT for sponsoring this, also Tychos Analytic Group. Let me invite to the stage now, for this ongoing show, Eric Breckenfeld. Eric is Director of Technology Policy at NVIDIA. Eric?
Thanks so much for having me.
You wore a tie.
Sometimes, every now and then.
Jensen Huang does not wear ties.
Does
I have make you wear ties so he stands out?
More than one time I have been made fun of out at headquarters when I show up in D.C. It's like puffy ski vests and plaid shirts out there. But when we come to town.
I think I gave you a hint of this, but I'm going to tell the audience that Eric may look young, but he's a little sinister. But people in your company really admire you. And I was saying, one of the reasons I want to talk to Eric about technology is, take us some degrees deeper on what really matters, in this technology race, how you see it evolving. And I said to someone, he's got this slight little, complete, this open brain that's sort of like Dr. Strangelove, and I say that as a compliment. Somebody sort of thinking about every dimension, thinking the unthinkable. What is the unthinkable side of the AI race that we ought to be thinking about?
So it's not something that I would say no one is thinking about, but there is an area, I talked to the admin about it a little bit, that I do think is not receiving as much attention as it could be, because we talk a lot about how is AI really going to supercharge the conducting of science, right? How is it going to take the way that we do science now, and I have a PhD in material science. I'm very familiar with the process of data collection and how we turn that into, insights.
And this is now a big announced new project of the administration.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And so what I do think is an understudied part of that is the models that will supercharge science, they need high quality data. Well, where is that coming from? Actually, when I think of the geopolitical competition writ large, I think, what are the asymmetric advantages of the United States? The one that's closest to my heart, but I think that is a big part of this race is we have, for many decades, conducted the best science in the world in the United States. We've conducted for many decades, maybe better science than the rest of the world put together. Well, it's generated quite a lot of data. But where is that data? How does it get into a situation where it could be used to train a model? I think of my own PhD. I have a requirement. Well, I think 7 years have passed, so I had a requirement.
What was your PhD on, just out of?
So I was a thin film material scientist. So I did semiconductor, sort of. I'm a chip guy, but the stuff that makes the chips, not even the chips themselves. If you were to ask me, can I have your data? You're a member of the public. I was publicly funded, National Science Foundation, DARPA, these sorts of organizations. I have a best faith requirement to provide you that data.
Right.
But if you ask me for it, well, I'll tell you where it is. Some of it's on a thumb drive that I haven't been able to find for a few years. Some of it's on a laptop that's in a closet somewhere. I think it's on a Google Drive somewhere in some Google Sheets, right? This is where all of the data of science lives. How are we getting access to all of that in one place where the models can actually leverage the weight of that? And it's been since the 1950s that we've supercharged this research. That's an asymmetric advantage we have, but it's not in a state right now where we can go and get at that advantage easily. I know it's a big part of, the ambition of Genesis and the AI Action Plan and these sorts of things, and I think that's great. But there is a missing step of how are we going and getting at that, and I think that missing step lies with the policies of a lot of the.
We were at dinner last night, and you made an interesting comment. I guess it was off the record, but I'm outing you right now. So. But I mean, you talked about the languages of LLM models, and it was really intriguing, and I hope you would share with our audience, because I think it's another step. As we think about LLMs, we throw a lot of these around. We're all learning the lingo of AI now, and you added a whole new dimension last night, which sounded even more like the Terminator coming.
Well, so large language models are what they sound like. They are models that are proficient in natural language. And they're very large because they use a lot of data that...
Natural languages.
English or,
Right.
whatever other languages folks in the audience might speak, which is great because we speak natural languages, and when we want to interact with these models, it's convenient. It's the language we're already proficient in. And I can teach a model about lots of concepts that I can describe with language. I can teach it about science because I can describe it with language. I can teach it about the 3D environment because I can describe the 3D environment with language. But that's not the best way to teach something about the data of science, about moving around in a physical 3D environment. You can sort of think of, you can read a book about how to ride a bike. You don't really know how to ride a bike until you train your 3D spatial model. You have a language model, but you also have a 3D spatial model.
So we get that. So next step.
So the question of that is data. Where am I getting data of 3D movement in a physical environment so that it can go into robotic systems, manufacturing systems, so that it can make a plant have higher throughput, these sorts of things? Now, for us, that answer is two things. It is, it's real-world testing data, real robots, moving around, getting data, bumping into things. And then it's also the simulated environment. So I want to get way more data than the real environment can provide for me. I create a very high-fidelity simulated environment. Thankfully, this harkens to NVIDIA's core competency. We are a 3D environment simulation company at our heart because of the video game space. How do I get an enormous amount of data that's pretty good, not as good as real-world testing, to train robots? Comes from the simulated space. And so that's a big push. So this thing we call our three-computer model, but the middle computer of that, we have training and data centers.
Data language, teaching data inputs, creating robots, all of this. So you heard a little bit of the earlier conversation on energy, and not to put this all on NVIDIA, there are many other major companies that are part of this, this drive towards AI, this, super capacity. There's a lot of anxiety in America about AI, right? There are a lot of people who feel it will displace them. They worry about control, but I think they also like to be catered to, which AI will help, do. So I'm interested as sort of you look at particularly the energy side of this, the infrastructure side, which we're talking about. And I'd love you to kind of take off your NVIDIA hat for a moment and just say, is your gut that we're getting it right, or are we in a fragile situation where we may not understand how significant the gaps are?
Yeah, I do think that we may not understand how significant the gaps are. What I will say is, here's where I may find reason to be optimistic. If I think about the ways that energy resources get deployed, I think of for the past, I don't know, 20 years, however long we've really been very seriously trying to do renewable energy and let's call it, generally next generation energy, I've said, what about the costs? I need to make sure, I can't install solar or advanced nuclear or whatever because the cost to the consumer is too high. They'd never pay that. And so it's really hard to stand up innovative technology when I have a highly cost-sensitive customer. I have an opportunity right now where I have a new customer that is not as cost-sensitive, the data center and AI space. It is a great opportunity. I think you saw some of the great comments from the previous guests. It is a great opportunity to stand up new innovative energy resources because all of a sudden I have a large-scale, relatively cost-insensitive partner, and I can try new things. But that doesn't mean that the policies and supply chains will support that, or in the time we want them to support it. I think eventually the macro will win out, but I think the question and the anxiety is like, yeah, but what about 2027? What about 2028? And that's where you can get jammed up a bit in supply chain and policy. And so I think the permitting reform is a part of that. I think that looking at how we're addressing availability of turbine blades, how we're addressing, I think small modular is great, looking at fuel supply chains for that. Those are all details that I think this administration is beginning to look at with a degree of seriousness, but it will take more.
It's great. Are you all having fun? So it's great. It's a great lineup of people today. Really, really appreciate you. I feel like next year if you come back, and I promise this because I didn't do it for this year, next year if you come back, those who start out in the morning and those who make it to the end of the day are going to get an American Growth Strategy Marathon Medal that we're going to give to you for coming through the stage. So we'll make sure that we do that. And again, I want to say hello to our C-SPAN followers who are watching live now. But please welcome to the stage former Senator Pat Toomey, who's got a lot on his mind. Senator Toomey, thank you so much. Great to see you. So I'm listening to Chris Coons, and I don't know, and I don't be offended by this. He sounded a lot like Senator Pat Toomey. And you were considered to be the most conservative senator among conservatives then. What's happened?
Chris and I probably still disagree on more than we agree.
Oh, yeah?
But he's a good man. And I worked with him when we were in the Senate together. I'd just like to find people that are straightforward and upfront and honest and reliable. Chris was all of those things. So we disagreed on most policy. He's much closer. What he just said about trade policy is a lot closer to my thinking than I think most of this administration.
Yeah. Well, I think it raises the interesting question about where, I'm going to ask you about the Republican Party because you were an icon in the Republican Party and you represented a very, very important pole in that. And I think, when it came to trade issues, when it came to economic issues, when it came to laissez-faire sort of oriented policies, the Republican Party seems to have evolved. So how do you see the Republican Party today when it comes to economics and to this topic of American growth?
Yeah, so I think this is a huge challenge and a really important moment. And what I'm referring to is, so I'm biased, right? But my bias is that for at least the last 45 years, the Republican Party has at least tried, however imperfectly, to advance an agenda of economic freedom as the source of prosperity. Right, so the three pillars of the Republican coalition: national security, strength, social, cultural conservatism, and free markets, free enterprise, capitalism. And the last of those three was always the least controversial. When I was a candidate, there were social conservatives and there were social liberals within our coalition. I had to navigate that. On foreign policy, there were people that leaned more isolationist and there were more people that wanted to be involved. A candidate has to navigate that. But for a Republican running, certainly in a primary, economic freedom was a given. It was a no-brainer. It was not contested. And today it is. And I think it's a big threat. I think America needs one of its two major parties to be absolutely committed to economic growth and prosperity. And with all due respect to my friend Chris Coons, Democrats historically are more interested in the distribution of wealth than they are in the creation. And so Republicans have to be that party, have to be that voice. And there's been a material departure. Like, for instance, we have an administration now that has a controlling interest in U.S. Steel. The Commerce Secretary runs Steel. We have an administration that now owns 10% of Intel and equity stakes in about a dozen other countries. There is continuous talk about establishing price controls on one thing or another. So far, we've dodged most of the bullets, but that's still out there. And then, of course, there's tariffs, which are taxes on American consumers when they choose to buy imported products. That's what they are. Republicans have historically resisted these kinds of taxes and specifically tariffs. And now all of these things are happening at once. So the question in my mind that I think is really, really important for our country, are these temporary idiosyncratic policies of the president, or are they going to be enduring features of the Republican Party? They certainly are the former, but that doesn't mean they necessarily won't also be the latter, and that's what I'm worried about, Steve.
So we've always had tariffs. I want to drill down on tariffs, but we've always had tariffs, as best I can tell, in every administration. We've never gone to zero tariffs with the world. I remember knowing a guy at AEI named Claude Barfield who said we should drop all tariffs, should let all countries dump, consumers will still benefit, doesn't matter. But I was never with that, and I understood that that we live in a managed trade world to some degree at some level, whether people want to do it. The question is, where's the tilt? And I'm interested in this because we did see the hollowing out of a lot of manufacturing in America. We did see China become this manufacturing behemoth. Do you think that was good for the world?
So free trade has been very good for America and good for the world. And you're right? The central organizing myth of the populist nativists is that we went through a period of this great hollowing out and we no longer make anything in America. Our economy is just, some software and flipping burgers, and this is terrible for Americans. And I'm sorry, that's completely false. Yes, there were industries that left America. That is true. The U.S. is the #1 economy in the world. We have 4% of the world's population. We have 25% of the world's economy. We are #2 in manufacturing. And China, a great deal, not all, but a great deal of Chinese manufacturing is commodity, low margin, low skill, low value added, and a lot at the high end too. I get that. But, it takes the end of before COVID hit, the first Trump administration, we had, I think, very, very pro-growth tax reform. We had a deregulatory environment. And Trump's tariffs in that first term were very, very narrow in scope, I mean, it was steel and aluminum for the most part. And it was a bad idea. It was doing damage, but it was very, very limited. We had tremendous economic growth. We had record low unemployment. We had wage gains accelerating among the lowest income cohorts. So, I mean, we were killing the rest of the world economically. And then COVID hit and disrupted everything. But my point is, this idea that the American economy is a disaster and so we need to throw up these protectionist barriers and we can't let the foreigners sell things to Americans, it's totally misreading the circumstances that we face.
Do you think that tariffs will endure after President Trump?
So that's the big question, So the tariffs are definitely doing damage, but remember, they've been scaled back massively, On so-called Liberation Day, there were these shocking levels that they were called reciprocal tariffs, but there was no reciprocity whatsoever. It was arbitrary in very, very large numbers, maybe loosely associated with trade deficits. The president saw what happened, the way the markets reacted, and immediately scaled that way back. And since then, they've been scaled back further. So think about it this way, Imports are 11, 12% of GDP. The average weighted tariff now, you're right, we've always had them, but they used to be at about 2%. Now they're about 15%, plus or minus. That's still, you take 15% on 11%, so what are you, 1.5 or less than 2%. It's a headwind, but it's not devastating. I say all that because the answer to your question is it's going to depend on how the American people think this all worked. And
well, you had part of a response, not necessarily in the American South, but you had the elections where you saw New Jersey, Virginia, Bucks County,
yeah, okay,
New York City.
Sure.
So do you think that affordability pack? Do you think because we're going to have Jamieson Greer here later today, but I think you think that package of taxes / tariffs are going to create a shift towards those people who want to redistribute rather than to drive.
Yeah, so that's one of the ironies of all this, So first of all, any given election, it's not necessarily clear that there was one particular thing that made all the difference. I do think that Americans are hypersensitive to higher prices because of the terrible scars that remain from the really terrible inflation of just a few years ago. The tariffs do push, all else being equal, they push prices up. They have other negative effects. By the way, this is meant to create some American manufacturing renaissance, you may have noticed that since April, when these tariffs were announced, one sector that we have consistently lost jobs is manufacturing. I think we're down about 60,000 jobs as of the most recent reports. Hiring generally has been weak, but we're not losing jobs and all. But why are we losing in manufacturing? Because half of all imports are inputs, right? They are components of products that we are manufacturing. And to the extent that we want to sell those overseas, we put ourselves at a systematic competitive disadvantage by imposing this tariff. So my point is, what the public's going to see, and the question is how much is it internalized and how much does it matter, is higher prices, slightly, fewer manufacturing jobs. That means a lower standard of living for Americans. It would be, in our political system, you only have two choices. It's kind of binary. And so if the reaction against President Trump takes the form of electoral victories for Democrats, not at all clear that they're going to be a more pro-trade policy, right? The Democrats have historically been protectionists, closely allied with organized labor, which doesn't want to have to compete with labor from overseas. And so they have been protectionists for decades. Now, in part because of the manner in which President Trump has implemented these tariffs, they seem to be on the other side. But I don't know how enduring that is. I think this gets decided in Republican primaries.
Let me shift the topic just a slight amount, because I think one of the really interesting things about your profile, because you've got classic conservative principles, you're very bullish in another way on the American financial innovation system. Tech, we've got stablecoin, we've got Coinbase sponsoring, today. And I'm just interested again in how, when we're here 10 years from now, how the topography of all of this is going to look different, how banking and finance and, how artists and writers are going to be able to be, have a very different, not have to work through middlemen. Sorry, middlemen out there. Yeah. But I'm sort of interested in your enthusiasm, because I know you are enthusiastic about the financial innovation, and would love to get your thoughts on it.
Yeah, I think the technology underpinning crypto is revolutionary, and it is going to change the world, and it probably starts with finance. It's already started with finance. The way I think it's useful to think about this technology in three categories. Bitcoin is in a category of its own. Pretty much won the argument among crypto believers as a store of value, a competitor to gold. It's not going to be a medium of exchange in a big way, I don't think, but it could be a very, very serious store of value. Arguably, it already is. Second category that I think of are stablecoins. Right? So this is a crypto token that is explicitly tied to the value of typically a fiat currency. In the case of dollars, it's dollars. We've passed legislation now that creates a regulatory framework, and this category is taking off like you can't believe. There's over $250 billion of stablecoins in circulation, on its way to over $1 trillion. And then the third category is everything else, most of which goes to zero, but not all, because here's an important thing that the way I think about it is these different protocols are like operating systems. It's like Windows, or it's like your Apple phone. You can run apps on them. And what I think is happening already, and it's going to accelerate, is we're going to have the tokenization of all financial assets. In fact, real estate also, and many other categories. That is going to facilitate trade, make more investment opportunities available. The payments for these tokenized assets will be in stablecoins. Stablecoins are programmable. We're going to see all kinds of new and really valuable financial products. But as you say, it goes beyond finance. When a songwriter can automatically get some stablecoins deposited into his or her wallet because I listened to the song, and that's all it takes. Yeah. That kind of thing, people will control and own their own content. Right. It's going to be absolutely revolutionary. I think Congress is fairly close to passing the second big piece of legislation that will also further enable this, which is a market structure bill. It's going to be terrific.
So if I were out writing about Senator Pat Toomey's comments at the American Growth Summit today, I would say, God, he started out really dismal, negative, America's going down there. And then you asked to find out it's going up, it's going to be great. Where are you? Are you an optimist or are you cynical?
I am wildly optimistic. And I didn't mean the beginning. I'm very critical of certain policies I disagree with on the part of the administration. Not so much on tax and regulation. I like what they're doing, but on trade, I disagree. But it's like Churchill was perhaps apocryphally, but nevertheless is attributed to have said that, America always gets it right after exhausting every other possible option. So we may have to exhaust a few more options, but I'm very bullish on our country.
Well, with that, give a big round of applause to Senator Pat Toomey, former Senator Pat Toomey. Great to have you with us, sir. Thank you so much. All right, I want to tell everybody sitting in the back, I see James Shank, I see other people. Just walk up. Don't be polite. Just take a chair. Come on up. We've got a few chairs up here. We're glad to have you all with us. And I am having a good time, and I might need tell my team I'm going to have a cup of coffee anyway because I'm going to take that break when I need it. But bring me a cup of coffee. Now we have up here to kind of talk about another dimension. We've been talking about a lot of the infrastructure in the company. Greg Degen, who's head of international affairs at Commonwealth Fusion Systems. Greg, welcome to the stage. And I saw Jim Baker. Where's Jim Baker? Where's Jim? Jim, you're still out there? Oh, there he is. I may be calling on you in a minute, all right? So just be forewarned.
Great.
Hey, how are you? Good to see you.
Steve.
Thank you so much for coming.
Thanks for having us.
I hope you've enjoyed. Have you seen any of the program today?
Absolutely. It's been
okay,
great.
are you
saw
scared?
Jarrod and NVIDIA earlier.
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah.
So power, energy, and fusion. I mean, I mentioned Dr. Strangelove. Oh, you're very, very good. Thank you. Give a big round of applause to Taylor. I love Eric Breckenfeld because he's so smart, but there is something where you've got this sort of future thing around them, and and part of it, if I hadn't known you, I would have said, hey, how are we going to blow up the world with fusion? And so you're the guy. I mean, you're fusion in America, and we've seen enormous gains in fusion science. We've seen Lawrence Livermore Labs achieve a lot. And lo and behold, this week, and I think you must have timed it, the administration comes out and has made this new very big push on fusion and Project Gemini. So tell us where we're at. Tell us where America is at on fusion and whether you're confident or worried.
Yeah, happy to. So there's been major technological breakthroughs over the past several years. Fusion research has been around for decades, really before World War II. But over the past several decades, we had
a fusion bomb.
Well, actually, it even predates the Manhattan Project.
Okay.
It goes back to the 1910s, 1920s.
That's more detail I need. Okay.
But you mentioned the NIF breakthrough, which proved the fundamental science of energy gain. But now there's a commercial ecosystem of companies, and it's really a US-dominated industry right now. So I work for Commonwealth Fusion Systems. We're the largest fusion energy company. We've raised about $3 billion total, but the whole industry is about $10 billion. And 85% of that is in the United States. So it is actually right now a US-dominated industry. You mentioned the Office of Fusion Energy, and so we have champions across the administration. Secretary Wright is a champion of fusion. They've laid out a roadmap for how we will commercialize fusion more rapidly. One thing I think people don't appreciate is that the timelines that fusion are on, because there's been a lot of history around that. But some of these breakthroughs have made fusion closer than we previously realized. So we at Commonwealth are building a demonstration machine. It's 2/3 complete, and it'll show energy gain in 2027. We're concurrently working on a power plant that will deliver electricity to the PJM market in the early 2030s. So those timelines are kind of what bring us into conversations like this one around AI and strategic competition. And then I hope we can talk about China as well.
Well, I want to get to China, but I really want for our audience, we have a lot of folks on C-SPAN in this room here who may not follow every detail around fusion. I remember going to see the fusion project at Lawrence Livermore Labs about 30 years ago. And so it just sort of seemed to be this project that was kind of like a Star Trek idea that was never, ever going to get solved. And there were issues about containment facilities and all of that. Where is the science today? Do we have all the science we need?
We need more science to improve the machines, but we've made major breakthroughs. And so maybe just take a step back in case people don't know what fusion is. So fusion is what takes place in the stars, and then building a fusion machine on Earth is replicating the conditions that exist inside stars. So you have to basically heat a gas, a plasma, to 100 million degrees, so it's really hot, and you need a confinement. And so that's what we're doing at Commonwealth Fusion Systems, is building magnets to confine that machine. So the breakthroughs I'm referring to, for us, refer to the magnets. So the magnets are dramatically more powerful than what existed in research machines, and our results were peer-reviewed and validated by the scientific community. And so in terms of where we're at in the science, the the scientific community generally believes that we'll reach energy gain from our machine, but we need more breakthroughs in material science so that we have resilient materials that face the plasma itself, because the materials will degrade over time. So that's one of the scientific areas that still needs further funding.
So I want to hit, I mean, part of it, we're talking about American growth, and you just said, hey, we're ahead in this, but you know, I've seen America be ahead in a lot of things in the past, and then it ends up in Korea or Japan or India or China.
Or China.
And so now what I've taken, and this isn't from talking to you, from a lot of others, a lot of frustration in the fusion science ecosystem that it's not moving fast enough, too many delays, too many problems, and they're thinking that China is going to zoom ahead.
Yeah.
Is that right?
In terms of, well, it's a question for the US government in some ways. You know, China is following the same playbook that they've followed for other forms of advanced technology that you referred to, that they kind of now dominate the world in. They are spending big, so they're investing $2 billion annually, so it's triple what the US spends. They are aligning state resources. They're building research facilities. You can actually see this in images from space of how fast they're building these facilities. They're building them overnight. So if people have questions about fusion, you know, just look at what China's doing. It's in their 5-year plan, and they're also attracting top talent.
You get like the little photos from space delivered to you about what they've been doing?
We do. I mean, the U.S.
Are you like on a listserv, you know, for that?
A distribution list of fusion pictures. The U.S. government might have fancier pictures than we do, but you can really see what they're doing. But they're also not really secret about it. They're actually attracting top talent. Researchers from Europe, UK, Germany, Japan, Spain, are traveling to China to work on a project that is very similar to what we're trying to do. So it's kind of like a Sputnik moment. And for the US government, what really I mean, we have the champions across the administration, they have a vision for fusion. And so what has to happen is—
Well, tell us about that, because I think it was, you know, announced last week, right?
Yeah, so they announced an Office of Fusion. So for the first time, the DOE has a dedicated office to focus on fusion and commercialization of fusion. They also laid out a roadmap for how you would rapidly commercialize this technology and fund the research facilities that we need on materials that I mentioned. But it really needs an injection of capital. And so right now there's a panel of experts and industry officials that are calling for the US government to spend $10 billion one time to accelerate the industry to make sure that we don't lose the race to China. And it may seem like, you know, a significant sum of money, but it's also about what the US government spends maintaining its own buildings. And so if you think about the strategic bets and races we don't want to lose to China, we kind of think it's a no-brainer.
How does AI fit into the science part of this, into kind of moving us along?
Well, NVIDIA was talking about this, about how fusion or how AI can accelerate fundamental science, and so we see that in fusion as well. AI is part of the demand signal for fusion energy. So our first power plant is going to be in Virginia, which is, of course, the state that has the most data centers. We have an offtake agreement with Google, and we have investment from NVIDIA and Google in our recent round of funding. So clearly the hyperscalers, the AI leaders see fusion as part of the energy mix. But in terms of what can be done to accelerate fusion technology, we have a partnership with Google DeepMind where we are running millions of experiments on our plasma before the machine is even turned on to simulate how it will operate inside of our machine. We're also a fusion machine. There's basically a machine in the middle surrounded by subsystems, cryogenics, power systems, heating. And the AI tools will allow us to simulate the best configuration of those inputs to optimize the machine's performance.
Doesn't Virginia have enough stuff?
I think if you ask—
Can you put it like in Oklahoma or something? Or?
Maybe for the second one, but I think if you would ask them, they probably need more energy, just like everyone needs more energy.
Well, everybody needs more energy, but I'm just sort of interested in, you know, are your plants so giant that they need giant— I mean, do you need lakes to cool down? Like,
we don't need lakes.
You don't need lakes, you know?
But part of why it's—
and I ask this because I'm just interested in how you get a science to achieve something like you're doing. It becomes easily replicable in the country, easily distributable, without having really harmful environmental effects, and then you don't have, you know, ugly eyesores of facility. Can you put, you know, fusion in a box and, you know, move it around the country?
Maybe two parts of—
I know I'm asking a silly question.
No, it's a good question, and there's two parts of my response. So one is we actually do want to build it to scale and replicate. So we've hired folks from SpaceX, Tesla, Boeing, people who know how to scale manufacturing. And so people sometimes ask, you know, if you want a fusion plant in Oklahoma, you know, will you build a custom plant? But our vision is that we would build one design and scale it. So the same way that you would do in space or aviation, you know, one design and scale it. And then in terms of the regulatory framework, it's kind of interesting because the US is actually a leader on regulations for fusion. So we're regulated separately from fission because it's a different technology with a different safety profile. And so it's kind of interesting because a lot of the conversation today is around delays in permitting. But for fusion, the U.S. is actually a leader in regulations, and we want other countries to adopt the U.S. approach.
You mind staying for a few minutes because my next guest needs your power. Okay,
sounds
good.
good.
So why don't you move over there? Let me welcome to the stage Mike Keogh. My good friend Mike Keogh is president of Provalus. We're going to tell you about Provalus. Mike, thank you so much for listening. Do you want a fusion nuclear plant in Tahlequah?
We'd have to talk to the Cherokee Nation about that.
So I love what Mike Keogh's company does, and I want to give you an opportunity to tell our audience here, in short form, how you are changing the map. Again, I'm very map-driven. Changing the map of opportunity, of people who are being wired, we just basically a long time ago screwed over a lot of the United States by flying over it, and you're responding to that.
Yeah, so Provalus actually means something. It means providing outsourcing value in the U.S. So
that's what the word means?
That's what the word means.
Wow.
Yeah. So
you get that from ChatGPT or something?
Well, a lot of people thought it was a pharmaceutical product when we had our hats on. It's not. But what we do is we're a mission-oriented company. And our mission is to develop small-town rural America. And the way that we're doing it is we're building tech centers between 100 and 300 people in small towns, and I mean 5 to 15,000.
Tell them where your favorite one is.
Brewton, Alabama.
No.
Tahlequah, Oklahoma is definitely one.
Yeah, Tahlequah, Oklahoma.
Our Brewton people wouldn't. That's our largest site. But we develop these sites and we provide IT services and business process services to large corporate customers and the public sector as well. And what we're doing is we're making a major impact on these towns. You can think about it, Steve, I'll use Alabama as an example, a town of 8,000 people. We came in there about 5 years ago. We've got 300 people working there today. We're running more than a $10 million payroll through this tiny town. All that money is coming in from corporate America and Fortune 500 companies. It's not coming from Alabama. All net new money flowing into the town. And even in just this one example, and you can imagine small town America, there's a railroad track down the middle, there's a Walmart on the other end of town, everything has been sucked out there, the downtown is desolate. Now, we locate our facilities in the heart of downtown. We do a real estate development project, and right now in that town, there are bars, restaurants, cafes, economic activity and lifeblood as a result of having 300 people working in a location there. So that's what Provalus is all about.
And so what drove you to do this? What was the business model that said, hey, we're not going to, chase all the geese flying a different direction, and you're going to be the odd goose that went this way?
Yeah, I mean, I was not one of the founders of the company. I was brought in to help scale it up. The original concept was a mission with a margin. It was about giving back. And it was about finding an untapped resource in the topography, which is really small town America. Who thought you could do cybersecurity operations from a town in rural East Texas called Henderson? Well, I can tell you that one of the largest cosmetic companies in the world had a major offshoring contract with one of our Indian competitors, and they were in the Wall Street Journal a few years ago with a major data breach. They went out to bid on that contract. That operation that used to be done in Hyderabad is done in Henderson, Texas, with a team of 20 people, and they were absolutely destroying the performance metrics compared to the prior thing. So I think what we found is really an untapped labor pool. I was at a panel over the summer, and the question was, well, what would you say is, it was a speed round, one-word answer. What would you say is, how would you characterize America's rural workforce? And I had my answers, and I went to my team and said, well, what do you guys think? And thankfully I listened to them. They said underestimated. And I thought that really captured it, because we're able to develop people that have an enormous pride in their work. You can imagine you grow up in a small town. Everyone went to the same high school. They probably went to the same middle school. And now you're out there competing and delivering services for the largest companies in America and some of the most critical IT operations and business processes, and you're executing it successfully. So it's a real point of pride, and we take a lot of pride in ourselves.
You know, one of the things I find really interesting talking to both of you is, you know, as a guy, I mean, I've done an economic summit one way or another every year for about 30 years. And so you get a pretty good digest in your head of what the issues are, what's the edgy, you know, what's the vision. And I sort of feel like right now we're at a different moment. It reminds me of 1999, where we're at a point where we're going to have Steve Case here later today. Steve Case was one of the founder of AOL. Well, we went from AOL, which was, you know, dial-up, to being online all the time. That changed the world, right? I sort of feel like we're in another moment where everything is potentially changing the world. DC is a lag effect in that. Like, it's behind all of that. You're seeing innovations in what you're doing and what you're doing. And I'm just interested, you know, as innovators in fusion, or, you know, and how that plays, or innovators in, you know, creating, you know, these tech hubs in essentially neglected and taken for granted places in the country. You know, I'm interested in what your challenge is with this town. Like, how do you get this town to be enthusiastic about the energy and innovation you're bringing? Greg?
I think what converts people is seeing the real world job impact. And it's sort of similar to what you're saying. Our prototype's in Massachusetts, and we employ 1,000 people right now. So sometimes people think fusion is, you know, a bunch of scientists writing a white paper, but we have a 24/7 manufacturing facility. We're building magnets. And so in terms of what breaks through, it's that job impact. And so we don't just have plasma physicists, we also have engineers, welders, construction workers. And so in terms of what breaks through, that's really what people kind of need to see to land well in DC.
Mike?
Yeah, ours is a little different because we're not manufacturer. Our product is people. So what we're looking for are towns that have, better than median educational outcomes, because we need talent that we can then train and develop. So we do a lot of partnership with small rural universities, local high schools, tech colleges, because ultimately our input is people into our system. And then obviously one of the things we spend a heck of a lot of time and money on is our training and development curriculums for our employees, so that we can develop the next generation of workforce.
When you're in the workforce, are you doing stackable credentials? Are you kind of, I think one of the interesting things is all this talk about incumbent workers and how we help them during this turbulent time, or whether we upskill them. And I got to tell you, I have never been in a topic where I've seen better people trying to do something, but I've also seen stigma. I see a lot of stigma, around older workers who just said, okay, they're off. We all need, and I'm just wondering, this just can't work, right? You just need a different frame. And I hate that aspect of the discussion. I also think that things are changing by way of things like continuous education, lifelong education, and destigmatizing that. But we're still not there, right, Mike?
No, I don't think so. But I would say it's really interesting about our workforce, because I wouldn't have predicted this coming in and seeing the development of the business or forecasting it. More than half the people that work in our company are women, which is very unusual for tech. Our average age is about 35, which skews older. We have, of the people in our operation today, about a third are coming off unemployment. So we have a huge labor force participation increase in these towns. So, speaking from my own experience with the team, we have a very broad array of people in a small town, and we have young, old, people returning after 20-year hiatus from work. So really, we just want to create an atmosphere and a culture of success, empowerment, and learning, and you surround people with that, and they thrive, and that's exactly what we've proven.
Greg, what is you're not all nuclear engineers, right? You need other.
We need a whole range, and this also prompted me to think about our project in Virginia. So one thing we realized is that we need to start forming partnerships with community colleges, local workforce centers down there, because it's not just plasma physicists, it's engineers, welders, technicians. And then as we scale manufacturing, people who have that type of expertise that I mentioned earlier from places like Boeing, SpaceX, and Tesla. But we also just see a great job impact wherever we're building a facility.
So you're both consumers of stuff like systems, wiring, materials. I see my friend Boris Chumak over at BHP's, like in the critical materials space. You're going to get it. So you're on like the retail end of this. So I'm not going to, he's on the wholesale, kind of raw materials end. I'm just interested, do you notice, are you choking on supply chain challenges? Are you seeing costs high? I'm interested in like real world stuff. When you're basically putting together one of your networks or systems, or you're looking at building this facility, how's the economy connecting to you? Is it tight or is there enough supply?
It's less, I would say it's less of a pain point than perhaps other forms of energy. We don't have any reliance on China for our supply chain, and most of our, some of our critical components come from countries like Japan, where there's now a trade deal.
We still like Japan.
We do like Japan, especially in fusion, given their history of expertise in fusion. And so we have a global supply chain. Our IP and our special sauce is our magnets, but we bring in steel from Italy. We bring in high temperature superconducting tape from Japan. And we're kind of between two major projects. So in terms of where we're at on supply chain, for our prototype, a lot of that material is actually already onshore, and we're just manufacturing, engineering, and assembling at this moment. And then for the power plant, as we scale, it could be more of an issue down the road.
Mike?
Our system doesn't have physical inputs. It's really people. So, we're looking, this is one of the things we talk about a lot about new locations that we're scouting. We're in 9 locations in 6 states today. We'll have 12 by the end of next year. And one of the things we look at is, well, what's the carrying capacity of a town? How many people are graduating from high school a year? What's the commutable population? So that's more the inputs that we're looking at. Because again, as a people business, we're looking for the best people that we can find to train and develop. So it's fundamentally different, but obviously, like every business, it has constraints.
Well, we wish you well. Thank you so much for sharing this part of the new evolving topography of the American economy. Please give a big round of applause to Mike Keogh, president of Provalus, and Greg Degen, who's head of international affairs at Commonwealth Fusion Systems. Thank you both for joining us. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay. I'm coming to you. You moved last time. I'm coming to you next for questions. So don't worry. Yeah. So get ready. Now I would love to bring to the stage my dear friend Afsaneh Beschloss, founder and CEO of RockCreek. Afsaneh, great to see you. Thank you for joining us.
Great to see you.
We're in a
Thank
marathon
you very much.
today.
Thank
I don't
you.
know how much you've heard, but we've talked a lot about energy.
Absolutely.
And what we haven't gotten to this morning is the money.
Yes.
You're the money, you're the dollars, your capital, their investment, they're providing this. And so, you're just so our audience knows a little about you. Afsaneh Beschloss was formerly led the World Bank's investment and the policy work for renewable energy, power, and infrastructure, pioneering investments in wind and solar energy. We just had fusion up here. How do you feel about fusion?
I'm very excited about fusion, but it is a while away. Where we look at
So it's not in your investment portfolio yet?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet. Doesn't mean it won't be soon. But when we are looking at investments in energy innovation, there's a lot of innovation that's already proven that where dollars need to flow into. So you're not taking technology risk. There is technology that's proven. And that's where we're trying to get more dollars. And while I'm an eternally optimistic person, I would say in the last 12 months, we have not seen a huge flow of dollars into that area by big investors.
Why is that?
So if we looked at the whole picture a year ago, I would have expected permitting to get resolved, so that whether it's for renewable energy or, let's say, natural gas replacing coal, we would be moving really fast. I would have expected venture money to be coming in to help with things like fusion, but also some other investments. I would have expected, with the sort of American dynamism discussions, to have a lot of our engineering, getting trained, as we were talking about in the previous session. What we have seen in practice is M&A, for example, came to a stop because there was government shutdown. I mean, you can't go through regulators. You have permitting really not moving as we expected. So things are in a standstill, plus, what you hear, and you have had these conversations through the day today, for CEOs to invest in their businesses and then for us to invest in those businesses, you need some long-term policy. Look at the Chinese, they have a 50-year policy. We don't even have a quarter by quarter, and every administration that comes flip-flops on energy. So it makes investments go much slower than what we really need.
Were you blown away by how successful China has been with its long-term strategies? Because I have to tell you, you and I are same age, and being around, you're studying sort of non-market economies
Absolutely.
and how they're working, and you'd see communist, control systems and what their long-term plans were. I never believed them. I always kind of thought they were fake. but turns out they did better than some of us expected.
Well, I think two things. One is if you looked at China, let's say about just over 20 years ago, their GDP was about a tenth of ours. Today, it's 2/3, and it's not impossible it could overtake us. What happened there is, as you said, we both would have expected that the communist system would slow things down, and it has to some extent. But the way we helped them grow, I mean, look at Sequoia. Right. The conversations you were having earlier on NVIDIA providing chips or not chips. Yeah. We are making it easier for China to grow faster. And the Chinese themselves are making long-term plans, so they're making it easy for themselves to grow. So those are the forces, and during the Deng Xiaoping period, obviously there was openness, so people felt good about that. Since President Xi has been there, first he started talking down the private sector, but he has changed that. He's trying to attract all the scientists that we're trying to get rid of, he's trying to attract. So, the way they've mixed their system with our system has been very, not what you and I would have expected probably 20 years ago.
Now, you're one of the leading investors and economic brains in looking at decarbonization. Yes. And basically clean energy innovation and solar and wind and biofuels and other kinds of things of this sort. Where is that on the energy map today? I mean, I know at the federal level there have been some shocks there, yes. But does that mean those investments and that commitment is gone?
So it's interesting. It's a little bit all over the place, unfortunately. It would be good for investors to see some clear direction. We have made investments that were getting some money from the DOE, early stage companies, where they were getting money from the DOE 2 years ago, and they got very bigger checks now in the last few months. Other companies where they got involved in politics, they're equally good companies, but if they had the wrong word in their website or the wrong word in their name,
like you can't say sustainability.
You cannot say sustainability. To me, sustainability to me is essential. What does sustainability mean? It means our businesses being sustainable in the future, right? Like, how could anybody have a problem with that word? Even if you're against all the other things, like the C word, like climate or whatever, your business has to be sustainable. The Chinese have learned that. We have learned that, but now we've made that into a political term. Sustainable means your business has to run. So going back to the point you're making, we work with some of the US major airlines, and they're continuing. So the positive thing is they're continuing to put the same dollars on clean fuels, on reducing waste, using AI and innovation, on improving aviation efficiency, which then reduces all the energy use. We work with a lot of utilities where we're investing in new technology to improve the transformation system, and also new technologies to use electricity in manufacturing. So all of those things are going on, but not at the scale we need.
Yeah. I'm going to go to Georgette Mosbacher, who is a former ambassador, but she's very interested in AI and the rewiring, and then Jim Baker, who was at the Pentagon for many years, the successor to Andy Marshall, who was the head of net assessments in the Pentagon. Because there's another side of this, which is the geostrategic race, the importance of AI, what we're trying to get right, what the consequences are. And it just sort of feels like we're in a griddle, and it's heating up. How do you see the AI race, the energy needs, and the capital side of that equation?
So on the AI, obviously, we have the tale of two economies in our country right now. AI is getting a lot of of investment dollars. The majority of growth in US stock market has been around the AI growth this year versus other sectors. So there is definitely capital going into it.
Is there too much capital going into it?
It's probably not as efficient as you would like, but that's difficult, in these stages of growth.
So it's going to blow up?
Exactly. We were early investors in OpenAI. I hope it doesn't blow up. I hope that Sam Altman concentrates on OpenAI versus trying to now go after rockets and competing with X Energy. But so people do get distracted in these sorts of areas. But
so you can tweet, Afsaneh Beschloss says to Sam, "Don't get distracted." Right?
Yes, concentrate on the main thing you said 10 years ago to us. Yeah. So I think in terms of the dollars going in, what is happening again is we are competing on AI with China. Our engineering schools, not just MIT, but look at the engineers we're producing in the University of Illinois system. We work closely with IIT and RPI. Amazing women, men engineers that are going in. We're working, they have a first quantum computer at RPI and of a university. But if you look at AI, we're making progress. If we look, by the way, you didn't ask me about quantum, but quantum, we're not there. The Chinese are starting to eat our breakfast and lunch. But on energy use, no question. On power, the fact that we stopped so many power projects in the last year because they were called clean versus not, just doesn't make sense, right? You need all the power that you need.
All the power from wherever it comes.
Whatever.
I'm going to go to Ambassador Mosbacher and to Jim because I know they have interesting perspectives.
To that point,
yeah.
We can all agree that the only carbon neutral energy today that can give you a consistent base load is nuclear.
Absolutely.
All right. We've got China building several dozen nuclear. We've got Russia.
Yes.
We don't have a single one being built in the United States. How do we attract private capital to nuclear investment? Because we are so far behind. And if we're going, all this AI, all this Bitcoin takes an enormous amount of energy. If we're going to be competitive, we're going to have to get
And that's what most of the morning's been about. So what's the thought?
No, I think on nuclear, you're absolutely right. There is modular nuclear that is getting some capital. It's very small scale. It's moving slowly. On large nuclear, we certainly are behind. I mean, we need two things. We need capital, and we need the engineering skills, and we need all the other support technical skills. The Chinese have they're so far ahead. The Russians, I remember going to to look at where they made the site, where they make their nuclear plants. That's probably not where I would worry. They had cats walking in that plant. Anyways, but going back to your question, that capital has to come from the public sector because private sector is not looking 20 years ahead. Building one of these is going to take how long? So.
Public sector do to put into place incentives?
Absolutely.
For the private sector to invest.
Exactly. Just like the public sector has provided incentives to the oil and gas industry, why not provide those incentives to the nuclear industry? Because we do have a burgeoning nuclear industry, and there is a number of companies that are trying to do exactly what you said. Charles Oppenheimer, the grandson of, has been trying to improve policy and to sort of get capital into this, and we're working with him, but it is moving very slowly. So my question would be, why don't we move some of that capital for oil and gas that doesn't really need it to nuclear?
Let me go to Jim Baker, used to head net assessment, my favorite office in the Pentagon.
Absolutely.
If you don't know it, read about it. It's the coolest spot in government. But Jim?
Well, first, I think it's very important that we all take a second and recognize possibly the best moderator on the planet, Steve Clemons. 2.5 hours, high energy, unbelievable. Ma'am, thank you for coming, and my question to you is this. In the last 5 years, what is the best and worst policy you've seen from the US government and the Chinese government with respect to energy? Best and worst in the last 5 years for these two competitors. Thank you.
So I've always been in awe of you, and it's very nice to meet you in almost person. Hard question. I think on the best and worst, what the Chinese did is they started doing clean energy and using, investing in rare minerals in a way that nobody thought made sense like 5 years ago, 7 years ago, right? And today they have cornered that market. Are they doing it the most efficient or the way that is, makes sense from a business point of view? Maybe not, but they're eating up that market in a way that nobody else is. And they know that the health impact, if you add the health impact of not clean energy in your environment, they're living that problem. So I would say their best and worst is the same. Their best is that they invested and they're far ahead of the rest of the world. The negative in China is that initially in their manufacturing, they didn't care, and the use of coal in China is killing people, just like in India, etc. If you come to the US, I think we had such a great chance to, all the things we were so far ahead on AI, right? It's really started here. We needed power. We did not have a power policy. So whether it is in production or, getting power to places or growing power in an efficient way, we have fallen behind the last few years in both administrations. There was a lot of talk. We had the IRA. It could have done so much. And it all ended up in conversations and very slow actual implementation. We've had a lot of conversation in the last 12 months. It's not moving fast. Sure, we have limited capacity in building combined cycle for natural gas or other forms of clean energy in the US. But are we direct? And so, when we hear that one company is now building its data center and its power around it, it just means somebody else is not getting it. It's not a net growth. It's a net zero thing because we don't have the capability to make more in this country. So I think we really missed on that.
Let me ask you, this may be an unfair question, we've just got a minute, but do you think the renewable energy sector has been ineffective at developing the same kind of hardcore, transactional, winner and loser strategy? I ask this because when I asked President Kagame of Rwanda what made Trump different than some of the other presidents he's dealt with and why is he here, he said, because he's a complete objectives-driven transactionalist. He's not lost in, versions of what democracy means or what a human rights mean, like all of these larger concepts that I think many of us may care about. But he said he's going for, hardcore, ruthless transaction deals. And when you kind of think of the oil, energy, fossil fuel sector, you might say that that's been part of that equation. Whereas we've loaded up a lot of the renewables with a lot of other meta topics.
Thank you.
And has that been a problem?
Absolutely. I think it's great to say that President Trump is great on transactions, and he's great. I mean, real estate gave him that strength. Transactions does not mean good economics. Renewables are very good economics, whether it is nuclear or solar, wind, many other forms of clean energy. And I think that part he has missed, with all due respect. Now, why are we not moving fast? It's not President Trump. If I chair a number of investment committees at universities and at big foundations. Everyone thinks it's the red state. No, talk to the chief investment officer of any endowment and foundation, the Ivies. Ask them how much they're investing in these areas. Zero. Because that renewable sector keeps on talking net zero climate, not economics. The economics of renewable energy got to be very strong 10 years ago, 5 years ago, and it is completely competitive. But if you do not talk about the economics and you only want to talk about the social goods, which I'm a big believer in, but that's an ancillary, not the driving force.
So everybody, there's some tough love from Afsaneh Beschloss, founder of RockCreek. Let's give a big round of applause. Thank you so much, Afsaneh. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, everybody shake your hands, stay alive, keep the blood going. We're now going to move to the second track of the day, in which we're called Building Resilience, building an economy and nation that can surf the waves. My favorite emoji is the surfer, and I think that means you got to stay flexible, nimble, look what's coming next, how do you catch the wave? And to do that, to start this off, we have dear friend Maya MacGuineas, president of the Committee for Responsible Budget. Maya, please join us.
Thank you. Hello, Steve.
Thank you so much. I have been here all morning. What have you been doing?
I've missed all morning. I was having breakfast next door.
Okay, great. Well, it's very good to see you. Maya and I were colleagues for many years at the New America Foundation, and she has been, and diva is a very complimentary term in my world, but she's been the diva of responsible budgets and kind of an anti-deficit hawk for a long time. And as we kind of think about, again, the equilibrium and all of the component factors in the U.S. economy as we're looking ahead, we're looking at a huge debt that's also part of this picture. And I would love to kind of get your sense of not just the old story that it's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, but what does it increasingly mean to the aspirations of this economy?
Perfect. I will first say I don't know how many people here know how to surf. Your favorite emoji, but I took surfing lessons once because I thought, how cool would that be if I could be a surfer?
Wow.
It is really hard. Never got up, so I am not sure I'm able to. You surf?
I've surfed a couple times, and I did get up.
Interesting.
I got up and just enough to know that I've done it.
Yeah, you can say you've done it.
What's that?
You can say that you've done it.
Yeah, I did.
I can't say that. Okay, so the part that I did here, I was thinking, gosh, fiscal policy, which is something I started worrying about when deficits were about $200 billion a year compared to $2 trillion a year that they are now, has changed sort of.
Yeah, I mean, it is true since you began on this, you have failed.
Massive deterioration of the fiscal health of the country.
Yeah.
I have a board meeting later today. Perhaps I will show them my tenure charted against the debt, and it's not a pretty picture. But here's what we never would know the counterfactual. What we like to say to motivate ourselves at the office is, it would have been worse, would have been worse. So, but the reason that one worried about fiscal policy a long time ago was economic issues crowd out the fact that during a crisis you didn't know when you'd be able to borrow, growing interest payments, but interest rates stayed low for a very long time. And so there was sort of a question of maybe we don't need to worry about it, maybe we can borrow so much. That's not the case, it's not sustainable, interest rates will go up. But I think when you listen to the discussion you've had today, there's a whole different reason for concern right now. So there's a long list of why you worry about deficits. It's economic, it's in case of emergency, it's generationally unfair. But it's also really about when you have big moments. And if there's ever been a big moment that we've been through, this is now. And the words that I kept thinking about listening was like, we are failing at long-term strategic thinking in this country. And our competitors, China certainly, are excellent at long-term strategic thinking. But to enable us to do the kinds of things that we need to be doing, the public investments that would augment or in some places lead private sector investment that we need in the AI race and other areas of competition and global competition, you have to have the resources, much like we've had big moments of, highways, whatever the big moments of investment are. This is one right now where you need the public sector to be able to accommodate and lead on that. But you also need the public sector to be able to help with the transitions. And one thing that we're all hearing about quite a bit, of course, is what this will do to job dislocations. We don't know. We're only in the data seeing that it's really having an effect on the youngest people entering the job market. But if I were betting, I would say that will grow, at least during a transition period. You want the federal government to have the resources to enable this huge disruption that's going to happen in a way that has retraining, that has safety net programs that allow for the periods of disruption. And yet, we have borrowed to the tune of where we now have debt as a share of GDP at 100%, 3 years away from being the record level we've ever had in this country, so that we're deeply constrained. And what we would want to be able to say is, we need to do something on energy. We need to do something on updating the social contract and thinking about economic nimbleness. And yet we're deeply constrained with a situation where the single fastest growing part of the federal budget are interest payments on the debt. So it's a frustrating moment for those of us who are deeply concerned about the fiscal picture.
So I hate to say this, but what do you do about it?
Yeah, well, I get up every day and think about that, and clearly, as you pointed out, thank you very much.
Just turn it another way, and I'm going to interrupt you.
Succeed.
Is what bothers me, because I'm looking at my friend Jim and other folks that are in this. The Pentagon has its budgets and everything that are out there, but the thing that really, and this is where I'm aligned with President Trump to some degree, the costs of the wars. One of which I think was justified with Afghanistan, et cetera, but the Afghanistan. When you look at trillions of dollars that went out the window. And this is one of the complaints of a lot of the MAGA Republicans and Marjorie Taylor Greene and other people is saying, hey, we spent all this money on others abroad that brought very little net add back to the U.S. in their view and perhaps my view. And had that not happened, it would have given you an incredibly different reservoir of possibility to invest in other things, right? So has it been a litany of bad decisions that have gotten us there? And do you think we're at the era where we can't afford any more bad decisions?
So I think it's the result of growing into the habit of debt financing basically everything. If you look at almost any bill that passes now, it is not paid for. We have pay-as-you-go rules. They are routinely ignored. There's something called a pay-as-you-go scorecard in January that for all the borrowing you did, you get hit with a sequester. Congress wipes it out every year and doesn't even know they did it. It's buried way back in the budget. Statutory pay-go, White House, the OMB puts out a scorecard. No one even knows about it. So we've been ignoring these rules for so long, this law for so long, that the biggest problem is we don't think you should pay for anything. So you point to the wars as trillions of dollars of misallocated resources. I think there are lots of different things people would pick and choose what they think. But going forward, it is structural, and it is driven from the aging of our population, where we have promises in Social Security and Medicare that we don't have the dollars to keep up with, and we don't have the revenues at 17.5% of GDP. We bring in revenues that are 6% of GDP below what we're spending. There's no right or wrong answer. We could grow our government, we could shrink our government, but we need to have those things aligned. But I think the biggest problem is that we don't, on a regular basis, pay for whatever we do. We just added $4.1 trillion to the national debt over 10 years from the tax cuts that we had. The big fight over whether and how to open the government was, should we increase ACA subsidies by $350 billion, which not one person said, oh, we should pay for that, right? That was also debt financed. The big problem is that we debt finance everything, meaning when something should be paid for today, we've pushed that in the future, making it more difficult to borrow for real needs you might need to borrow. And second, that it's easier to make promises in the future. So we have promised that when you and I start to get Social Security, our benefits will be much higher than those that came before us. We never paid in enough to the system to support that, but we'll still be getting that because it was an easy promise to make about the future. It's cultural. And sorry, you asked me what to do about it. The problem is, we know how to fix this policy-wise. It's super easy. There's many, many choices, but there's Social Security, there's health care, there's defense, though I would say defense is 2.9% of GDP and headed down to 2.4%, when historically, in recent times, it's been closer to 5%. So it's already probably lower than I think it may well be going forward. We'll see. And there's revenues, and there's discretionary spending, which is a much smaller, it's shrinking, not growing as a part of the budget. We know how to fix those things. You can go on our website and play around with our debt fixer, because again, there's no right answer.
Tell them your website.
Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget. I know it's the hardest name to remember or say.
CF.
Nope.
Oh.
See, it's so easy. When your acronym is CRFBA.
Oh, CRFB.
CRFB.
Okay, CRFB.org.
But you can play around with those. But it goes back. It's not going to be the policy's not the problem. The politics are the problem. People win by promising to do things without paying for it.
Right.
People are punished for working in a bipartisan way, which has to happen to enable us to have cover to do this. And we are dug into absolutes instead of compromise, which is what it will take. You'll have to change the political system. You'll have to take the norms. You'll have to figure out a way that we as voters don't reward the person who promises to give away the most things, which is now what the winning political approach is.
True story. Maya and I were at a dinner, I think about 18 years ago, with one of the titans of Silicon Valley. And the topic of the dinner that night was how we could use technology to end death. And, kind of end death. And somebody in the room, and I won't say it was Maya, but said, wow, that's going to be really bad for entitlements.
It's true. And the greatest article I ever read was Viscusi, I think, who said that smoking's really good because you die earlier. I had just quit smoking, and I was like, yes, I can go back to smoking because I will save money.
So you are obsessed. So I guess the question is the system. I often tell people that sometimes, we're all here talking about policy and, trying to be earnest and think through the smart way to do it. Is this going to be a crisis-driven result? Are we going to see Social Security collapse? Are we going to see Medicare collapse? Are we going to see, some form of insolvency shock that gets the system to begin paying more attention to what you're warning about?
I think one of the biggest challenges is that nobody knows at what point a crisis would happen. And nobody knows whether the scenario will be some kind of a crisis driven by Treasury market auctions or some outside shock that leaves us in a place where we can't borrow where we think we should, or whether it will continue to be what it's been, which is the frog in the boiling water. Nobody quite knows, nobody sees the effect, but it is affecting us. It's already slowing our economic growth. It's already meaning that we can't make the investments preventively that we should be thinking about. Nobody knows, but I think what we've seen is that Congress only acts from action-forcing moments. We are in a crisis-driven legislative agenda situation. That's dangerous. And what I think is a really bad signal, and this should never happen, but I have had multiple members of Congress who say, oh, it's going to take a crisis. And I'm sort of left
So
scratching.
they want the crisis.
Well, it's not even that they want it. It's like, well, you know how we would stop the crisis? You would fix the problem. And yet they're kind of resolved, like, well, it's going to take a crisis. That's not your job. Your job is to avert the crisis. Like, my frustration is getting deeper and deeper as people understand the issue but aren't willing to do the kinds of things we know, like raising the retirement age, since we are living 20 years longer than when Social Security began, something we should think about. Revenues at the level they're at are way too low to cover the spending at the level we want. These are not rocket science things to understand. They're structural. But you will have members who say, we can't do that. And so when your leadership is unwilling to, and it's hard to imagine, like, the newest Ross Perot putting this back on the agenda, I think the crisis scenario is far more likely. But in some ways, I think even more troubling is the just continue to limp along and not see how it's leading to a crumbling underpinning of our fiscal foundation, which is where we currently are.
One of our speakers here today, I'm going to be having a chat with him later, is Richard Vague, and he wrote a book called The Paradox of Debt. And in The Paradox of Debt, he found something I found really interesting, is that as debt has grown, national debt has grown, so has national household savings. So national household savings has grown much, much bigger than debt. So in a way, households have become richer, but it's the top 1% of those households that have become immensely wealthy. And so do we have a problem of self-dealing in the economy, where that growing debt is actually enhancing the situation of the wealthiest on the upper end? And so you do have a power problem in that this behavior is really, enhancing and feathering the nest of the most powerful and richest people in society.
Yeah, it's so interesting because they're clearly intertwined. I wouldn't claim to know where the causality is, what's leading to what, but we're having a growing debt and we're having a huge growing income inequality and concentration of wealth. It is, I think, from a political economy perspective, making it more difficult to fix things. So we know that the situation where you have income inequality can already be a slowdown in economic growth. And we're never going to grow our way out of this problem, but we're also not going to fix it when growth is too low, so you want to have higher growth. But when you start to look at I think with the wealth concentration, what we have now is a moment where capitalism and democracy are too intertwined. Capitalism is supposed to be independent of our political system. Capitalism, we don't need equal outcomes. Democracy, we need one person, one vote. But we have so much political power that is now concentrated with the economic power. It's clearly dangerous. And second thing, we have a different relationship from the very wealthy and nation states, where we've seen this in other countries, if you start to try to tax it a different way, the mobility of people means that leaving the country is easier, leaving the city, if it's New York City, leaving London, leaving all sorts of places, so that this will not be able to be the kind of part of the solution it would have been before. The one other thing that's different is outside of the government, you kind of shift where your borrowing and your saving is. Within the government, this is intergenerational. So my dad, who usually likes to protest anytime I say we need to fix Social Security, because he's like, I paid into it. Now, my dad is going to live to be 120, and he's already gotten out more than he put into it. But it is a generational shift where younger people are doing much, much worse in terms of the fiscal situation that they're inheriting, and they're also now inheriting a much riskier situation. So when we borrow, it's not just shifting within our cohorts, it's pushing into the future, and I think that's really dangerous given all of the risks that younger people are definitely inheriting, both geopolitical, climate, all sorts of the unknown things, and so little fiscal flexibility in the budget.
You want to hang out with us a little bit longer?
I probably
You guys
will.
want Maya to hang out with us? You want her to go?
Oh.
Okay, she can stay. Come, Maya, why don't you just sit right over here? I'm going to welcome somebody else to come up and join us.
Okay.
And, I'm going to mix my metaphors here because
this is a surprise.
I've got now Teresa. Is Teresa here? Teresa's here. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Teresa Carlson, CEO of the General Catalyst Institute. Teresa, thank you so much. Great. Welcome to the Steve Show.
Oh, wow. Look at this.
It just keeps on going and going. Do you know Maya McGuinness?
Hi. Nice to meet you.
Teresa Carlson.
You, Maya.
Well,
I was talking about you backstage.
Teresa is the diva. She's the diva of tech innovation and resilience. And I was sort of thinking, she just had this fantastic summit in Washington, and I loved it. It's one of the reasons I asked her to come here. And we were talking about everything from shipbuilding to tech to every other dimension, AI, and what's bringing us on. And it occurred to me that all of this stuff is, going on, but what also is sort of not working in that picture when you think about resilience is the fragility of a lot of the fundamental economic investment possibilities, and that's why I wanted to bring you,
love
both
it.
here, and I would have Maya up here as a sounding board to some degree. But Teresa, thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, this is great. I haven't been to the Willard in so long for an event, but I used to be here.
This is the
back in
Willard
day.
reinvented.
Everybody, we used to have all of our events. When I was at Microsoft years ago, 2000 to 2010, we had tons here. So it's fun to be back here. It's a beautiful hotel. And where lobbying started.
Yeah.
Right? Where
Ulysses S. Grant.
For y'all don't know, they would line up he would have his bourbon in the evening, and they would line up to lobby him. And that was where lobbying
Not
came
that you
from.
would remember that.
No, but I'm a big bourbon fan, so.
Yeah. Well, we've got a lot of folks here, and we've got a lot of folks on C-SPAN watching with us now. So greetings, C-SPAN friends. Look, Teresa, I wanted to get some of that energy that we had of your excellent summit the other day. We talked a lot about technology. We've talked a lot about AI and power. And, I'll ask the same thing I asked Jarrod Agen from the Energy Dominance Council and others. A lot of this future that I would love you to kind of talk about how important it is to get it right still seems to me to be setting on some really fragile assumptions, like we don't have a depression, or we don't have, as you were saying, an entitlement shock or something that would do this, or, trying to get some of the fundamental factors right. So as you think about AI and the promise of what it may bring, Neil Bradley of the U.S. Chamber is going to be up here shortly. He said, AI, if it doesn't take us up to 4%, why are we doing it? In terms of economic growth. And that could help solve some of the problems that you're talking about. But when it comes to AI and the promise of it, what do we need to get right?
Well, look, with any technology revolution, you have to really think of it, and I think of it always in three ways, and I've been doing this now for 28 years almost. You have to have the right technology, right? It's got to make sense for whatever is happening in the world. You've got to have capital that makes sense, and you've got to have capital that's moving in the right direction, and you have to have policy that works. A lot of people believe in a box that you can do something without the right policies. So if you're not keeping up with what needs to occur policies and politically, then that's a problem. So for us at General Catalyst, for some of you who may not know, we're a capital transformation company. We invest and we build companies. We're about 40 million under management. We invest at global scale. And we primarily, not completely, but primarily invest in these highly regulated industries, healthcare, defense, intelligence, manufacturing, financial services. And what we're seeing at no time like any other is the amount of innovation that's happening. I don't even really like that word so much, but it's really what we're seeing from these entrepreneurs, what they're creating because of technology. Now, your point is it making an impact? Is it going to make an impact to our economy? Would it help our deficit? Will it help us move forward? Well, one of the things I say is you cannot fight gravity. And gravity is here, and what I mean by that, artificial intelligence is here. And so we either have to embrace it and figure out together how it helps us move forward, or we'll stand still and we'll let China and others just get in front of us, and that cannot happen. So when you know gravity is here, you've got to then embrace it and then fight really hard to make sure that you have all those elements. What I think that's working really well right now in the U.S. is we have a lot of things that, we're not perfect, but the things that are working right now really well in the U.S. is you still have all these amazing and smart individuals that are creating technology at a pace and speed like nowhere else. So America, we have the most profound individuals that are so talented, and we don't mind failure. And what I mean by that is we experiment, we fail, we get right back up, and we go right back at it. And that's what makes us so great. We learn from our experimentation. And I now am seeing these companies that we are backing, they start with an idea that they formed, and it doesn't mean that that's where they land. But they move fast, the technology is massive, and they're solving really critical problems with AI. And basic things like, if you think about traditional industries that struggle sometimes even with the right talent, they're solving things like, record keeping, legal, back office, call centers, things that you can use AI really and move much faster. It's also solving a lot of data issues that we have. How do you sort and look at data and really do decision making on that data for intelligence and defense? So long story, I'm way more than cup half full with this. I think AI is going to move us in the right direction. We have issues that we have to along the way, like skills and workforce. We have to make sure that there's equity in everybody that's going to be able to use and benefit from it, not just a few group of tech companies, but we need to make sure that all societies and all groups within the U.S. can really benefit from this.
You know, I interviewed Michael Kratsios, who's the head of the Office of Science and Technology Policy in the White House the other day. And to be candid, I mean, I think he would agree with everything you said, but you know, his worry right now is that our uptake rate for this technology is not where it needs to be. That the use, the application, if you kind of look at it, you see the surveys out there, still too few companies are bringing AI into a substantial place. So you've got this gap between the vision you just described and what I'm reading in McKinsey surveys and others that you know, industry still has not really made, you know, gulped it down, so to speak. And he said, if we're going to compete with China and with other places in the world, we need that uptake rate to be faster. So I'm interested in what you think, you know, how does that happen? Or is it just going to get to a tipping point where gradual, and then all at once?
Well, I'm so glad you asked that question, because when cloud computing, I'm equating this a lot to my world, because I worked in a world where we started cloud computing here in federal government with Amazon. I did that in 2010.
She was the AWS diva.
Yes, I was the cloud gal version.
Yeah.
Back then. But I equated
Big time.
And the thing about cloud is we had no policy to use it. There was no way to acquire it. And people just talked about it. They didn't really understand use cases.
Yeah.
So what we had to do was really work with government and industry to help them define their use cases. Because you can't expect a government or an enterprise just to automatically know how they apply this to their business. So what you're seeing with AI is, and I would say there's going to be a whole new group of companies where you're going to have what I call the evolved system integrator that's going to go in and do transformation across the board with these industries. And they're going to help them define what are the use cases, how do they use AI? Because to your point, I would say it is much slower. And part of the reason it's slower is we talk about it up here. We got to talk about it here. Like, how do you, in your industry, in your business, apply artificial intelligence? And it's not necessarily a big, large language model. It's not these big things we talk about. It's why I went back to earlier, how do you use it with record keeping? How do you use it in your marketing? How do you use it with your legal services to help you move faster? And the reason I know that they're going to start utilizing it faster is because it's competition. And a bank, a retail, anybody, they want an unfair advantage. Our government, we should have an unfair advantage on how we operate and be the best we can be, number one. And what drives people to the uptake is competition. And they're like, they're using it, I've got to use it better. And I saw this happen with cloud. They were like, what? They're using this? I got to get busy. So we're early. I agree with you, we're early.
Let's do a test. I'm wondering if Maya has asked a generative AI platform, pick your favorite, how to solve the entitlements crisis.
Oh, I have.
Have you done it?
I have, oh yeah.
What does it come back with?
So I actually had to do a whole strategic plan for what we should be doing, and it was very aligned with what we are thinking about, where there's sometimes we do grassroots stuff and there's sometimes we don't, and it depends on whether the public's open to the issue or not. And so it came up with the idea saying people are talking about this more, it's time to go to the public with AI.
So it gave you a path. It didn't say, sorry, you're never going to solve it, get another job.
No, it was much more optimistic than I was. It led me to feel better. But I will also say I've taken a number of classes. I went to AI boot camp at MIT. I just finished a how to use this in your office at Harvard.
It's great.
It was, but I still don't know the answer. So I still think your point is really important, which is like, while the private sector is so good and moving so quickly and the public sector is so broken and moving so slowly, we are not filling, the paces are mismatched, and we are not filling here's specific ways to apply this to your work.
That's right.
So now we're gonna have a personal person who's gonna come in and help us think through it. But
I think you're being really smart with this, and this is where it starts with the leadership level. Every new shift, you have to have it start from the top. You can't say, you can have pushing, but you've got to have that leadership saying, we're going to do a plan. The plan is going to drive where we're going to, and I won't say the country, but I've been running around talking to some different countries. And when you talk to a country, they'll say, how do I do a country transition?
Yeah.
How do I take AI at the country level? And I always have one piece of advice that I learned a long time ago.
Yeah.
When you're going through a big transition and a shift, you want to start with the industry in your government that is the most important. Don't start with the thing that's not important. That sounds anti-intuitive maybe, but if you're moving at the rate and speed that we're moving with AI, you want to start with your industry that's driving the most revenue for you and get it right. It will be the hardest, but once you get that gain, then everything else will actually be much easier. And you can use that as your core building blocks.
Well, I just want to say, as we wrap this part up, because Congressman Schweikert's here, but I tell you, you're all on my list. But the better thing than my list is Teresa Carlson's list and the General Catalyst Institute. It's one of my favorite kind of think tanks, do tanks, conveners, around what do we have to do by way of partnerships and opening. And I have to give you tons of credit that whether it was submarine building or looking at bringing back certain platforms in semiconductor chip manufacturing, the things I heard you're doing are extremely inspiring. I don't know if they're all going to flop, but I found them to be the most interesting technological, hope thing. I'm not a real hopeful guy. I like.
You are pretty.
Yeah, but I just think it's really great. So I want to thank Teresa Carlson, who's the CEO of the General Catalyst Institute, and I also love the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget. And I have watched Maya work on this so much, and it really is amazing. And I think you're educating all of us, frankly, that it's not just a free gravy train. That there are consequences to some of the decisions we're making, and to some degree, it's robbing our ability to invest in some of this stuff. So please give a round of applause to Maya McGuineas and Teresa Carlson. Thank you. Thank you. Maya, thank you. Okay, now we've got Congressman Dave Schweikert. Dave is the chair of the Joint Economic Committee in the House of Representatives. Of course, he's a congressman from Arizona. Dave, come on up. Oh, he's going to negotiate. Are you on her board? You're probably on her board.
No, please understand, I consider her an optimist.
Okay. Great. Dave, I hear rumors you're running for governor.
Yeah. It's I can't fix D.C., so maybe
you're going to go do Arizona? Well, Dave, it's great to see you. I always love my conversation. We've been a crowd here. We're going to give marathon medals, at the end of this next year, because I didn't think of it in advance, for this long day of these fireside chats, different slices of life and perspective about what it takes to get American growth in the right spot. And you and I have talked about this before. I'm very grateful for your time. And
understand, I'm here because you're one of the few people I actually like.
Oh, thank you.
And before we get going, we're going to pass around a notebook please, if I owe you an apology after the end of this, please do a check mark. I handwrite my apology notes because I promise you, before we finish here, I will hurt someone's feelings.
That's okay. I've had so many people hurt other people's feelings already.
Well, I've seen you do it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Dave, thank you. So we were just having this great talk with Maya about the building blocks of the economy. We've been talking about debt, trade, investment, AI. As you're going out to sort of to go to a new terrain, and I also think in your role, you folks, if you don't know the Joint Economic Committee, it's kind of the think tank that thinks through, to some degree, the theoretical dimensions and the dimensions of how to get an economy right. And what I loved when I was in the Senate years ago, and my senator was a member of the Joint, you had Connie Mack, I think, was the chairman of that, and we had we were reminded what Hamilton wrote about, what Friedrich List wrote about, what Adam Smith, various people out there about this, and there was a real debate. But I'm interested in your frame as chairman of the committee, now running for governor of Arizona. What are the equities in the American economy we're screwing up?
Yes.
All of it.
Somehow I thought that was going to be funnier. And look, I've taken the Joint Economic Committee, and it's one of my great joys is to chair. I think I now have one just offended, I think. So I may have as many as 6 PhD economists. I may have more PhD economists in the White House right now. I actually believe our single biggest thing we're not doing well is we're not telling the truth. We're not. So if I came to you or Maya or the other freaky smart people, you wouldn't be in this room if you're not part of sort of the aristocracy of intellect. What's the driver of U.S. sovereign debt? Interest, and healthcare. How many of you have an association with a tech company? Okay, say at least one. Someone was bold enough to sort of.
They're lurking out there.
The fact of the matter is, where the hell are you? And one of my intense angers is, we know we have the technology where we could crash the price of healthcare. You know, and legalize technology. I did an experiment. You know, I'm wearing the Oura Ring, but last week I was doing an experiment with the Dexcom. I'm functionally wearing a medical lab on my body. We've had pieces of legislation saying, hey, if the FDA approves it, we can show it's statistically viable. The technology can prescribe. You would think every tech company in the world would be in our office saying, let's legalize technology. It would give us, you know, we're spending all this freaking money in AI and these data sets, but the end use case in many ways is the revolution of helping our society be healthier. And by the way, healthcare is my number 2 primary driver of US sovereign debt. And so we have pieces of legislation saying, hey, if FDA approves AI can prescribe, and I can't get a single tech company to come in and advocate for it. Because it's almost like they're terrified to show up and be seen taking on establishment. And you run into, it's the Watson problem.
Yeah.
What happens when you're going to create AI diagnostics, but hospitals are your customer? And your technology here puts your customer out of business. But we're going through the revolution. If you'd help me bring it
what is
faster.
in the way? You know, because one of the I asked Eric Schmidt when he was CEO of Google, what was probably 12 years ago, what was going to make Americans fall in love in AI? And he said maybe, you know, fraud protection, et cetera. And I don't know if he's right on that. But the second thing he said, health diagnostics are terrible. Yeah. And it's going to revolutionize health diagnostics. And so it's already doing that.
So
you're already seeing that. So why isn't it crashing?
Okay, I don't like the frame of your question. So let's have some fun here.
Okay, go ahead.
How many of you actually know how this works? No. Well, how many of you have ever taken one apart and are fascinated with the encryption chip? Of course not. You're not a super nerd. But you use it all day long. You're walking around with a supercomputer. You don't need to be in love with AI. You need to be in love with what it provides you.
Well, that's what he said, the health.
And so sell the benefits. Don't sell the technology. I have a weird degree of expertise in distributed networks. So, you know, years ago, I helped on a latency paper on nodes and those things. So this is even sort of pre people figuring out what blockchain was. And I would do these whiteboard seminars and realize I turn around and the entire room disappeared. No one cared. They just wanted to know what were the benefits of a distributed ledger in protecting your privacy, in confirmation of data. It's a long ways of saying, help us sell the benefits to society. I have a 3-year-old that we've adopted, and a wife exactly my age, and a 10-year-old, because we're insane. Are pathologically
You're
optimistic.
Be working
for
a
the
long
future.
time, Dave.
Yeah. Greatest thing that ever happened to us, but little boy's been sick. Tried to get a pediatric appointment. So why couldn't I have put the thing on his wrist, or the thing the saliva, the thing you urinate in, the breath biopsy you blow in, the things that could be in your medicine cabinet today, and say, okay, here's what he needs. That technology exists today, but we're going to have the revolution of changing state licensures, what we in the federal government are both permit but also reimburse. If people like me are freaked out over the debt cycle, United States, we now estimate in the Joint Economic Committee Republicans that the United States will have 0 population growth this year. I need you to think about what that means in long-run economic vitality. So are we going to legalize the technology that allows us to have the productivity curve so we can raise wages? One of the great stresses in our society is so much of our population is poorer today when you do their actual purchasing power than they were a few years ago. Help us raise wages, but you do that through productivity. And many of you are sitting on technology that could help us revolutionize, but you got to deal with idiots like me. You got to show up and help us do policy and legislation and mechanics to actually legalize the opportunities that your investments in technology bring. And I'm just shocked how bad tech is in taking on, saying, this is the future, and we're going to help you at least do statutes, reimbursements, mechanisms, so when we're able to get that last step, it's ready to go. I hope that makes sense.
No, it does make sense.
Look, I'm sharing a personal frustration.
No, I think it's important, and I am interested in these inflection points of how we need to see things and do things differently to kind of get us into a different space that's better for more Americans. That's what this summit is about, and fresh thinking on this. I am interested in, as you think about Arizona, because this is your next pie, on whether you feel the current administration's direction on trying to rebalance the economy, with tariffs, with looking at industrialization, manufacturing, focusing on some of the worker level circumstances and jobs. Do you feel like in Arizona it's shifting in the right direction, or is it still, is the jury still out?
Yeah, and this is going to be a jerky thing to say. I try never to feel, I try to look at the math.
Right.
And that is culturally a very difficult thing for DC, because we make public policy by feelings, not by our
I like
facts.
math. I like data.
That's why I mentioned you're one of the few people I like. So what happens when the arrogance of those of us who are elected, we think we know what the future is? And we often send money to this, money to that, and yet we get it wrong. So how do you design policy that the markets, that information decides where those resources go? And you're running into some classic problems. So we're going to reindustrialize, except the industrial building is going to be full of robots. And yet we never explain that, the labor substitution. You have a country right now, we have fewer 18-year-olds today than we had 20 years ago. Next year, I have fewer 18-year-olds than this year. And the year after that, I have fewer than that. At the same time, I have doubled the number of 65 and up than I had 20 years ago. Does anyone pay attention to basic demographics? So go back to your high school economics class, remember, population divided by,
Right.
is how you get your GDP. I don't think because it's hard. It's hard to get up in front of an audience of people out there who are working their hearts out, just trying to survive, trying to figure out how to make their car payment, and then explain economically, we're going to need labor substitution with AI and synthetic biology and robots. And they look at you in horror saying, but I'm just trying to make my car payment.
Right.
But yet, the fact of the matter is, the way lobbying and those things work, if it was 20 years ago, Blockbuster Video should have hired an army of lobbyists to slow down the internet to stop Netflix. Sounds sarcastic, but it's partially true. We used to embrace creative destruction in an economy and in a society. Today, we become the largest shareholder of Intel, instead of the very things that create the next remember the word punctuated equilibrium? You go along and suddenly you have the next step up of technology. I'm a heretic. I will upset some people in here. I thought the CHIPS Act in its design, subsidizing previous generation technology, how about if a chunk of that money went into getting our qubits to dealing noise suppression, so you actually had quantum? That would be a revolution. And so it's that allocation problem of how do you maintain today's politics of workers, knowing we love them, we care about them, and getting the productivity steps up so we can raise their wages.
So Jarrod Agen was here this morning, who's head of the energy, or executive director of the Energy Dominance Council. And he shared with us that, the U.S. government taking a stake in Intel, taking a stake in Lithium Americas, taking a stake, is going to be the new norm, that it communicates U.S. government resolve. But in a way, it's also picking winners and losers, right? You're building that in. Are you uncomfortable with that?
I am stressed out of my mind on it, because you have a century of economic literature that demonstrates when you have government investments in you semi-nationalize certain slivers, that the creativity, the creative destruction, the next step up to productivity is suppressed. You get rent-seeking saying, well, I need to use their technology because I'm getting a government contract and they're partially government-owned, instead of, hey, there may be this new technology online, let's go invest in that. It's more than just choosing winners and losers. We live in a time of miracles. When AI last year produced whole new categories of antibiotics that the literature says would have taken humans 20 years to ever think through. You know, we're all familiar with, you know, Google Fold and, you know, those things wrapping around MNR proteins and those things. But what happens when, because government, either regulatory policy, barriers to entry, or ownership, are actually the very things that slow down the next level of creativity? But incumbents like it. And when I say incumbents, I mean incumbent business models, incumbent bureaucracies despise creative destruction. And yet, I can show you from an economist's viewpoint, if we don't have a remarkable growth of productivity, I can't cover our pension liability. We have 7 years and the Social Security Trust Fund is gone. In 7 years, we double senior poverty in America with a 24% cut. In 7 years, the Medicare Trust Fund is gone. And the hospital infrastructure in America gets an 11% cut. And the first year, 2033, that's over $630 billion if you said we're going to just reach in the general fund. So 60% of the entire defense budget would be required. To understand the scale of what's coming at us because of the decision in our society and all over the industrialized world 40 years ago to fertility rates collapsing, well, or falling.
Really quick, we've got Ambassador Georgette Mosbacher has got a quick zinger and a quick response.
Yes.
Fire.
Congressman, I go in for a medical procedure. I fill out 22 pages of regulations that our government has placed for me to go in for a simple procedure. The procedure didn't take as long as the 22 pages I filled out. And then after I have the procedure, I have to go to follow-up doctor, and I fill out another 22 pages. Almost the same thing. We have all this technology in my phone.
Special,
and why is it that the cost of health care and the cost of that, this seems to be, 101, and we can't fix it?
And Ambassador, we have had legislation in my office, some of it for almost a decade, to legalize. You walk in the door, you're recognized, your data moves over, the clean claims in the back end that here's the doctor's notes, here's the insurance contract, it's an automatic pay. But it turns out that the billing company comes and beats the crap out of me in lobbying. When I was doing telehealth, and remember, when I say telehealth, I mean digital health, where it's more than just staring at someone. It's the data off your body, those things. They spent millions of dollars beating me up in Arizona because it was real estate that had invested in urgent care centers, and telehealth would stop people walking in the door. The fact of the matter is, healthcare is about money and financing. It is not about you being healthy.
1 minute, because we've got Cecilia Rouse in the wings, and I want to move on. But Dave,
more interesting.
But no, you're great. One of the most popular events I ever did was inviting Senator John Hoeven and then Senator Joe Manchin, this was about 12 years ago, to a talk on how lousy it was being a senator compared to being a governor. And enormously popular. They had both been governors, and they just didn't like. But I want to ask you now, as you're running for governor in Arizona, I'm just interested in what weather you're going to change. How are you going to change gravity as a governor? What in these issues you care so much about, can you actually move in a way that defies gravity at the federal level?
You absolutely can. And we've actually have some living examples of that in Arizona, where you design a sandbox and all of a sudden you became one of the innovation centers of America in distributed ledger. We actually have a very unique Medicaid system in Arizona. We functionally buy managed care policies for poor people. The ability to use that to help our brothers and sisters be healthier. When you're actually looking at data sets that obesity is a predominant within your Medicaid populations. What now with the crashing of the prices of glutides? What would happen if you could reduce obesity by a third, a half in your Medicaid? There's things that we have advocated for at the federal level, but I cannot either, because it challenges an incumbent's business model or bureaucracies, but you can do it at the state level. And Arizona has an amazing history of being actually pretty darn creative. And I think we're going to roll that creativity in creating a state that's, we can get the wages going up again and make people's lives and affordability a really neat place to live again.
Well, another great conversation. Congressman Dave Schweikert, Chairman of the Joint Economic Committee. Thank you so much,
Thank
Dave.
you for having me.
coming.
Bye now.
See you, my friend. Thank you. Okay, now welcome to this stage, former chair of the White House Council of Economic Advisors. I should tell you, we got 3 chairs of the Council of Economic Advisors joining us today. Cecilia is one of my favorites, and she is the president of Brookings. It's great to see you.
Thank you.
I think I haven't seen you since a night at the Kennedy Center. We had a great time. But it's really great. Thank you. We've had just a very, very full day and full morning. I haven't moved much from this spot. Team, I want some more coffee. Would you like something? I can get stage service here. But we've had a really, really great day, Cece. And I just want to kind of stay at one of the areas we've been kind of struggling with and all the component pieces of how to think about the American economy. What drives growth? What are the component pieces? What are the anxieties and blind spots? You've thought a lot about the people side of this, about workers, workforce. And I have to tell you that when I worked for Senator Jeff Bingham in the 1990s, I thought when it came to workforce training and trade adjustment assistance, we kind of lied to Americans. We kind of faked it. We weren't very good at it. We would have, a Levi's plant in Roslyn, New Mexico, move to overseas, and we would fool them that here is this plant. I think we've gotten better, but I'd like to know from you whether on the workforce and upskilling side, we're actually any better at it than we were 20, 30 years ago.
Okay, easy question here. Well, thank you. And I have devoted my life to thinking about labor economics, and I'm really thrilled to be here today. At Brookings, we really try to think about evidence and bring evidence to decision makers. And so, I have colleagues that are thinking about this. So in terms of literally job training and skilling, there are various components. One, we have our K through 12 education and our post-secondary education, so formal education, which I think is an important part of having workers that are very resilient and are adapting. We can talk more about that, especially in the age of AI. In terms of job training, which is where TA, the job training assistance and JTPA, and if we think about that.
All that stuff,
I'm actually kind of with you. It's not that I think that we're selling them a bill of goods. I'm actually, if we look at the evidence on the impact of job training, improving the outcomes of workers who've been displaced.
Dismal.
So I'm a little more optimistic than dismal. I think
everyone is.
I think actually, if you look at the best studies, you actually find that workers benefit, but it's not enough to compensate for what they've lost.
I see.
And so it's part of the toolkit. It's necessary, but it's not going to be sufficient. And if we think about now, I think that's the context in which we really want to think about it. What are we training them for? And that's always been part of the problem and part of the challenge with job training is with what we call general skills, which is really how to think and how to read and how to do math and how to anticipate and how to keep learning. Like you can teach someone to do that, they're flexible, they're going to keep learning. But a specific job skill, it's been very important for employers to be at the table with education providers. This is where unions come into play. But how do you really build a curriculum that is forward-looking so that you understand where the puck is? You can skate to where the puck is going, not to where it is. That is really hard, especially in this age of AI and technology.
So what is the data in the Brookings studies, empirical studies, showing about the tsunami of AI technology coming in and how workers are either adapting or how we're doing upskilling? Give us the AI piece of that, and are we treading water? Are we drowning, or are we going to be able to thrive?
So, AI hasn't been around that long, at least ChatGPT.
I know, but it's coming fast.
So AI has actually been around for decades, right? So if you go to the computer scientists, artificial intelligence in its general form has been around for decades. it's the large language models that have really taken off.
Right.
And the large language models have been around. ChatGPT introduced, 3 years ago. So I don't know, that seems very soon, not too long ago. So my colleague Molly Kinder actually has data from OpenAI, and she's been really understanding what the tasks are and the education levels and what are the skills that people need and are using them. And what we see, and this may not be much of a surprise, is that really the occupations that are most at risk, that are most using these LLMs, are those that are more service-oriented, or not service-oriented, but are more cognitive-based, which tells us that where you would expect to see the displacement, which will be new in our society in terms of technological changes or labor market changes, to have the technological innovation really impact white-collar workers rather than blue-collar workers who are working with their hands and are doing more physical work. And that is the part that I think has many people in this room a little more on edge. It has the part where people are starting to ask, for college graduates, what are the implications? Because they typically end up in white-collar jobs. But that is where we see the impacts today and where we expect to see them going forward. Of course, innovations in robotics will also come in and disrupt some of that thinking as well, because that's also obviously going to replace more of the physical jobs.
So, one of the interesting data points that hit this week was a poll that showed that a substantial number of Americans don't think four-year college is worth the deal. And I remember talking, I won't tell you which Midwest major, super big university, can figure it out maybe. So I asked the chancellor of that, do you need to change? Do you need to adapt? Do you need to modify how you reach out and think about some of the people that aren't necessarily choosing or going on to college? Aren't we squandering and leaving a lot of talent on the table? Even people that have been previously incarcerated or had some speed bumps in their life, aren't we missing out on the talent equation a lot? And his response was really stunning. And it was an Atlantic roundtable. I never heard it. He says, no, we're doing absolutely everything right, and we need to do no reform or anything different. That was exactly what he said.
Wow.
And someday I'm going to out him. But it was a remarkable, posturing and hubris. And I'm just interested in, as you kind of look at that equation, as we're looking at, we see more career tech ed efforts. You see a lot of investments in trying to find, Greg Ip of the Wall Street Journal, wrote this interesting piece about how the premium of jobs is no longer the service economy, lawyer jobs, but it's welders and plumbers and people in other areas. But I'm just sort of interested in how you see whether or not we need to see serious disruption of the upper education part of our education system.
Okay, so just in full transparency, I remain on the faculty of Princeton University, so I'm not uninterested in my own response to this question.
Would you answer it any differently if you weren't on the board?
No.
Okay, good.
But I just felt like I just kept to clear the air there. I think this is a both and. So the evidence really does suggest that a college education still confers immense value in this country.
Right.
There's been a lot of headlines about college graduates aren't getting jobs. But the reality is that early entrants, the early career people they've been having higher unemployment rates than the overall unemployment rate for the last 4 or 5 years since the pandemic. That predates, the introduction of ChatGPT. But the unemployment rate is still higher for those who do not have a college degree relative to those who do. So a college degree still confers economic advantage in our economy. That does not mean that the higher education sector doesn't need to be adapting. It also doesn't mean, in my book, that everybody should go to college. I've always felt that we need to be strengthening our K-12 system because not everybody wants to go to college or should go to college, and we need people who are going to go off and that don't need a college degree, but they still need to be able to read and write and do basic math. And so we need to have very strong high schools. And so if you look at how high school education, that's always been a challenge. I did a volume in the future of children on this. It's sort of that time of life, adolescence. I think there are a lot of challenges there. But that is where I think we need to be putting more of our focus. In terms of higher ed, they're gonna have to adapt. But they play an important role. That's the crown jewel of the United States. It's a source of a lot of innovation, which means it's a source of a lot of economic growth, to circle back to the main question here. And so it's an important sector for us to, when I say protect, I don't means it's perfect, But it's still, in terms of the research end, which is not every institution, that is an important source of innovation and basic science, and we don't want to lose that. In terms of training our students to be flexible and adaptable, I think it's still an important, they still play a very important role there. And there's a really important role for people to be getting getting basic skills.
I want to ask you, and I just want to recognize my friend David Malpass, who's former president of the World Bank. David, I'm glad you had time to, come hang out. I like it when, significant economic players come in as a guest, and not, I may recruit you on a stage later, David. We'll see. But let me ask you, and I don't mean to be blunt. I feel like I'm Dave Schweikert. Sometimes I inadvertently offend people with the way I frame things, but. I sort of feel like he made a very interesting point about demographics. Oh. That the demographic point is, I hadn't really thought about it because I've been thinking more about Japan and the shrinking population of China and the shrinking population, in Korea and a lot of other countries. But we're getting older in the United States. We're getting older. The inputs in the economy, have been choked down, a lot of the immigration. So I don't know how to say this, so I'm going to just get it wrong. Maybe, did we have so much youth at some point we just didn't care about them all? And now that the population is shrinking and the number of 18-year-olds we're going to have is going to force us to be more focused on that diminishing important resource, is the fact that you don't have as many people to screw up with going to force us to be better. How's that for maybe? We
have the heirs, but no longer the spares.
Yeah, exactly.
I had never thought about it that way. I worry a lot about our growing dependency ratio, which is our declining fertility rate, and the fact that our population is aging, which has impacts on the size of our workforce, has impacts for economic growth. The declining immigration, our immigration policy is providing a headwind there. The cost of childcare is providing a headwind there, and all the things. I had never thought about it, Steve, in terms of, so that means that our 18-year-olds are very scarce. I have a 22-year-old and 24-year-old.
They're more precious than they used to be.
They are precious, but I think the bottom line, though, is our workforce and labor is very important. I agree with him. We're going to have to find ways to compensate for the fact that we are going to have a declining labor force, and so we're substituting capital for labor, meaning some of these LLMs and robotics, that will be part of the play. It is not the entire part of the play. I think the other reality that we have coming our way, and is actually here, is the fact that with our aging population, what's the fastest growing occupation that the BLS is projecting over the next 10 years? Do you want to take a guess?
I have no idea.
And it's by a long shot, home health aides.
Oh, yeah.
3 times faster, 3 times more job growth there than the next job, which is software developers, which we'll see how that goes. But home health aides and helping people who are at the other part, at the later part of their lives, is where we are going to need workers. It has traditionally been where we see more immigrant workers, and it's not very highly paid. And so it's not a very appealing job, an occupation for someone.
I happen to know the number because we did an event last night, and we have 63 million people who are already caregivers in their own family. That's before you get to the layers of nurses and other home health care aides. So it's a staggering number. So throw into this bastion AI. Now, one of the big debates in the AI world is AI with guardrails or permissionless innovation. And if you're thinking about the geostrategic level, there's a lot of advocates of permissionless innovation. I'm interested in the question of, rather than being a victim of the AI weather, how can we begin thinking or framing about AI, particularly in the jobs and workforce level, to design it so it's an adjunct as opposed to a displacer? Maybe that would be naive, but I'm just interested if you have insights. We're going to have Peter Cherukuri here later. I'm going to ask him the same question. How do you make it friend rather than foe?
The person you should have on the stage for that is Daron Acemoglu, the economist, Nobel Prize-winning economist at MIT, who's done a lot of thinking about that. And
next year.
And one of the things he says, for example, is, and this is something I've thought just a little bit about and want to do more on, is our tax code favors investments in capital rather than investments in labor. Huh. And we may want to rethink that, or at least rebalance that. We could be encouraging companies to be thinking and developing AI that is more complementary for labor rather than substituting for labor. What I worry about in just the substituting, and I was having a nice conversation about this, and I do with anybody who runs an office where they are replacing or reducing the numbers of entry-level people, is people's learning is still going on, especially early in their career. And we know that, like, often it comes from job changing, but there's a steep learning curve at the early part of one's career. And those people then become the mid-career and the people who actually get a lot of specific training. And if we're not training them to use, whether it's using the LLMs, using the technology, whatever it is, you're still going to need that judgment. But if we're not training them, if they don't understand where the bodies are buried and how to, query and really how to ask the right questions so that they can work with the technology, what does it look like in another 5, 6, 10 years? And what is the workforce? And do we have the workforce that we really need, even to work with the kind of technology that we have? And so I'm pretty worried about this. My brother is a pretty high-level programmer, really high-level programmer, and he's been playing with some of this. And he pointed out to me, he did an experiment. He had an LLM start a program for him, and he and a buddy, they both went to Stanford, and it said the amount of work it took for them to take away the mistakes that the LLM had put in the code. He said it took a lot of work. It wasn't worth it in the end, but they had to bring their own judgment to understanding where the LLM was going wrong. And he said it took, this is decades of experience in computer science. So what are the mistakes? What are we actually, if we don't have people who are there, who know how to interact with this technology in a way that's really sophisticated and really does generate the kind of productivity growth, which we know is potentially there, but is not there just because you have it. And we have to train people to know how to do that, and that's part of what Jarrod is arguing.
One last quickie, as one think tanker to another. When I was at the New America Foundation, I used to tell our fellows, and MacGuineas was one of our fellows, it's easy to embarrass or shame the bad decisions of government. It's harder to put a better idea on the table. And I said, your job is to take some risks and roll some bowling balls into status quo thinking. In the think tank, in the policy world, what do you think the biggest opportunities to crash through status quo thinking are?
Can you just say that again?
What do you think the biggest opportunities for think tanks to obliterate inertia?
See, I actually think that the biggest opportunity came on January 20th when President Trump was elected. And we had Elon Musk and Doge and just a rewriting of what the federal government looks like, what our international relationships look like. And so I invited my colleagues at Brookings to think big. Because we have, there was inertia. It's not like people thought that things were perfect beforehand, but there wasn't quite the same, urgency or even opportunity to think big and think, well, if you want to build a better mousetrap. So I think that has been our biggest opportunity. I am trying to, encourage my colleagues to do that. I think it's energized us at Brookings, and we're focused on it because I think there is tremendous opportunity there.
Well, I want to thank this big round of applause to our former chairman of the Council of Economic Advisors, the president of Brookings, Cecilia Rouse. Thank you so much. Wonderful. Do we have everyone? Okay, great. So, everybody, I'm going to take a little pause. But that doesn't mean you can take. And I'm also going to say a couple words. First of all, you've been wonderful, wonderful audience. And if you didn't notice, I see my friend Jean-Francois Boiton and Anne Vroom and other people here that know me well, Saul. I hate breaks. I don't like giving anyone breaks. I believe in 0 breaks. But you can head out there, just be quiet. We're going to provide lunches for people. Just don't go in mass. Help me keep the room full. We've got C-SPAN with us this whole time. Hello, C-SPAN viewers. But I want to tell you, we're going to keep going with content. We've got fantastic people coming. We've got Senator Mark Warner. We've got Jamieson Greer, the U.S. Trade Representative. We have Jacob Helberg, the Undersecretary of State for Economic Growth and the Environment. So we have a really great lineup coming, and so we'll keep this going. But I have my friend, Peter Cherukuri, who is the founder and CEO of upNEXT, a great new, magnificent leadership platform that we partner with. And upNEXT is also a sponsor of today's program. And I've asked Peter to come up and entertain us and inform us with his own interviews of some great people. So please welcome to the stage Peter Cherukuri.
Thank you. All right. Thank you guys so much. I'm Peter Cherukuri, CEO and founder of upNEXT, and I'm not Steve Clemons. But let's give a round of applause to Steve. What a marathon that he's done. As Steve mentioned, I'm the CEO of upNEXT. We're a social platform for what we call industrial patriots. And I think everyone in this room can consider themselves an industrial patriot because we all care about three things. We care about the companies we work for, we care about our careers, but we also care about our country. And I'm really excited to our next conversation is someone who is truly a patriot, an industrial patriot, an economist, one of the great thinkers that we have in our society, and that's Stephen Moore. Stephen? Great, thank you. Have a seat. Stephen, thank you so much for taking the time. You've had such a great career that has been, for lack of a better word, of course, focused on growth and growth of our country, and as a played an instrumental role in the Trump administration, in the first Trump administration on economic policy. You recently left Heritage Foundation. You were the founder of Club for Growth, and now you're with Unleash Prosperity. And for this audience and for me, I'd love to hear from your perspective, how do you define prosperity?
That's a great question. Well, first of all, Peter, thanks for having me, and good to see everyone. Look, I think growth is the solution to almost every problem that we have. I know you had earlier today some people talking about the budget deficit and our debt. The way to deal with that is to grow the economy, outgrow the debt, and we have the capability of doing that. If you look at the wealth of this country, when I first came to Washington in 1982, you want to take a wild guess at what the Dow Jones Industrial Average was?
What was it? I can't do it.
Anybody know?
Quiz.
1,000.
Anybody?
1,000.
Oh, now, wow.
Today we're at Dow 47,000. We have lived through the greatest period of wealth creation in the history of civilization in the last 3 or 4 decades. And this can continue. I'm super bullish on the U.S. economy, and I think the most important thing is that we make sure that we have a shared prosperity, that it benefits every group. That's something, when I've talked to Donald Trump, he is so engaged in how do we get lower income and upper income people to climb up the economic ladder. So it's growth, but it's in a way that benefits all income groups.
So prosperity is growth, but also there's a concern around some macro trends that you and I were talking about this earlier that I think would be great for our C-SPAN viewers, for you to kind of alert them, then how that kind of this concern about population is also tied to how we can close some of that concerns of growth for all.
That's right. Look, I believe we're going to, by the way, I'm super bullish on the U.S. economy right now, really bullish. I think 2026, we're going to see potentially 4 to 4.5% growth, which is enormous. The tax cut is teed up. You see the profitability of American companies is just something to marvel over. We do have some restraints on growth, though, and one of them is people. Our greatest asset, obviously, is our people. And you and I were talking off stage about the fact that one of the things that worries me the most, and this is, since most of you are investors here, it's the single thing you should be most worried about. And that is what I call a catastrophically low birth rate around the world. Almost every developed country is facing a declining population. You have some countries that have birth rates in Europe and in Asia that are like 1.5 kids per couple. Let me put it very simply. A country cannot grow if its population is not growing. And so we're below replacement level fertility in the United States today. We have to find ways to either bring birth rates up. And by the way, if you're looking at some of these most recent statistics, they're not very encouraging. Women and men are getting married at later dates, and they're having fewer kids. And one of the things that I feel is really critical for the U.S., I mean, it's happening in virtually every developed country in the world. And by the way, the irony here is, how many of you are old enough to remember the population bomb? Remember that when, 40 years ago they talked about, oh my God, Paul Ehrlich wrote this best-selling book about the population. There's not a population bomb today. There's a population implosion. And so one of the huge advantages, the reason you want to invest in the United States, one of our biggest advantages is that we have immigration. And we are the one country in the world that can import young people to this country. And there's, we can get the best, the most talented, the most hardworking people. And so we need to make sure they got to come legally. We have to have a legal system that brings them in legally. But that's a huge advantage in the United States, is one reason I feel like we're going to continue to lead the world.
So the work that you're doing at Unleash Prosperity, tell me how this piece around concern of this macro trend around population, a lack of population growth, but the opportunity that is a core competitive advantage for the United States of still being a destination, against a backdrop that, as we were talking, that there are some concerns about administration's views on immigration and some of the raids. And so how do you want to navigate and help the administration and for our audience here think through some of these interlocking systems that are at play?
Well, there's what one of my buddies is Arthur Laffer, one of probably the most influential economists in the world, and he and I always talk about the pillars to prosperity. What do you need from a country to make it prosperous? Well, first of all, you need free trade. Free trade is the essence of what. If it weren't for trade, we'd all be living in caves. And so obviously trade is critical. Second of all, you need a currency that is strong and stable. And we are hugely advantaged, obviously. I say, this is something David Malpass has taught me, but we want to defend the dollar, right, David? And we want to make sure that the dollar remains the world reserve currency. We want to have a tax system that has a low rate but a broad base, so everybody's paying their fair share. And we want minimal government intrusion into the economy. If you do those four things, you'll have a prosperous economy. And look, Trump has his faults. I talk to him all the time. But one good thing is he's oriented on how do we make America number one and continue to be number one, which is what a president should do.
So these pillars, this playbook, I love it. There's kind of 4 pillars of prosperity. When you talk about sort of government involvement, you recently, I think it was just yesterday, and you wrote a great piece in the Wall Street Journal that was talking about this that President Trump has said in 2026 we're going to get $2,000. That's comes back from tariff rebates. And I know there's kind of a question about that term. But you've taken a kind of a nuanced, contrarian approach to this idea, and then you wrote about it. You want to unpack that for this audience?
Well, basically, Trump had made this point that we have about $300 billion of tariff revenue each year. And by the way, look, I think Trump has done I don't like tariffs, but I do like trade deals, and I think he's actually accomplished some very good trade deals that give America, a level playing field. Trump is. I don't always agree with Trump, but I think on balance, when he talked about this idea of giving back some of this money to the people, because we ultimately Americans pay the cost of the tariff. What we said was, okay, if you're going to do that, don't just give people money. There's nothing worse than just giving people handouts, and that is a bad idea. And so the rebate idea of just giving people $2,000, that actually is going to make inflation worse. And it's going to discourage people from working rather than encourage it. So what we said is, why don't you, instead of giving money to people who aren't working, why don't you give money to people who are working? And one of the good ways of doing that would be to lower the payroll tax. So right now, every worker from the first dollar they earn pays a 15.3% payroll tax. That's a discouragement on working. It's a discouragement on hiring. So how do you encourage more hiring and more work? Well, you lower the payroll tax and use that as an incentive mechanism to get more work, money into the hands of people who need it, and also encouraging businesses to hire more people.
It's a bold idea, but what things have to be true in order for this to happen?
Well, there was you may have seen I think this morning, Trump announced that he wants another, what we call reconciliation bill, which would be another tax bill. And that would be a good thing. We should do that. And I think it should include this idea of a payroll tax cut. The other idea that I've been, urging the president to think about is, what's the big issue that everybody in America is talking about right now? The housing affordability crisis. And one way you could deal with that is to exempt the sale of a primary residence from the capital gains tax, or else do that, or else index the gain for inflation. Like I think about people like my parents. They bought a house 40 years ago for $100,000. Now it's worth $1.2 million. But at least half that gain is just due to inflation. So we should either index or give people just a zero tax on capital gains. If you did that on primary residences, older people, who are baby boomers, would sell their home, and you'd free up a huge amount of housing. But people are locked into their homes right now. They cannot sell their homes because the capital gains tax they pay would be so high. So that would be a great way to get a bigger addition of a supply into the housing market, because we need more homes.
So what we've talked about here is kind of almost a microeconomic policy to a macro introduction of kind of the tariffs, instead of kind of helping those people who are actually in the workforce, giving them some relief. You're also talking here about those people that actually own a home. There's another side to this that you also recently wrote that are even for those people who aren't in the workforce yet, that is not just about economic prosperity, but you have some interesting thoughts about cultural prosperity and things that need to happen around at the college level. And to address this, I'm sure everyone is feeling right now that perhaps the number one issue in our next election is about affordability. So how are you thinking about affordability, some of the trends that we see young people saying that they can't achieve the American dream? How are you thinking through that, and what policies need to come in?
Well, you're right. The buzzword of the last 6 months has been affordability. And let me just start by saying that there is no time and no place in the history of the world where people have more affordability than they do today. I mean, it's just a fact. I mean, if you look at the last 10 months, we just ran the numbers. The average family, adjusted for inflation, has $1,200 more than they did at the start of the year. And so affordability is kind of a relative term, but there's no other time in the history of the planet you'd want to be alive, and no place you'd want to be than here right now. Now, this is every young generation. By the way, the affordability issue is a big issue for people in their 20s and 30s, right? I have two sons that are in their early 30s. They can't afford, and they have decent jobs. They can't afford to buy a house. I mean, the housing stock has become so expensive. But I think we just need to put it in perspective. Now, the other thing that worries me related to this is what we're seeing now. I was just looking at the Bureau of Labor Statistics numbers on this. If you look at males between the ages of 16 and 35, over the last 30 years, there have been a very, very troubling decline in the number of them working. And that's a really bad problem for a lot of reasons. One is we need young males to be working. By the way, women are more likely to be in the labor force, and men less likely than they were before.
What's your theory about this? There must be.
It's a good question why that's happening. Well, obviously, there's just more opportunities for women. So, and there's been a cultural shift, clearly, and that's a good thing. So I'm really mostly focused on why young men are not working. And it's a good question. I mean, I'm not exactly sure why. Maybe the kind of jobs that they want aren't available. One of the pieces of advice for parents in this room and parents watching on C-SPAN, one of the single most important thing that presages success in your life: start working at a very young age. The younger someone starts working, the more likely they are to be successful in their life. So this is why things like the minimum wage are terrible ideas. Because what does the minimum wage do? It prices young people out of the labor force, when in fact we want young people to be working and learning job skills and things of that nature. So that's a big problem. And we've got to encourage young males to start working at 15 or 16 years old. You just learn. Do you remember the first job you ever had?
Absolutely.
I bet most of you in this room, everybody remembers their first job. I was working at a little warehouse outside of Chicago where I grew up. I was working there 20 hours a week when I was in high school. And you know what the most important lesson I learned from that was? I don't want to spend the rest of my life working in a warehouse, right? But no, look, you learn basic job skills. Show up on time. You better be nice to your boss. You better be productive. All of these things. And the earlier you learn those things, the better. when I worked at you didn't mention the fact that one of my favorite jobs I've had was I worked for 10 years at the Wall Street Journal, which is the most important publication in the world. And the cool thing about that was every week we'd have amazing people, CEOs, people who were stars, athletes, people who were, at the top of their profession, finance, business, whatever it was. And it was so interesting. One of the first questions I'd always ask these incredibly successful people is, where'd you grow up? And it was stunning to me how many of these people grew up on a farm, Now, why is that interesting? Because I don't know if anybody in this room grew up on a farm, but if you grew up on a farm like my wife did, you start working when you're about 10 years old, right? And so we need a stronger work ethic in this country.
Of course, this can come across if I'm looking at our audience, I'm not going to age them, but if we had sort of that Gen Z 20-something audience here, like, oh, boomer, you're just talking down at me. That's not what we're talking about. There's some timeless things that are important, hard work, and it's happening.
Pretty simple.
But bring those things back to some of the other things that have been talked about today against a backdrop of just uncertainty that are tied to technological revolutions. Yep. Is AI going to take my job?
Yes.
And this consternation on both the pocketbook as well as where do I work right now? Do I have a job? And what's the value of even going to college? How are you thinking through that reality that this next generation is facing?
Yeah, that's a great question. And by the way, I know you've had discussions about AI throughout this meeting, and I've listened to many, really interesting insights. My own view with this is Americans have no idea how fast this is coming. It is going to come in like a hurricane, and it is going to change everything, the way we work, the way we play, the way we study. Every aspect of life is going to change radically in the next 10 years. And I don't think Americans are quite ready for it. Now, this is also going to be the biggest productivity enhancing boom we ever saw. And if you look at economic growth, which we started this discussion on, what is economic growth, right, David? It's more people working and more people working more productively. And so we're going to see gigantic gains in productivity. It's the biggest thing that ever happened since the tractor. And by the way, if you go back 125 years ago, 30 out of every 100 Americans worked in agriculture. They were picking the fruits and working on the farm. Today, 2 out of 100 were. So we've been through these transitions before. We saw this transition with the internet. But it's going to be, I'll just give you one example. I joined the board of a company called Lightspeed recently. Anybody have heard of Lightspeed? It's a new company. We build houses with robots, and that's going to, by the way, you talk about a housing affordability problem. When you cut the cost of building a house by 40 to 50%, which we'll do with these robots, it means you're going to have a lot more housing stock because you can build them faster and cheaper. But what about the people who build houses? What about the construction workers? What's going to happen to them? There are about 3 million truck drivers in this country. 15 years ago, there will be 0 truck drivers. Everything will be transported in automated ways. So this is something we all better figure out. What's going to happen with these people when their jobs are displaced by technology? I don't have any good answers for that, but it is coming.
Well, we have a room full of people who, as I told you and to the audience, I refer to this kind of topics, industrial patriotism.
Yes.
And part of that is to
think
about, oh, great. Do you consider yourself an industrial patriot?
I think what we need in this country is more patriotism. We have the greatest country on the planet, and too many people dwell on our shortcomings, not on our greatness.
And adding the industrial piece is to think about in this room that we have both policymakers, we have people who work at some of these major companies, but that as you're talking to them, what do companies, let's start with the industry, need to be doing right now to be thinking about this reality of these macroeconomic trends, macrocultural trends, to meet this moment of trying to both skill up and either show up to this next generation about these jobs? Is there something that industry needs to be doing more of that you'd like them to know?
Yeah, look, we better get, if you looked at some failings in our society right now, I think everybody would agree we have a huge failing in our school system. Our schools are just not performing. And when you see the test scores, when I saw the president about 6 months ago, I told him I think you should call a national education emergency because especially for low-income people in inner cities, you've got just so many of the schools that are failing. How are those people ever going to have a chance? Those kids who are going to schools that can't teach them how to read, how to do math, all of these things. And so that leaves it to the businesses to be able to train these kids that haven't gotten a very good education. So if you were to ask me what the #1 priority for the country should be, it should be we've got to do something about it. Every child in America should have a choice of any school they want to go to. This idea that the government tells you what school you go to, that's just an old-fashioned model. And you know, the good news is we are seeing a big expansion in school choice and throughout the states, and that's a good first step. But businesses are going to have a hard time finding the workers if they can't do math, if they can't read, if they're not functional people. So let's make that a national commitment.
So one of the things that we've talked about, I think, kind of two extremes here in terms of what needs to be done with we need to increase the supply of people that go into the workforce. We need the people who are in the workforce, how do we get them some relief? Mm-hmm. Help me understand how you're thinking about what this administration is trying to do right now to stimulate some of those moves as we think about some of the critical bets, the bets that we're making on critical minerals, how we're thinking about industries where we're competing with China. How are you thinking about that in relationship to some of the topics we've been thinking through today?
You know, look, the big issue for the next 50 years on a macro level is, you know, what country 50 years from now will be the world economic superpower. You know, for the last 150 years, the United States has basically been the unrivaled superpower. Now we have a country, China, who's trying to knock us off our perch. I always say that's not going to happen because our Chinese are more, smarter than their Chinese. But look, we have to stay ahead of China, not just for economic reasons, for national security reasons as well. I mean, I view China as, as basically like, Japan circa 1937. They're a dangerous country building up their military in a very aggressive way. And the way to beat them, the way to beat Japan is the exact way. How did we beat the Soviet Union? How did Reagan beat the Soviet Union? We outgrew them. We grew so much faster than they did. So it was kind of an economic dynamism, and we need that here in the United States. By the way, I want to mention one statistic because, as I look at folks in the audience and talking to you, you're of Indian descent.
I am.
Your parents came from India?
They did.
You were born here.
I was born in Brooklyn, New York.
So just some really interesting statistics that I've been looking at that tell you a lot about what's happening in America. So today in the United States, do you know what the wealthiest ethnic group is?
What?
Asians, by far. By far. Asians now, the average family income of an Asian family in the United States is $115,000 a year, which is a lot, I mean, in historical terms. Asians have a higher income than whites do. I don't know how many, I was kind of shocked to see that. Asians have a 30% higher average income than whites do. By the way, which brings up the question, how can we be a racist country if people with brown skin have higher incomes? The other group that's doing fantastically in the United States today is Hispanics. We have seen a huge gain. The average Hispanic family today has an income of $72,000. And these are Hispanics who have only probably been here for 10, 15, 20 years. They're coming from desperately poor countries, and they're rising the economic ladder. The one group where we're not seeing big gains is in Black Americans. And we have to figure that out. Why is it we're not seeing those same gains that we're seeing for blacks, for Asians, for Hispanics and other groups? That should also be a key priority for us. How do we help? Hispanics now make more money than blacks do in the United States. It's kind of unbelievable because Hispanics have been in the country less. So there are a lot of challenges, but I'm very optimistic we can rise to the occasion.
Well, I'll give you the last question. So one final thought for if you're speaking to President Trump right now about all these themes, what's that one message you want him and his team to hear right now?
Make sure that the policies you're putting forward obviously are putting America first, which he will do, but concentrate on how these policies will lift everyone. My favorite saying in economics comes from John F. Kennedy. a rising tide lifts all boats. And we have to make sure that this rising tide that we're looking at over the next 10 years is not just going to help rich people, but middle-class people, low-income people, so everyone prospers.
Stephen, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I think Mr. Clemons is coming back on, so don't leave. We have still a great lineup, but Steve, are you here? Still eating?
Hey. Oh yeah, I'm here. Hey buddy, thank you so much. Peter, thank you very much. All right, I'm gonna tell all my friends who are like moving and shifting around, do me a favor, if you're sitting like Alejandro Rourke, get out of that seat, come sit up here. All right, Melody Thomas, you know, oh my God, you know, come. Ashley, you got to come take one of these seats, okay? I love the side seating people, but come sit in these areas here. For those of you I don't know, I am Steve Clemons. I'm CEO of Whitehall. I'm editor-at-large of National Interest. Daniel McAtee, thank you. You get a brownie. And we got to keep this. I mean, the room got a lot of people. I just want to make sure we stay full. So thank you so much. We're going to really action-packed next session right now. We've got, you know, looking at some of the capital dimensions of this topic. Please welcome to the stage Bobby Franklin, my friend, President and CEO of the National Venture Capital Association. Bobby, thank you for joining us. You know, I was thinking maybe I should sit on the couch and you should interview me. But we'll do that another time. Bobby, thank you. I mean, I really wanted you. I want to tell people that Bobby was the first person I asked to speak in this forum because I wanted to have a better understanding of the capital parts of this economic equation that often don't get discussed and that aren't, that are siloed somewhat. You've got your kind of, you know, investors, your private equity people, you know, people that are, you know, out there providing venture capital, and they have their conferences, and then the people who are doing AI and, you know, buying bridges and hotels and all this other kind of stuff are in another part. But I wanted to make sure you were here. So I want you to describe to our audience, and we've got a very big C-SPAN audience watching right now, what role venture capital plays in our economy and what dials it up or dials it down?
That's a great question. Thanks for having me. So venture capital is often conflated with a lot of other capital asset allocators. And in some respects it makes sense, in some respects it makes absolutely no sense. So the way I think about and describe for policymakers the role that venture capital plays is enabling entrepreneurs, but not just any entrepreneur. Right? These are entrepreneurs that are trying to build the next Fortune 50 company in many cases. Now, not in all cases. In certain, you know, categories, like think about new drugs. 62% of new drugs approved by the FDA, studies show, are actually small venture-backed companies. Now, they often get bought by a big pharma company because you've got a shelf life of a patent protection, and you've got to get it to patients as quickly as you can. And if you're a startup company, you can't build that apparatus overnight. So it depends on kind of the area that you're focused on. But this is where the innovation happens. If you look at the top 8 out of the top 10 most valuable public companies in the world were once an entrepreneur that sat with a US venture capitalist and said, hey, I've got an idea. So if you think about what drives the country, where are net new jobs coming from? Kauffman Foundation did a study, and they said all major corporations over time expand in good times, contract in bad times. Mom and pops, as a group, start every day, fail every day. Net new job creation comes from young, high-growth companies. It makes sense when you stop and think about it, but these are new industries, new innovations, new products and services. So that's what's important, that we think about what over the long term is going to make sure the U.S. remains competitive with the rest of the world.
So what's hurting your industry now?
The challenge with the industry is that even though we play this outsized role in impacting U.S. competitiveness and innovation of all kinds for all over the world, the amount of capital that comes in is not dependent on people sitting back and thinking, like, I want to have a healthy stream of capital coming into the venture world. What happens is it's a result of what else is happening in the capital markets. Where are interest rates? Where can somebody get returns? So when interest rates are, you know, kind of lower, and then people are looking for outsized returns, you tend to see more money coming in and more people participating kind of earlier string. And so we're highly sensitive to where interest rates are.
So you do want recklessly low interest rates?
Not necessarily, but it would be nice, and there's no such thing as a perfect world, but it would be nice if there was a predictable, steady stream of capital coming to support the entrepreneurs in the U.S.
You know, I was planning to, I did invite a couple of Federal Reserve Board governors. This week turns out to be a terrible week to get Federal Reserve Board governors. It's like their quiet period, you know, something like that. I didn't even know they had a quiet period, but apparently, I guess they do. But I was going to ask them, you know, about, you know, the interest rate struggles, because you've got, you know, a big, big difference out there. So I get the notion that low interest rates, you know, drive a lot of activity, but I also saw that we had high inflation. So, you know, as you sort of look at the inflation, you know, goal, are you at odds with some of the standards, you know?
It takes so long to understand how the impact's going to be. We don't really play in that space. We don't try to, you know, have an opinion on what interest rates are. We do have observations over when capital comes in and when it doesn't. And that's the challenge. And you know, you think about people, limited partners, making investments in general partners into private funds that venture capitalists use to go out and invest in entrepreneurs. The question is, well, you know, when is it good, when is it bad? It's like, you really, to answer that question, have to know what the exit environment is going to be in 10 years.
Right.
Because the average time the investments in venture-backed companies are is 8, 9, it keeps growing.
So what's this, you know, Bobby, what's the situation now? I remember quite a number of years ago, I interviewed Congressman John Delaney. John had, you know, been a CEO. He was a Democrat, but he really believed in many of the same things you do, and he was trying to, create a climate for repatriation of a lot of dollars being held abroad, because the American tax environment was, you know, very toxic for that return of money. But he wanted to find various good ways to sort of, you know, put it to good use. But at the time of the session, there was a lot of dollars were sitting on the sidelines all around the world, not coming into the country. Has that shifted?
Yes and no. I mean, think about over the last several years, there have been policy debates about when CFIUS, the Committee on Foreign Investment in the U.S., right? There was a change. FIRMA was the legislation, Foreign Investment Risk Modernization Review Act. That sort of put CFIUS on steroids. And so we had to work with policymakers to help them understand that I understand what you're saying about people from a foreign country making an investment that is ultimately going into high-tech, innovative companies, and you're concerned about whether or not they have access to all the secrets. And we had to help them understand that that's not the way the industry works. And if other folks are willing to, frankly, fund the more innovative environment in the United States, why shouldn't we let that happen? And then, of course, there have been, you know, the other side, which is investment going outside the U.S., and that's a critical debate right now going on. What venture capitalists want is to have access to the greatest entrepreneurs in the world. They want to understand what's happening. And by the way, we as a country benefit from that greatly. And so that has, through policy debates, taken twists and turns over the last few years. So yes, there is sort of a healthy group of LPs that are investing in the U.S., but it's gotten a little more complicated.
Is there any place in the world that treats your industry better than the U.S. does?
I don't know enough about how venture firms in many other countries are doing. I go to an international meeting. In fact, I'll be going in February to Abu Dhabi to meet with my counterparts from around the world. And we often swap and share stories about what's happening in each other's countries. I get a little flavor of that. You know, in the US, 10, 15, maybe 20 years ago, 80 to 90% of all venture capital dollars were in the US. And over the last decade, that's dropped down to 50%. Now, that doesn't mean we have dropped down in our investment. It means every other country has figured out what this venture ecosystem looks like. How can you support entrepreneurs in a better way to make sure you're having innovation?
I don't know the UAE case, but one of the things that really interested me that Teresa Carlson of General Catalyst got into was, you know, American entrepreneurs and players in this area fail, they get back up, they stand up. The one thing I know used to be the case in much of the Middle East, and I just don't know the standard now, was you failed, you were in jail. Well, you lost money, you were in jail. You know, there were complex. Everybody wants to have a Silicon Valley in their backyard, but when it comes to, you know, what Vinod Khosla would do in fail.com, you know, and bring in people, and I mean, remember the founder of Uber was, you know, went to student of fail.com. You kind of fail something, you kind of bring it together and kind of learn from that. But that culture isn't naturally exportable. But your industry is used to it, right?
Well,
you guys invest in flops.
Exactly, and I think that you're really hitting on something that has been true and remains true today, which is in the U.S., failure is not shame on your family. It is not shame whether you get thrown in prison or whatever. There are a lot of parts around the world where if you fail, it is sort of the death knell, and you don't get to come back from that. And I think that's another kind of secret sauce for the U.S. innovation economy, which is we encourage failure. And when you are, when you have two or three failures,
you actually encourage failure?
You don't encourage failure.
Go out and fail?
The point is, it's like you celebrate it because you know that you're that much closer to success. And so you see the serial entrepreneurs that keep trying, and then they hit it.
So, the other interesting, friend, I've talked to my friend David Malpass, who's out here about this before, about the U.S. economy and what's kind of churning. President Trump's shtick is that the U.S. economy is the hottest economy in the world. Everybody wants it. So, here's the bait. Here's the, it's a honey trap. For the rest of the world, you got to come in and, if you want to play in this economy, you're going to have to live by new rules and kind of come in. And I'm interested in, when it comes to your global investors, whether or not the U.S. economy is so hot they just need to be here because of the dynamism that's happening, and a lot of things are getting broken in terms of changing inertia and changing the ways we're doing. Is that the way your industry feels, or is President Trump, asserting something that's not true?
I think what he's asserting is true and has been true from before him and during him. And that is that because of what we just talked about, how rich the U.S. innovation entrepreneurial ecosystem has been, what it has led to, the successes, all the companies that have been created in this model, continue to be the envy of the world. I get emails all the time from folks overseas saying, can you help us find, things to invest in? I said, sorry, that's not my job. But it is, you know that there is still great demand to make sure there's investing in the U.S.
How important is the insurance industry in your world and the mortgage industry?
I don't see that as much. I appreciate the conversation I heard at dinner last night about some of the challenges.
We're about to repeat it right now.
I look forward to hearing it again. But I don't see that as much kind of in the entrepreneurial ecosystem. Remember, you're thinking about making investments and wondering what's going to happen 10 years from now.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to Bobby Franklin, President of the National Venture Capital Association. Thank you so much for helping us understand capital's role in all of this. Please welcome to the stage Senator Sheldon Whitehouse of Rhode Island. Senator, come join us. Thank you for joining us here.
Always good to be with you.
You and I have a lot of discussions about calamity.
We do.
Coming calamity.
We do, because there is one.
Yeah, and we have discussions that touch on, blind spots. What are we not thinking about? And I'm always sort of looking at the fact, we've lived through, at least I've lived through and seen, so many structural economic crises in the country that nobody said they saw coming. You're saying a big one is coming.
Yep.
So share with our audience. We've got live C-SPAN here, covering all this, and I'd love to, kind of give you a chance at bat to help us explain what really are big underpinnings that might come undone.
Yep. We have so toxified the public debate about climate change that we're now sort of blind to the fact that things actually are happening in the real world that change wildfire risk, that change coastal flooding risk, that change upland flooding risk. But the insurance company has to look at that stuff. And so what you're seeing is enormous upheaval in the insurance industry as it looks at enormous upheaval in Earth's natural systems. And when they can't price it, they've either got to jack the prices up so high that they can survive whatever happens or retreat. And both things are happening. Internationally, a board member of Allianz, the biggest insurance company in the world, has warned that we're on track to have entire regions of the world that are uninsurable. And when regions of the world are uninsurable, properties in that region are unmortgageable. So that takes you to the second part of the cascade, collapse in the mortgage industry. And sure enough, Jay Powell, who is terrible about climate stuff, has warned that a decade or so, there'll be whole regions of the United States where nobody can get a mortgage any longer. And as the chief economist for Freddie Mac...
So Jay Powell actually said that?
Yeah, I testified to that in a banking committee hearing. And then you've got the warning from economists that creates a $25 trillion hit to world real estate markets as real estate becomes uninsurable and unmortgageable. And of course, what then the chief economist for Freddie Mac predicted is that cascade from insurance failure to mortgage failure to property values crash leads to another 2008 style recession. And by the way, that prediction was based on pure, what he called coastal property values crash. Wow. It did not figure in the wildfire risk that has exploded and, for instance, is degrading California's market. So, you know, those are all warnings from very reputable sources that have nothing to do with the climate movement. And then reality check comes when you go down to California. When you go down to Florida. California is the wildfire problem. Florida is the coastal insurance problem. And there, I would contend that the entire Florida homeowners insurance ecosystem is a simulacrum of a real insurance ecosystem, and it's all going to collapse once it's put under any claims pressure. Now, and that triggers the cascade.
You know, you're an important voice in this, but a Republican voice in this who's a surprising voice that you've been working with from Montana is Senator Tim Sheehy.
Yep.
And he's been worried about wildfire risk. He's not, you know, on many, you know, not at the top of many environmental groups, you know, favorite senator list. And so what are the two of you, I mean, he's sort of an unlikely, you know, unlikely bedfellow, if you will, on this topic with you. What's driving him? How is the rest of the caucus hearing on both sides your concerns?
He sees the danger. He's a Western senator. The wildfire risk for Western senators and their constituents is enormous. If you just look at mountains that used to be green, they're now all gray. And all of the gray is standing dead pine trees killed by the pine beetle that wasn't being killed off by cold winters any longer because of climate change, and now creates just a massive fuel source for massive wildfires. So they're looking at real problems with insurability and with property values in light of insurability. Again, if you're a billionaire, you're immunized from this. You're fine. You can swap Palm Beach mansions and it's all fun and games. But if you're somebody who needs to buy a house with a mortgage, or if you're somebody who needs to sell your house to get your price to someone who needs a mortgage to meet your price, you've got a real problem on your hands, and you're seeing this begin to happen in Florida already. You're seeing properties that are unsaleable. You're seeing net property values go down in Florida. It's the biggest property value loser state. You're seeing enormous collapse of the insurance industry and uninsurability and inability to get new insurance. And the Florida market is held up by the thread of a little rating agency called Demotech, which do your own due diligence, but I don't think want to have your economy depend on Demotech.
So are you a Paul Revere in this story, saying, hey, the calamity is coming, the crisis is coming? Or are you out there saying, hey, here is an action plan to respond to this?
The former. I mean, you know, ultimately...
Because it's too late?
Well, no, it's not too late, and there are things that can be done, but there has to be recognition first. And frankly, there has to be some accountability first. And ultimately, there's no way you can move the deck chairs around on this Titanic if you don't solve the underlying problem of the natural systems going awry because of what we've done in terms of putting excess carbon dioxide into the atmosphere, excess carbon dioxide into the oceans. Here's the one thing I'd love people to remember, the zettajoule. Z-E-T-T-A, joule, J-O-U-L-E, the unit of heat measure. Every year, we put into the oceans 14 zettajoules of excess heat due to fossil fuel pollution. To give you a scale to what the zettajoule is, all of humankind's production of energy on the entire planet is 1/2 of a zettajoule. So the price of the fossil fuel component of that half zettajoule is 14 zettajoules. It's a multiplier because of the greenhouse effect of heat going into the oceans. So you want to know why fisheries are dying off. You want to know why we may have hit the tipping point on coral reef survival. You want to know why in Rhode Island we're losing beaches, we're losing coastland. You want to know why you have temperatures off Florida of a hot tub in the oceans. Those are very, very pronounced effects, and they just get worse. And that heat powers up hurricanes so that they're much stronger and much more immediate and last much longer inland and drop much more rain. And the whole thing is just, if you don't stop that machine, you can't insure, you can't mortgage, and you can't provide humanitarian assistance out of it. It's just too damn big.
So we've got a situation, and I'm just going to be blunt, where I don't look at this as a totally politicized issue, because I know people like Senator John Curtis who care deeply about the environment. You have other players in this that have been there, but there was a time where those who held more of your view had the White House, had the Senate, had the House, and kind of failed to move the needle enough or convince enough Americans. So I'm
It's been one of my great frustrations.
So I'm interested in the lack of efficacy of your fellow travelers in your own party on this agenda. And I also know that the current inhabitant of the White House does not share a lot of these views. So I'm just sort of thinking at this moment, while I'm listening to you and I hear you, and I think about, what is the policy strategy out of this, or what is the conversation that needs to be had given the realities of where we are? And then when your folks were in charge, they didn't move the needle, right?
Not enough.
Not
enough.
Your thoughts?
I think the conversation is changing as this becomes very immediate. And it becomes this issue in Florida, for instance, is incandescently hot. You cannot miss it if you walk around Florida and talk to people. And people have put climate change in kind of a bucket as something that is a political issue, and what does it really mean? And I don't care that much about polar bears. But when that notice of non-renewal from your
don't care very much
company
about
comes
polar
through your
bears?
doors, that's the middle thought.
Oh, okay.
When that
metaphorically someone else doesn't care. Okay.
When the notice of non-renewal comes through your mail slot, or when that premium doubles,
right,
and suddenly you've got your whole life finance disordered. And by the way, when that notice of non-renewal comes through your life, it's not just a bad expense. It ruins your life for a while. You got to go find new insurance, and very often you can't, or you end up in the state-backed insurance plan, which is a little bit of a clown show, or you've got to go to an insurance company you've never heard of that has never paid claims before, and that will disappear when the claims come, and your whole world gets very disoriented and aggravated by it. So in addition to the cost factor, there's a massive family fear and aggravation factor when that notice of non-renewal lands. And that makes it real in a whole new way. And what I hope is it makes people recognize that they have actually been lied to at industrial scale about this problem for many years, and they need to make a very rapid course correction.
Well, this fits my very cynical model about American politics, which is it's very hard to do anything in a linear, earnest, deliberate way in Washington. It's easier to win by bank shots through crises. That if you have a crisis, sometimes you can end up in the right spot, or sometimes jealousy or ambition, all these other factors can matter to moving policy. But what you're describing is a crisis-driven opportunity, in terms of the shock that people will feel at this. So you're actually counting on this collapse.
Well, I'm warning of it and trying to alert people to what can be done to mitigate the harm of it. And while Florida is the first and the worst and kind of the poster child, you can go to areas in Oklahoma or Iowa that are getting slaughtered by hailstorms and crop damage. You can go out west and you can see wildfire risk. The California FAIR Plan is nearly in as much trouble as the Florida Citizens Property Insurance Plan. And so it's very, very widespread. And what's interesting now is that it has entered the fiduciary horizon of corporate entities that have a fiduciary responsibility. So whether you're a bank or whether you're a stock brokerage or whether you're an insurance company, you have to pay attention to climate now for fear of being held liable for not meeting your fiduciary duties of being responsible about this information. So that is driving sections of corporate America into climate information in a way that just, having a happy green public relations statement.
So does some of that resonate with some of your Republican business-oriented colleagues more than talking about saving polar bears?
Yeah, totally. I mean, if you lived through 2008, that was pretty damn miserable. That was pretty damn miserable. And when there are frequent predictions that this is going to be as bad as 2008 or worse, plus 2008 was kind of that. Your house went underwater, but then the market rebounded. When you're talking about a house that's literally underwater because of inevitable climate change, then you don't have the rebound. It stays, so not only is it likely to be as bad, it will be permanent as opposed to a bad drop.
I'm going to take a question here from Saul over here, but I'm going to also tell the people in the back, I see some of you looking like, can I have permission to sit? Yes. Do not. It's like when somebody's speaking at dinner and the salad's there, go ahead and eat, Come on up, take a seat. We've got seats right up here in the front. Be comfortable, okay? But Saul.
Senator, my question is, so what do we do with countries like China or India on the development side, where India is building, a coal plant every week and doesn't worry about clean coal, let alone any coal, burning? And obviously, the environment travels around the world in the air in the sense that, they produce more pollution.
We have one atmosphere. We don't have separate atmospheres.
And then the other thing they do is that it's really an unfair competitive advantage. When they don't have to worry about pollution, you look at the jobs and the manufacturing we lose in America, much of it goes to China and India, who don't have any of the cost structures because of the regulatory problems. So we do have an international problem that we have to deal with. What is your suggestions or ideas there?
The best solution to that, and it's something that's so important, I describe it as our last lifeboat on climate, is the European Union's Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, the CBAM. That puts a tariff on, say, Chinese goods that are brought into the EU that don't meet the carbon intensity standards of the EU. The whole EU is in, it's law. UK has coordinated with it and is preparing to join and maybe even add its own tariff. Australia is in the final stages of joining. I hope Canada and Mexico would join as well. And believe it or not, in the Senate, there are two brave Republicans who have put forward our own US carbon border adjustment mechanism. They call it the pollution protection fee or something like that, but it's the same device. And that is essential because it's the only thing that remains that can address the underlying problem. One last little factoid, there's a group called the Potsdam Institute that reviewed 1,200 different climate scenarios that were presented to the IPCC over time. Out of 1,200 climate scenarios, only 11 remain viable to get us to climate safety. And every single one requires that there be a price on carbon. The pollute for free business model is now not only economically wrong and morally wrong and environmentally wrong, but it's fundamentally lethal to any chance we have of getting out of the climate crunch in one piece.
Just real quickly, because I was just sort of thinking about this because I happen to own a home that's on the water and I've gone through some of these insurance things like this. We've also seen, in many areas of the country, insurance companies have pulled out of those companies, those areas. And so the insurer of last resort.
9 left Iowa in the last 2 years.
Yeah, so Iowa.
This isn't just Florida
Even
any
Iowa.
longer.
Yeah, so the insurer of last resort is what, and if it's the government.
It's a state-backed,
Yeah. So, is anybody looking to pull the plug on the insurer of last resort?
Well, the most endangered one is probably Florida because they're in the worst shape, and what they're trying to do is to offload as many customers as they can, as fast as they can, so that they don't get too much risk and collapse when there's a storm. And the way they offload is that they distribute tranches of customers to new pop-up insurance companies that turn up, that don't have to market themselves, that don't have to have a good claims payment history, that don't have to even recruit customers. They just get given a tranche of customers. And the customer doesn't really have any say in that. And so it becomes very easy to have phony insurance companies pop up, and indeed 12 of these have gone bust in the last decade, by the way, with good ratings from that Demotech company I told you about. So, it is a real mess down there, and it's very dangerous, and the liability of Floridians for this is enormous, both through having to back citizens' property insurance, but also there's a claims guarantee fund that picks up the claims responsibility when the pop-up insurers go bust.
Right.
So those claims go to the state, the citizens' property insurance picks it up, backed by the state, and I contend right now that the state liability of Florida for homeowners insurance is greater than its sovereign debt.
Yeah. Well, I just want to thank Sheldon coming. In this discussion about American growth, it's easy to have a rah-rah discussion. AI is coming, and all things will be solved. All these different dimensions of where we're at, and I really want us to think seriously about opportunities and frailties in the American growth story. So
Well, it's just stupid to drive into icebergs.
Yeah. Well, there we go.
And we see this one, so let's fix it.
Senator Sheldon Whitehouse.
Thanks very much.
Big round of applause. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it.
Good to see you. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Now we have a special surprise guest. You guys in the back, come on up. Come have a seat. You're standing right there, the guy with the tie. You look like you want a seat so badly. You do want a seat so badly. Come on up. Come on up. Okay, let me welcome to the stage now, really the guy, I think it's very interesting about my next guest. He described him last night as being 100% of the strategic reserve of PhD physicists in the U.S. Congress. Representative Bill Foster from Illinois. Bill, come on up. I love that comment. It just means that we have a real tech expertise deficit in the U.S. Congress, is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, I guess. I'm best known as being, the only PhD physicist. Actually, for 25 years before entering Congress, I was part of a team that was smashing protons and antiprotons together to make particles that haven't been around since the Big Bang. And so I was on the team that discovered.
We had a discussion about. We had a lesson in fusion earlier today, fusion energy.
Okay,
so,
all right.
Are you a fan of fusion?
I believe it will work, and I am unconvinced that economics will be what people hope.
See, this is why you get optimism and pessimism in the same sentence.
Look, the competition is solar cells at 10 cents a watt built in China.
Okay.
And that's tough.
So we got more tough love from Bill Foster. Let me just ask you, one of the things we've talking about recently, we've talked about a number of times, is we paint a picture of the world of AI coming, and I don't think I'm misstating the fact that you see it coming and it's going to have huge, staggering impacts. Describe for our audience the world that you see coming.
Okay, well, let's say I first programmed neural networks back in the 1990s. And so I have been on high alert about it.
You were AI before AI knew it was AI.
Yeah, and it was a pathetic failure back then because we had essentially zero computing power on what's available right now and what's necessary actually to make it work. Yeah, we were using it to analyze the particles that came off of antiproton collisions back then. And so I've been raising the alarm in the Democratic caucus for over a decade. That the real danger is that when this arrives, it's going to lower the market value of a lot of human labor to near zero. That everyone who is busy basically monetizing their expertise is going to have their personal business model put at risk. And in fact, there's a lot of sort of not doublespeak, but inconsistent business plans being promoted by everyone getting behind AI. Because, for example, if they all come into my office saying, okay, here's our wonderful AI product that we're making, and we're going to use it to replace $1,000 an hour lawyers. And then they imagine, okay, that's great. And then they imagine they'll be able to capture the $1,000 an hour salaries for these lawyers. No, what will happen is that everyone will have in their pocket the best team of lawyers that's ever existed for free or near free, and that the market value of lawyers' time will go to zero. Which will have a number of interesting effects. They're kind of dueling narratives on this. One of them is, it's going to be wonderful. This will increase the productivity of everyone on Earth, and so that everyone will be wonderful and wealthy. The other one is, no one will be able to compete with the robots built by the robots in the factory, and all wealth will be delivered to the one person who owns that robot factory, or Elon Musk or or Jeff Bezos, whoever is trying to, or some Chinese person we haven't yet heard of. And so this is these dueling narratives. And when I think about that, the best explanation of how that might play out, I think, is there are two examples. One of them is airline pilots. Well, let's see, the first one, the bad one, I'll do that first, is farmers. Because farmers for the last 100 years have seen their productivity go up with technology. But because there's sort of a fixed amount of food that we need, then when their productivity goes up by a factor of 10, we need 10 times fewer farmers than we used to. And that is sort of what small town America and small town everywhere has been living through for the last decades. And a counterexample of that is airplane pilots, who also have gotten more productive through technology. The number of passenger miles per year that an airplane pilot can generate has gone up by a huge factor. And as a result, the price of airplane travel has gone way down in real terms, and the demand has exploded. And so that's the difference. It's a question of what is the demand curve. As AI, when the robots show up, everything gets cheaper. And the question is whether, for a much lower level of price, the demand will just become enormous. You know, for example, I think it's plausible when everyone has free lawyers, the cost of filing a lawsuit is going to go to zero. All right, and so think that through. If you're thinking of defending yourself against lawsuits, when everyone can get out their cell phone and put a 300-page complaint against something that your company just did. So there's a lot of things we have to think about when AI, but the big thing, the big effects are going to be first to democratize the access to expertise and to lower the market value of a lot of human labor that is associated with monetizing your expertise.
So what time scale do you estimate this will happen in?
It will be different in different sectors. You know, I'm the lead Democrat on the subcommittee of banking in the U.S. House. And so I spent a lot of time thinking about the impact on the financial services business. And you know, the big change that's going to happen there is agentic AI. Because in the near future, probably a couple years from now, almost all consumers, you're not going to be dealing directly with a consumer anymore. You're going to be dealing with a consumer's AI agent. And that is going to change everything. It's going to have a lot of scary implications, for example, for the banking system. You know, if you think of what happened with the Silicon Valley Bank failure, that thing took maybe 24 hours. When the morning after that happened, we had our early morning Zoom with the FDIC people, and they looked shell-shocked. They had never seen a run on a bank happen at that speed, but it happened because there were a bunch of venture capitalists all in the same signal chain, and they sort of gossiping, oh, you know, I just pulled my money out of Silicon Valley Bank because I heard it was in trouble, and then 24 hours later, all the money was pulled out. And that happened sort of at the speed of internet gossip. All right, now when everyone has their AI agent, that one of the standing instructions to your
All the AI agents are going to gossip?
Well, they're going to be under standing rules to monitor Reddit. And if you hear any rumors on any of the subreddits that this bank's in trouble, just get my money the heck out, all right? And so you're going to have these runs that'll happen in 20 minutes, you know, not 20 hours. And this is, we're not ready for that. And, you know, they're the only entity that has enough muscle to stop that is the Federal Reserve, but we're going to have to get the payment rails and everything ready to go, so the minute that happens that we have all the agreements in place, all the assets pledged, all the haircuts negotiated, so that a bank can actually have the Federal Reserve on a moment's notice step in and support the bank against a run.
So, Bill, you see the future rushing at us, and you see robotics and AI agents, and you see, you know, a lot of vulnerabilities, you know, but you see it in such definitive terms. And I should tell you all that I put a lot of weight on what Bill says. He's also someone who's built things and made things. He and his brother, at 19 years old, you know, developed, you know, the biggest theater lighting company business in America.
Yeah, including, I think, it was electronic theater controls. So I started when I was 19, and actually when I was 23, I designed and programmed the control system for the Disneyland Main Street Electrical Parade.
How many of you saw that?
What?
You saw Bill Foster production right there.
That's right.
So when you're,
you know, this, if I'm not wrong, I believe that our equipment is being used at this venue today.
Oh, there we go. I mean, it looks pretty good to me. I love this room. So, but I think one of the interesting things about that question of, you know, connecting hardware and things you built and as I hear you talk about robotics and systems and algorithms, you know, is one where I guess my question is, It's rushing at us. Do we run away? Do we try and stop it? Do you think it's a mistake for government to be investing so much to try to speed it up? And what do you think the consequences of losing that so-called race to China are?
Well, we have to walk this very narrow path between becoming China. Well, the width of the path may be negative. It may be over-constrained, and that there is no path between the two barriers that we have to live with. Because, the danger of, there are multiple barriers. Another one, which you probably don't have time to talk about, is existential risk, which is non-trivial. And it's you should have a whole long discussion of that.
Well, I'm bringing in, not today, but another day, Jan Tallinn, who's funded the Future of Life Institute at Cambridge.
So that is a non-trivial risk separate from this. And so that the dangers that we face are either having China set all the rules and deploy all the technology. Already it's happening that all of these AI systems are being used to monitor the citizens of lots of other sort of borderline democracies or non-democracies who are very happy to get all of the cameras and all the AIs looking at cameras, buy them from China, who sort of accidentally on purpose maintains their own private feed so they can blackmail everyone relevant. And it's just not healthy. That's a huge set of risks on that side. And then there's the risk of us becoming like China. And so that the idea that we're just let AI firms decide what the rules of the road are an equally tough barrier that we have to keep an eye on.
Should we, the administration's been rolling out, major investment strategies, coming in, speeding this up. We're having, we've had a number of these people from the administration come in today to talk about the AI agenda. I was with Michael Kratsios the other day. Are they selling and pushing something that you think ought to be untouched? I mean, I guess what should our relationship be with the technological dimensions of growth and advancement? I mean, you're sort of a pro-innovation guy who is a doomsday guy too,
Well, as are everyone who's technically savvy in this understands. It's a question. It's a personal decision about whether they're willing to ignore the risks. It's one of these things like nuclear war where people don't think about it. As a species, we ignore tail risk. We do, because if you wake up every day and worry about nuclear war, you don't.
So what does it do, Bill, to the social contract in America? What becomes the responsibility? As I sort of look at it, it's government, it's the private sector, it's communities, it's whatever other organizations out there. What does that social contract around being an American mean in the future?
Well, the toughest part is that it attacks your sense of self-worth. I represent Belvedere, which has the old Chrysler assembly plant that was a big part of settling the UAW strike. And so I spent a lot of time talking with the UAW personnel there. And there was a retired UAW guy who described to me how he had spent 15 years on the line. The car would roll down and he'd make a perfect weld at a certain place in the car. And that's what he was so proud of, that he could really do a great job on that weld. And then one day they installed a welding robot that did that much better. And I felt that because one of the things I was most proud of in all my time working in physics and in my company before that was that I could always write computer software that ran 30 times faster than anyone else's. They used to call me Damn Fast Foster at Fermilab because my software ran damn fast and everyone used it because they didn't want to wait 30 times longer. And so I was very proud of that.
Now you've moved to a very slow-moving Congress.
That's right. But I realized about 15 or 20 years ago that a modern compiler can actually write faster code than I can because it sees the innards of the computer and all the pipeline latencies and the cache miss penalties and all this sort of stuff that are too complicated for a human brain to do. And so it was, it took a little bit out of my self-esteem to realize that, anyone operating this, a modern compiler can write code as fast as mine. And, it's tough. And when we realize we're all in this together, I had this really scary demonstration given to me a few months ago, which was architecture. And the way this worked is that you say, okay, here's my plot of land. And you're talking to this AI architect. And here's where all the electrical connections are and the driveway and the sewer connections and all this. And here's the topology. Now, I want a house in the style of Frank Lloyd Wright on that with 5 bedrooms and 3 bathrooms or whatever. And so with a delay of 30 seconds, it plunked down one candidate design. And then 30 seconds later, another one from a different period in Frank Lloyd Wright's output. And then they were really good. And for each one of these, you could do a photorealistic walkthrough and say, here's what it's going to look like sitting at your kitchen table looking at the sunrise in March, right? And you think, what does it mean to be someone with an architecture degree and a lot of student debt in a world where that exists? And it's more than just that, because when you're all done deciding what you wanted, for each of these, it would give you a cost estimate. And then when you could try, oh, that's too expensive, one fewer bathroom, and then it would rework the design. The same conversation you would have with a human architect, sort of with weekly meetings, is now happening once every 30 or 45 seconds with this. And so, what does it mean to be someone with an architecture degree and a lot of student debt in that world? And so this is the same thing that farmers have been going through, and factory workers for a long time. And when we realize that we're all in this together, that I think then maybe that's the best hope, to really, understand that all of us will have to be proud of something besides our ability to be the best in the world at solving math problems.
You are the ranking member on Subcommittee on Financial Institutions and Monetary Policy.
Yeah.
You're a member of the House.
Hopefully going to be the chair. If
I hear you're. Yeah, I've spent a lot of time with Bill, so he was like saying, "Hey, I'm soon to be chair." After the next election. So, you're expected to
I'm just saying that if you apply the 12-point shift that we saw in Tennessee a couple days ago, apply that to sitting Republicans, there's like 45 of them that would have lost their election.
Wow.
I'm just saying.
On affordability. So you are a numbers guy. We've been talking about the difference between people who govern by numbers and data or govern by feelings. That's what Dave Schweikert said. He's a numbers guy. But he's going to run for governor in Arizona, so we'll see how that goes.
But he's a numbers guy, so he's getting the heck out of the House.
Yeah. So let me ask you about the future of money. I mean, we've got Citi and Coinbase, supporting today's conversation, also NVIDIA, and I'm just sort of interested, in your role. You and I have had a discussion about stablecoin. We've discussed about the rise of digital assets and what they're going to do to banking. I'm just also interested in the role of money and transactions and how are we going to? Is that going to seem like an archaic discussion 5 years from now?
Well, I think that this distinction between stable coins and crypto and all this is going to look less important. The big competitor that I see out there is, if you look at what India is doing. In India, they have a system where there's a national ID system. Everyone has a cell phone, and if you want to give a pauper 3 rupees, you both get out your cell phones, you smile at your cell phone, do the biometric login, authenticate to your bank account, you transfer 3 rupees from your bank account to his. 0 fees, all right? And that has, everyone who issues credit cards on kind of high alert. And India is now selling that open source software to, Indonesia, Malaysia, significant.
Well, I think you can do that. I mean, if I'm not wrong, and there's a woman, Rachel, here, who'll tell me if I'm wrong, yell at me if I am. But I think you can do that with Citi now. With I think you can do it with Coinbase wallets. I think you can do it with Visa.
But it has nothing to do with crypto. I mean, these are, one of the things that I think the crypto world is tumbling onto is that people actually don't want non-reversible transactions. That if you're carrying a significant part of your net worth in some wallet in your cell phone, and then some criminal drags you into an alley and puts a gun to your head and says, get out your cell phone, transfer all your crypto to me, that you want to, or transfer
God, I had not even thought about that.
Transfer ownership of your house.
Yeah, okay.
Under those circumstances, you really want to go to a trusted third party that can reverse that transaction. You convince them that the transaction was mistaken or fraudulent or coerced, and reverse it. And that's what people want. Okay, and a big part of the value proposition for credit cards is that you have some fraud insurance. And so until people are realizing that the founding principle of Bitcoin is something that people really don't want. And I went to a Federal Reserve conference recently on the future of payments, and was struck by the fact that actually the use of crypto for payments is decreasing. Despite the fact that we did all this deregulation, the amount of consumer use of crypto for payment purposes is actually going down. They prefer, Zelle-type convenience, which ultimately relies on a trusted third party in case things go off the rails. And so I think that's one of the things that we will look back on this period in retrospect.
Does stablecoin strengthen the dollar globally? I mean, there's been this view that we've sanctioned so many countries and people around the world that it's part of what's driven the BRICS to say, hey, we need to end the reserve currency status of the dollar, put together new baskets of currencies. And then we have now, digital currencies being, traded. We've got crypto. Does stablecoin kind of a surreptitious way of reasserting the dollar globally?
No, I think, look, we've talked to significant foreign entities. A lot of them are looking to diversify out of the dollar, and if you ask them why, it's because of the behavior of the Trump administration. They used to depend on the United States in many ways that they've learned they cannot anymore. And it's going to take us generations to attempt to repair that, and I don't know if we truly will be able to. I had a representative of the Japanese embassy in earlier today, and we had a very frank discussion about how they can't really trust the nuclear shield of the United States anymore because of things that have been said by our sitting president.
So are they going to get their own nuclear weapons?
It is we have expended a lot of...
That would be big news.
Yeah, we have expended a lot of political capital in the past stopping very advanced nuclear weapons programs in South Korea, in Japan, in Taiwan. I'm talking about like 20, 30 years ago, all right? And it makes the arguments we made then successfully are much harder to make now.
Well, at one point, it's a very interesting point, because at one point Henry Kissinger called Japan, the most advanced non-declared nuclear weapons nation.
Sure, yeah,
well,
they have a
not that they had
huge
weapons,
inventory.
but they had the most weapons-grade plutonium in the world.
Yep, which was a strategic asset.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they shipped it out. Now,
if you just look at what we've done, and it's not only the Trump administration, the Obama administration, and the Europe. Ukraine gave up the world's third largest nuclear weapons inventory in return for a promise of territorial integrity. All right, and the fact that we threw them under the bus is a lesson that has been learned. And if you look what happened to Gaddafi, all right, who also gave up his thing, and so when he got in trouble, we just let him, twist slowly in the wind and die the way he died. If I was in Obama's position at that point, I would have said, you are a complete scum of human being, but you gave up your nuclear program, so here's the keys to a villa in Switzerland for the rest of your life. That there should be, that is a mistake that the whole world made back then.
Real quick, I love making like old historical references that half the room doesn't remember because they're too young. But in April 2000, cover of Wired magazine, Bill Joy wrote an article. Did you read Wired back then?
Oh, occasionally. I was busy building.
You were a
my
Scientific
business.
American guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, and a Popular Mechanics.
Physical
maybe.
Review.
Yeah, but he wrote an article called "Why the Future Doesn't Need Us," and his prediction was that advances in computing and biotechnology and nanotechnology were proceeding at such a rapid rate that either an accident or a purposeful demonic act by someone would create mass casualty realities for humankind at that time. Do you think you're the new Bill Joy, and do you think the future needs us?
Well, I think there are real risks. I mean, probably the biggest short-term risk is that some bad guy or depressed suicidal person will take advantage of the fact that these large language models are very good at biotechnology to engineer a virus. This is the standard fear, and it is really scary. The single scariest new technology are these desktop gene synthesizers, where you can just build whatever DNA or RNA you think you need for some purpose. And there are controls supposedly being built into some of these that are being built in the West, and I'm pretty confident they're not solid controls being built into Chinese-made equipment that can do this. There's a famous problem that I think a Stanford professor gives his entering freshman class. He said, just imagine that every phone on Earth, there was an app pre-installed, and you open up the app and there's a button, and when you press that button, the world ends. How long would the world live? Okay, and the answer is some fraction of a second. And so, but the problem is when you have every depressed graduate student in biology has on their desk the ability to resurrect smallpox or create a new and worse virus, that is a risk we do not have under control. And
so, ladies and gentlemen, do not judge me. Do not judge me. But I always actually love my conversations with Bill Foster. Congressman Bill Foster from Illinois, thank you so much. Dave, my friend, have a good trip. Have a good trip. Thank you for doing this. Congressman Foster decided to come over here on very short notice and join us today.
Now we've got a fantastic and very meaningful session. One of the things that I just really think, we need to really think our paradigms about youth, about workforce, about how we create new opportunities for those coming out of high school into things. And it's beginning to happen in a big way. And we were very proud to work with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and the College Board on something recently. We're going to have a really great session here. So I want to welcome to the stage Kingsley Nwogo, who's a 17-year-old senior at Charles H. Flowers High School in Springdale, Maryland. So good to have you. And then let me also invite James Schenk, who is president and CEO of the Penn Fed Credit Union, and also Diana Rothschild, who's vice president of the Strategic Reach and Resource Partnerships at the College Board. So thank you. So have a seat. And Kingsley, I know you're gonna take it off. Share a little bit about some of your thoughts.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody.
God, I haven't been able to get them to talk back to me all day.
I think they're still sleepy. But I am a senior at Charles Herbert Flowers High School in PG County, Maryland, not too far from here. I just wanted to come by and share a couple remarks about myself, about the things I've done, and just to give you guys a high school student's perspective on this interesting turn of events we have. To start off, to give you a brief backstory of who I am, I am a PG County native, born and raised, and my interest in tech overall started with James Bond. I grew up watching his movies, thinking I would become a secret agent just like him, driving exotic sports cars and going on covert operation missions. And that's what inspired me to start pursuing cybersecurity. As a result, I took the advanced placement cybersecurity course at my local high school, and it allowed me to do a lot of things that I'm very passionate about. I like working with my hands a lot, and in that classroom, I was able to work on virtual machines, wire my own networks, set up computers from the ground up, and that's a lot of stuff not many high school students have the privilege to do, That's why I'm glad College Board is continually unveiling new courses that allow students like me to pursue different things. Thank you.
Did you want to be a villain or did you want to be a good guy? I've always wanted to be a James Bond villain myself.
I think I definitely want to be a good guy. The good guy always wins in the end,
Okay, great. Well, thank you for sharing that with us. And I did want to talk about it because, I'm going to ask James and Diana to talk about this in a moment. But I think that, what we're trying to get at is, in my view, this is Steve Clemons' editorial view, we've been far too rigid to some degree in structures when it comes to what do we do with our talent? How do we make the talent more nimble? How do we deal with some of the challenges in the economy right now? I asked Cecilia Rouse earlier, the president of Brookings, whether or not we were careless with youth in the past because we had so many. And now our population, our number of 18-year-olds is shrinking in the country, and whether or not, the resource is going to force us to look at, folks like Kingsley and others. So, Diana, let me just ask you, why did College Board make this move to sort of shake up what you were doing? I mean, you were always the SAT place.
Yeah.
And AP courses were a faster way into college, but it was kind of a structured place. So tell us how you become more nimble and change the game.
Yeah, it's a great question. So advanced placement was created 70 years ago. So just to take a step back, College Board is a 125-year-old nonprofit. Our members are higher ed institutions. And 70 years ago, those higher ed institutions came to us and said, we don't have a national way of knowing what students are learning because every state has their own rules about what is required for graduation. And so AP was founded 70 years ago. We now have 40 AP courses. And it was really a way for higher ed to start to influence high school education. As we've started looking at how things are moving over time, there's a bunch of different factors at play. One, students are increasingly disengaged. They're over more than half of students from a Walton poll recently, more than half of high school students feel like the work they're doing is not challenging. They're disengaged. We heard from some conversations earlier today, Steve, how people aren't learning how to read at the right rate. Grade inflation is definitely a thing. And kids are not necessarily getting prepared for their future. Secondly, the working world has changed. I think when you're sitting in school, you're like, oh, am I going to be a doctor, a lawyer, an engineer? Right. the number of industries that are growing and education has not kept up with the pace of that is tremendous. And so jobs that you think might exist are typically not even the jobs that will exist in the future. And AI, I think, is the biggest example of that right now. And so schools have not been able to teach cybersecurity and these skills that are most needed. And so these industries are going right now. CyberSeek last week had 500,000 early cybersecurity jobs not being filled. And then you look at students, and students are not necessarily as engaged in high school, and then a lot of them are choosing not to go to college right away. So 53% of high school seniors that graduated this past May chose not to go to a 4-year university right away.
Right.
Now, maybe they're going to a 2-year university, but at least 40% of high school seniors are not going into university right away. And so we looked at all this data, and then we looked at the fact that AP courses, just taking one AP course allows, like, there are many positive correlations between one AP course and your income. So by the time you're 30, if you've taken one AP course, your income is on average $16,000 higher per year. You have an 85% greater chance of going to college just after taking one AP course. The amount of rigor the amount of rigor and curiosity and learning that a student is given in that AP course helps them see a future for themselves. It helps them see that they have now some tools that they can take into their future. And that $16,000 a year, you run a credit union, like that compounds over time. And so when we looked at that, we said, okay, how do we get more kids to have the rigor of AP, but in a way that will give them career-ready courses? And so we're launching this fall AP Cybersecurity, which Kingsley took a pilot course of, AP Cyber Networking, and AP Business with Personal Finance.
So how many of you taken the little, mover at Dulles Airport from the main terminal to the C terminal? Put your hands up. Anybody done that? You see that long, stupid corridor you have to walk down because they didn't put it in the right place yet, and all the ads there. That's Penn-Fed corridor, right? So that's James Schenck, right? So he has given us the entertainment and the color of that very long walk that we make at Dulles Airport. James, you're a good friend, and I always love talking to you. I also want to just thank you for all the things you do for veterans. James does more for veterans in Washington than anybody else I know, but I just want to ask you point blank, what's missing with many of the young people and youth that you're hiring that you're trying to fix?
Dedication. So you're a runner. I think you've done a few marathons in your day. How many? Tell the crowd.
I was much thinner.
How many marathons have you run?
Before 1996, I've done 53 marathons.
53 marathons. Wow.
Yeah, it was an addiction.
I compete against 4,000 credit unions, 4,000 other banks and thrifts. So 8,000 competitors. So for me, human capital is everything.
Right.
At the entry level, the biggest challenge we see is that dedication, that pursuit of excellence. So knowing you're a marathon runner, I know you're willing to suffer a little bit of pain. You're willing to set up probably an 18 or 20 week plan in order to get ready for that peak performance day. You're going to put in the time and effort to complete that marathon, and not only compete. No. You were very competitive. Okay, you had great.
I was in 1996.
Okay,
yes.
Still very competitive. When we're hiring, what we're so excited about what College Board is doing. AP, for their many decades within the school system, have never succumbed to what's happening with either parent pressure or institutional pressure to lower the grading standards. So when they grade somebody a 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, it's done by thousands of readers. So as an employer, when I see somebody has an AP course completion and there are 3 or 4, that means something. It shows a student was willing to do a little more. If a student wants to ghost in high school, some of you were there, you're not going to sit in the back of the room and join an AP course. So you're sort of with like-minded individuals, like-minded runners that want to get ahead. And so that's why we're very excited at PenFed to partner with College Board, because we want this rolled out to 7 million high school kids, because I have folks showing up at a credit union, entry-level job. They don't know what an asset, a liability is. They can't tell you the difference between a balance sheet or a cash flow statement. So having management courses, personal finance courses, and cyber courses, everything we heard today is going to require those skills in the future. So we're excited about this partnership.
So, Diana, Kingsley just said that he was taking these cyber courses, which when I was taking AP courses in high school, there were no such things.
Yes.
What are some of the examples of the liberalization of the topic streams that you're doing? It used to be English, it used to be mathematics. Occasionally, if you were lucky, you had art. But that was, that was my universe of AP at that time. But I'm just sort of interested in, when you kind of look at, or maybe history. So when you're in the AP world now, I know there's business and there are other dimensions, but when you're kind of a young person looking at this, because we have a lot of employers, a lot of people, this room is filled with influencers, and I want them to know about this program. And I should also mention that what James and I did together at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce was almost simultaneously happening at chambers all over the country in partnerships with businesses. So what is the roster of?
Yeah, so there are 40 AP courses today that have been around for a while, and they span from the sciences to math, language, history, art. These are called AP Career Kickstart courses. There are 3 new courses: AP Business with Personal Finance, AP Cybersecurity, and AP Cyber Networking. AP Cybersecurity and AP Business launched this fall officially. Kingsley was part of the first pilot. We've been piloting these for a few years now, because we want to make sure that the assessments have the right results, and that the questions are being asked are accessible to everyone and also meet the needs of colleges, because these courses provide high school credit, college credit, and an employer-endorsed credential. These courses are a little different than a typical AP course, as Steve was mentioning. So these are project-based learning focus courses and work-based learning focus. So what that means is, Kingsley, you were sharing, you get to work with your hands in the cyber course, right? And you're given scenarios. There's a scenario where you're on a naval submarine and your systems need to be impenetrable. There's a scenario where you're a farmer. Your water does not turn on one day. You realize someone has hacked the code. You need to go into the code, change it so that your water starts working again. So it also is a chance for students to really explore different careers. Like, you think cyber, that's only what IT people do and sit in front of screens. Actually, you could be on a naval submarine, you could be in the military, you could be a farmer, all touching cyber. So we're focusing on how do we help kids explore career potential, and how do we help them do it in a very hands-on learning way. The business course, you actually come up with a business idea. You get to be an entrepreneur. So we talk about reigniting the American dream and thinking about how to do that. Entrepreneurship and personal finance are a key part of that. And then every section of the business course is like a mini MBA. You have finance, you have accounting, you have marketing, you have HR. You bring those back to your business plan, and when you're doing the next version of your pitch, you're integrating what you just learned in each of those sections of the course. We're partnering with business plan competition groups like DECA and Future Business Leaders of America, with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and local chambers. We've gotten just shy of 500 letters of support from 500 companies on business as well as cyber and networking, which is very, very cool. And so there are companies like PenFed that are saying these skills are needed, we want these skills, and we are willing to prefer students that have these credentials in our hiring.
Kingsley, what do you think? So you've said what's good about the program, what's not good?
So I would say for students that wouldn't be so STEM-driven, I, for one, am very STEM-driven. My whole high school career has been tailored to do something in the STEM field. I picked my high school because it offered so many tech classes and the likes. For someone not so interested in STEM, I would say it could be very boring at first. It's something completely different from what you're used to. It's not a regular class of, you just sit down and your teacher lectures you for an hour and you have homework to take home day after day after day. No, the class is very different. It's almost like you have to learn a new language to understand it at times. However, it's not always like that. There's so much collaboration that you do, and the people around you can make or break your experience as a whole. Because you're constantly thinking of how to solve problems in very different ways and constantly communicating your ideas, just brainstorming with one another, you will have the opportunity to just grow and see how people think and other people work. And that goes farther than just the class, because in the real world, you need skills of how to communicate with people, how to articulate your ideas properly, how to showcase what you can and can't do. So there's a lot to gain from the class as a whole.
How many other people are like you in that program, that you know of that, sort of have your same shtick?
There's a good number of us. We're definitely a minority, but there's a good number of us.
Mm-hmm. James, when you're kind of looking at youth, like Kingsley in this space, as we're sort of looking at the American growth question, right? We've been, struggling with, I don't know much of the programming today, AI coming, you sort of see a transformation, you see the tsunami depending on who you talk to, but a real tsunami of change coming. And I'm just interested in how people in communities and firms keep up with what's about to hit, if it's going to come, as I think, or is it, we're going to be okay with the people we have. I'm sort of interested. Kingsley's a young person. I'm also interested in incumbent workers. How we upskill those folks and deal with them. So as a CEO, how do you navigate that human talent question?
There's always going to be a human in the loop, and it's really now about culture. I spend a lot of my time as we lead to agentic AI at PenFed. You're going to be able to call us literally within the next few weeks, and you won't talk to a human. The latency is gone. You'll think you're talking to a human, but it'll take your application, it'll give you the rates, it'll process your loan, it'll give you an instant decision. But the human's going to have to be there, just like a manufacturing machine, because AI does drift, and it's going to have to manage and lead. And so I need like 10 Kingsley. So I always tell the employees I hire from, whether they've been with me 1 day or 40 days, I need to hire people so talented, they're going to be hired 10 other places. Capital One wants them, Citi wants them, Goldman Sachs wants them. I want well-educated students.
You call them and say, screw you, I got them?
I just work very hard to motivate and inspire, to give them a mission bigger than themselves. Because when he comes on board at PenFed, he's going to have oral and written communication skills, he's going to have cyber skills, he's going to have ability to reason and to solve problems. AI is not a solve-all. AI makes a lot of mistakes. Just like a manufacturing machine printing out a part, Six Sigma all came around trying to control the output and get it within certain statistical samples, right? Certain parts are bad. Certain AI code is bad. Humans are always going to be part of the solution. What we need to do is recruit the best and the brightest to make sure they have good academic tickets, because if they have a good academic ticket, and whether they've been with me for 40 years or been there 1 day, they're going to continue to learn. The big challenge for me is, and what I hear from, like I sit on the Wall Street Journal CEO Council, a lot of firms' employees are sabotaging AI initiatives. Newsrooms have been literally 40 to 60% of their staffs have been gutted over the last 24 months. People are scared of AI. We have to show our employees, I'm going to be able to grow from a $30 billion firm to a $60 billion firm by hiring very smart talent. But instead of hiring 2,000 more employees when I scale, I might only need 400 more. But we're not using AI and technology to reduce the workforce to save money. We're using it to provide a better member experience, because what our members want is they want it fast, they want it clear, and they want kindness in whatever's communicated with them, and they want accuracy. AI solutions, when you're applying for, it is very consistent. It is very standardized. You call any financial institution that has, say, 4,000 agents, you might get 4,000 slightly different answers. You call the IRS to get a tax question, you're going to get 60% different answers. AI is going to really help standardize the answers, but that doesn't eliminate the human in the loop to make sure it's being done right and it's providing the solution that the firm, whatever industry it's in, is doing to meet their end consumers' needs.
Diane, let me ask you a tough question. I talk to a lot of CEOs, and they will say without a doubt, and they're not just talking about public schools, but they're talking about in general, American education has been part of the country's problem when it comes to getting us where we need to be in terms of the economy, who we're producing, et cetera. College Board kind of lays on top of everything that's out there, and you're kind of optional, right? You're kind of maybe you're sort of out there and have this, but you see what works, what doesn't work, and I'm also interested in how technology is changing education. We hear a lot about patient-centered healthcare. What about student-centered approaches that AI and other kinds of things can do? Do you see any best practices or new norms in that educational interaction with what a young person's next steps are that helps you understand who's going to, how to take people that might not be on the success track and get them on the success track?
Yeah, I think that's what AP Career Kickstart is doing, right? We're going into the CTE side of education. So high schools have 2 tracks, generally a general education track and a career technical education track. And we're able to go in. And when you look at the CTE world, it's pretty incredible. Over half of the students in CTE go to college. And so the career technical education community is so excited about these courses because those kids have never gotten access to college credit. And so now they're going to be able to they have a business course in CTE, they have a cyber course, but now they're excited to replace it with AP Cyber and AP Business. Not for everyone. Some schools want it for the students that are going to have more of that rigor and that curiosity. I think what's most exciting about the CTE world is that it already is very hands-on. It is project-based. It is work-based learning focused. And so a lot of those parts of high schools have access to employer partnerships, have access to internships, apprenticeships with local employers. And so being able to be part of that is going to hopefully reignite and foster even more creativity for students. There are so many bright spots in this country, and I would say that AP teachers in general are an absolutely incredible community of teachers. They are dedicated, they're focused, and what they really, from what we're hearing, love about these new courses is that it provides a structure and framework, and then this assessment at the end of the year, not only to help students with the hard skills, how to code, how to wire circuits, how to think about making systems impenetrable, but also the durable skills. So your point about dedication and problem solving and collaboration and communication, these new courses really focus on that. And that's where I think we will sort of partner best with AI.
I love how intergenerational we are today. And then we have young people. Kingsley, have you ever heard of AOL?
I have not.
Oh my God. I saw Steve Case.
So, I want to have a learning moment here. AOL made everything you're doing in your entire professional career possible. And the guy who helped create AOL, Steve Case, just arrived. So as we think about the American economy, we think about the digital world, we think about the third wave that's coming that we're in the future. We're gonna have Steve Case in a minute, but I always like to remind people that Steve Case changed it all. But Steve, you got to do some marketing with the younger generation, on the TikTok. So it really matters. But I look at Steve and I sort of say, wow, back in 1998, 99, 97, when I first met Steve, and we were looking at how technology was going to shape it. We're like back in that moment, right? Everything is going to change. And it's just such a dynamic, I think, crazy, risky moment in some ways. But James, as you look at it, I mean, as you look at the future of credit unions, you look at the future of this, are you scared?
Not at all. I'm excited. I'm glad you mentioned Steve Case, because I don't know him very well.
You know AOL? Did you know AOL?
I was dialed up in my dorm room and
good.
Getting my Bloomberg.
How many discs did you have?
Bring the disc home from the supermarket. You probably wouldn't recognize that.
Oh God, Kingsley, we got to get you
But it really ties into
videos.
your interview this morning with the CEO of Provalus, hiring from urban areas. I think Steve's over the last few years, has really proven in America, it doesn't have to come out of Silicon Valley or New York.
Yeah.
There's great talent, and what they're showing in the IT world is you can get great talent if you have good programs anywhere in America. And so I'm excited about America. I'm excited about the future. In 1935, when Penn Fed first opened, we just had branches. By the 1970s, we had our first 800 number. If we didn't have an 800 number, we would have fell behind. In the early mid-90s, 95, 96, World Wide Web came out. We had our first website. We evolved. I remember when the first person showed up in my office with think about it, an iPhone. That was only 20-some years ago. And it had 4 apps on it. Now there's millions of apps.
I resisted the iPhone.
We evolved, right? We evolved. And so that's why AI, there's no going back. It's there. It's how you embrace it, how you use it to provide value. It's providing the right governance, the right privacy, but it's all around these young students who are going to lead America in the future, and they're out there, and they're hungry. But the key is for professors and CEOs and line employees to mentor those around them. Nobody gets ahead. Very few get ahead by themselves. They need somebody to encourage them, give them a goal. I bet you were pushed when you were in college to run. You had some other runners that ran with you. Said, Steve, you can run a little bit faster. That's the same thing students need. They don't need teachers that are basically checked out. They need the business community saying, I want to hire the best and the brightest. They get the College Board AP credential because I know they're going to be dedicated and I know they're going to help us grow in the future. They're going to provide solutions so my members have a better car loan rate. They have faster access to information on their accounts. They have the security they want so their account's not hacked. And then the bad side of AI is making sure we have the right defenders, making sure our systems are safe, especially dealing with the military community and national security community, that we don't get hacked and that money doesn't get moved, because trust is everything in financial services. So I'm very bullish on the future because folks like Kingsley and others that are going to take courses like this and join the American workforce.
Diana, are enough companies involved?
We honestly just launched our employer partnerships team a few months ago, so in February.
That's an unfair question.
So we're off to a good start. We can always use more, and companies can support in a bunch of different ways, from signing a letter of support so that when we apply for industry-recognized credentials in every state in this wonderful country, we have an employer signal, an employer saying, We, PenFed, believe this is needed, and that helps with those applications, all the way to thought leadership. James has been incredible, such an incredible partner. Working, hopefully we can do some great work with Provalus and figure out how we can solve the sort of rural crisis and bring education at that level to rural America, which I think is so needed. All the way to like mentoring, doing mock interviews. PenFed, we've been working with them on if a student applies for a role at PenFed and has one of these credentials, James is considering automatically screening them. So those kids do not need to sit in the black box of resume drop and hope something wonderful happens, because they're already signaling that they have these hard skills and durable skills. So we would love more companies to partner with us.
Well, I'm really happy that we had the three of you up here, because I always think that the sort of, it's easy to get lost in algorithms and data and tech and finance and all of this stuff, and it can become, it's exciting, but it can also be sterile. And so thank you for correcting that problem and making it human. We have my friend Jarrod Bernstein about to come up here, and I remember before he became, the great and mighty Jarrod Bernstein, he used to be this labor economist that I knew. He's a really nice guy back then, easily accessible. He's now become really, really super important. But he always, would talk about real people and what was happening on the ground with real people. So I want to thank you so much for joining us today. Kingsley, I wish you great luck in your career that you're chosen, and I'm sorry that you chose a superhero model instead of a villain. I think you'd be a great villain. Kingsley Nwogo, thank you so much. James Schenk, President and CEO of PenFed Credit Union, and of course Diana Rothschild, Vice President of College Board. Thank you all very much for joining us. Thank you, man. Thank you. Always good to see you.
Thank you. That was so fun. Thank you.
Oh, I love you guys. Somebody bring me a protein bar. No, I'm holding up. So this is fun. I mean, I am actually energized by the day, and I hope you are too. You folks in the back, I'm going to tell you, I would come take a chair, come get a chair. You're welcome to. You can walk right in front of the camera, but you'll be seen by all of your family in Kansas, watching C-SPAN right now. But it's great. But let me welcome to the stage Jarrod Bernstein, who is the former chair of the Council of Economic Advisors and is also my favorite labor economist ever. Jarrod, good to see you. Thank you so much. Oh. Okay, this is, I don't know, is this pay for play? Yeah. I don't know. How are you, Jarrod? Good to see you. Have a seat. Thank you so much for joining us. We had Cecilia Rouse here earlier. We're going to have Peter Cherukuri in a little bit. Everybody, I like the job you have. I'm not smart enough to have had it, but, we're sitting here talking about American growth, the U.S. economy, and it's in a global context. But, you and I have been talking, I think, for decades, and I want to out you on a few things. I think Jarrod and the current National Economic Advisor to the President, Kevin Hassett, once wrote a fascinating paper on opportunity zones in the country, looking at how to, frame and do opportunity zones. I was, very privileged to be the first interviewer of Jarrod and Kevin on stage together. Kevin had co-written this book called Dow 36,000, and everybody said he was a nut job. About, thinking the Dow would ever hit 36,000. Turns out he underestimated. I also, they had Senator Tim Scott and Senator Cory Booker as the first two sponsors of this deal, which you had tried to spare. So you were very bipartisan. You were a thought-driven, pragmatic policy person on moving the economy forward, and that's what our goal is today, to look at what our blind spots are, what the opportunities are, and what the danger points are. Okay. So as you sort of look at it, I'm not asking you to carry the burdens of all the other stuff you've done, but what do you think the opportunities are right now?
Well, first of all, it's great to be here with you and with everyone. And I was thinking as I was standing there looking at you that you're aging a lot better than I am somehow. So maybe it's that diet.
If you trim your eyebrows, you'll look younger.
Oh, damn it. I wish I'd known that earlier. Well, I think the opportunities are very much on the side of productivity growth, and I obviously...
Is that AI?
Well, I was trying not to say AI in the first 30 seconds I got out here, but obviously that's an area where there's a lot of optimism about additions to productivity growth, and the quantifications of those numbers are really striking, and including by people who are really usually pretty sober. So is it
a way of saying productivity growth is promising there is that people are screwed?
Well, so That's definitely the other side of the equation. And I would say, I don't know how many people in this room are excited about AI, but I'm going to postulate the following. That if you pick a person out of an urn in Washington, D.C., and you ask them how they feel about the prospects of the future for vis-a-vis AI, and you do the same thing for someone out there and outside, far enough outside the Beltway, you're going to get a pretty different view. And I think that your question is well taken. There's excitement and there's concern and dread. And of course, the dread is that instead of being complementary to you as someone in the workforce, it's substitutable. In other words, you can be displaced by it. At this point, we don't have a lot of evidence one way or another, but there's a great deal of nervousness, of course, especially about people who did the right thing, played by the rules, did a lot of what you just described on your earlier panel, and are nervous now about job prospects. In fact, we do see quickly rising unemployment rate for new college grads, and that is an area of real concern.
I want to ask you a question, taking off your political hat for a minute. It's very, very interesting because we've been at this for so many years where there used to be an ideological tension between a kind of neoliberal take on trade policy, investment policy, no capital controls in the world, et cetera, and a kind of, a more micro-oriented. I had a discussion recently, a side discussion, I don't think it was off the record, with Secretary Bessent, and he said, he was just joking, he said, I spend most of my time explaining the macro to the micro. And I don't really know what that means, but I laughed.
Sounds good.
But I sort of think, between those that have a more economy-oriented take versus those that were micro. And I always saw you when I knew you when I worked for Senator Bingaman in the 90s as someone who had a very good dexterity and literacy with the micro. And you worried that these macro trends could really, harm micro realities in a way. And you worked with a lot of people, Larry Summers and other people who had a very different orientation. Were you surprised that a lot of people that came into the Trump administration actually shared a lot of your early views about concern on the worker level?
Yeah, I remember Kevin himself, who Kevin Hassett, potentially the next Fed chair, saying to me, boy, I wish we had listened, and I don't want to say to me, but to the Economic Policy Institute, which is where I started. Right. That was one of the first groups that was...
Yeah, they're your biggest fans now.
Yeah, well, they were one of the first
Take
groups
them off the shelf.
That recognized the downsides of globalization, just like we were talking about the downsides of AI. And it's instructive, because if we don't prepare for the downsides of AI, we could be hit with the same disruptions we have suffered for decades by not preparing for the downsides of globalization. And for the record, I'm a huge booster of international trade, but I think this macro-micro...
You're a booster of international trade, but you were a guy who always liked tariffs, too.
Well, targeted, not sweeping. So targeted, yeah. All day long, if somebody is trading unfairly and they're dumping rubber tire grade 4 on your economy, go ahead and tariff the heck out of them. This sweeping approach, I think, is more destructive. But the point is that if, one of the words I dislike most in economics is transition. And that's kind of a curse word, really, which is when you hear an economist say, well, there'll be a transition. We'll have an intense period of globalization, an intense period of technological change, and how's it going to affect working people? Well, they'll transition to a better place. That just is another way of saying a bunch of people are going to get screwed, but they don't really have the political power for us to care much about it. So what I've always tried to do is to maximize the benefits from the kinds of large technological and global forces while being mindful and trying to help people get on the right side as opposed to on the wrong side. And that's the macro-micro, where, to me, that's where you want to be.
And there was also a tension. I just want to sort of get it because I do want to get into some of your views of where we're going with some of the economic policies now. But, during the 2008-2009 financial crisis, you had essentially corruption in the marketplace. You had, the sky falling. And you had this interesting juxtaposition of a lot of people that were all of a sudden underwater in their mortgages all around the country for an event that was not their doing at all. That was not part, they were not complicit in any of the evil doing and, policy making or loan decisions. But then you had other people that were part of the destructive direction, and
they got bailed out.
They got bailed out. Not only did they get bailed out, they got bailed out by taxpayers. But at these firms, there were at least more than 5,000 people in these firms that got $1 million or more bonuses in that year. I remember that moment, and I just said, wow, this is going to haunt the political system.
Yeah.
And it was the Democrats that were responsible for that situation. Do you think that was navigated correctly? And do you think those tensions between sort of a Wall Street oriented elite are still in place? And do you need to have a kind of different? I mean, I think to give them credit, I think to some degree what's driving a lot of what the Trump administration is doing, not everything, because I think they have their own meme coins and all that, and that's a whole nother conference. But I think at the same time, when you look at the tension between those in the street with their homes, workers and others, I'm just wondering if those tensions still exist.
I think those tensions exist, and I think they're probably more amplified than we realize. We obviously have a large private credit system. Back then it was shadow banking, now it's private credit. We don't have the kinds of eyeballs into some of the risks there that we'd like. I think that what happened, and you're right, we could have a conference about this, but the bursting of the housing bubble and the subsequent implosion followed by bailouts to get the credit system back up and running. And I was in the Obama administration back then and was, my fingerprints are on those rescue policies. I think that's actually...
I always thought you were the minority view, though.
This is a good example of where I try to wear these different hats in different worlds. I recognize that if you don't have a flowing credit system, it's like, a physical body that doesn't have blood pressure. And so you had to get that system back up and running. And what that meant was you had to actually help a lot of people who had brought the system down. And the problem in economic terms, talk micro, is moral hazard. And the time you worry about moral hazard is not in the middle of the crisis. You don't have that luxury. It's before the crisis starts. And that actually gets to your question. So one of my favorite economists in the context of what you're asking about is the late, great Hyman Minsky. And Minsky, who was a banker, but also an economist, invented this idea of the Minsky cycle. And the idea would be that as the expansion proceeds, the bubbles and the reckless finance that brought down the last expansion fades in the rear view mirror of our memory, and we start deregulating, and we start underpricing risk, and we start embedding systemic underpriced risk into the economy. I kind of see that happening now, and every day I pick up the paper. It's not on the front page. It's on page B3 of the Wall Street Journal. Here's another capital requirement that's been taken down. Here's another asset that is not being, in my view, properly monitored in terms of its risk. And of course, I've written had an op-ed in the Times a few weeks ago suggesting that AI investment looks awful bubbly. So I worry that the Minsky cycle is in play again, and that we are once again looking at underpriced risk.
So I hear that. I also know that you think a lot about labor and workers and whatnot, how to basically think about the backbone of the economy on that front. Yep. Take where we are today. What would be, a package of 2 or 3 or 4 of the most important labor helping, labor-oriented policies that you think would be smart to put in place?
Well, my work in job markets, labor, a lot of the things you associate me with, has a lot to do. And, I worked for Joe Biden for many years. One thing that he will always underscore is bargaining power, bargaining clout. So anything that helps workers have more bargaining power is going to raise the likelihood that they'll get what I would call their fair share of the growth they're helping to create. Decades ago, Larry Michel and I made a graph showing how productivity was rising, but median compensation, which used to go up with productivity, was flatlining while productivity was rising, and that's just another way of talking about inequality. If you improve worker bargaining clout, those gaps tend to close. So one of the policy changes we need to make in this space is to allow more sectoral bargaining. Other countries, all of which have higher union densities than we do, have more sectoral bargaining, and so that's something that you really can't do in this country. So that's something I would put in place. The next thing I would do, though, would be to really lean into affordability. Obviously, this is a word you've heard a lot about these days, and I think rightfully so. I think the president is interesting on this.
Did you come up with that on your own, or
yes,
was it focus group tested?
No. I think that the American people came up with that word. And remember, I was there in 21, 22, going out to the cameras in the White House talking about, hey, we just got an inflation report that was 4% instead of 9%. Isn't that great? And everyone was saying, no, that's not great, because people were upset about the level of prices, and they still are.
They would shove you out in front of the camera.
Well, yes, this was that has been my fate. I remember back in the Obama years, we had, right when we got started, we had a month where job losses, the negative, was negative 800,000. That happened. That would have been, one of the first months of the Obama administration. I had to go out to the cameras, and David Axelrod, I was just sitting there very hangdog, like, what the hell can I say? And Axelrod patted me on the back and he said, get out there, Bernstein. Anybody can sell good news. I don't know why. I should have said, why don't you go ahead? I think if you want, so yes, I think on the wage side, low unemployment, strong union bargaining, that's all helpful. But I think people are struggling with housing, with healthcare, with utilities, groceries, and all of those. Groceries is a hard one, but all of those other, childcare, are very much amenable to policy reforms. And I've been working with a lot of folks to articulate those.
What do you, when you kind of think at that level and you think, the world of AI coming and tech coming, is it going to be the same old story, or is this a different moment in terms of the scale? I mean, I've got Steve Case coming up shortly, and, I do think 1998, 99, I knew you when I was in New America. We got $1 million from the Markle Foundation to go talk to Americans about how their lives were going to change from broadband. And I sort of wonder, are we now at another point where everything is going to change and we need to conceptualize just how the social contract's going to change and how our identity is going to change? Bill Foster was up here and he's very pessimistic about what it will do to people's sense of self-worth.
Yeah, AI is the thing we say most about and know least about. That ratio is asymptotically growing. And so I think the right answer to that question is unknowable, but I'm not going to cop out, because the right thing to do when you have an unknowable question with a particularly fat tail risk at the end of it, which this is to hope for the best and plan for the worst. And what does that mean in this context? So let me hit you with an idea that maybe sounds a little radical. I hope not. It's something we've tried in this country before. But we need a national job guarantee program. We need a program that basically says to people, if it turns out that our worst fears are true and AI is massively displacing, and I can give you 5 people who say yes and 5 people who say no, then we need to have a way for you to quickly get back into the workforce and to do something productive and with dignity and with.
So this is a WPA-like thing?
Yeah, this is in the spirit of something like that. I mean, you and I are old enough to remember CETA, which was actually a lot more successful. That was a guaranteed job program in the 1980s. It was actually a lot more successful than people thought it was. And look, I'm not saying that this is the perfect solution. You'd much rather have markets generating adequate employment, and maybe we'll be okay with that. But just in case, we need to prepare for that. So that's something I'm working on with some colleagues.
What do you have the most fear about when it comes to the current trade policy of the administration?
That they're going to break the golden goose of international trade. That their understanding of the benefits of international trade is just really foundationally inadequate, and they're so over-focused on the costs that they're going to squander the benefits. And look, we're in a world where I just talked about affordability. The main lasting, ongoing solution to affordability shortfalls is greater supply. And one of the reasons we trade with other countries is to push out our global supply curve. Let me tell you about this from I think you'll relate. We came up in the same arguments here. When I came up arguing about international trade, everybody I fought with, and I was the skunk at every garden party, argued that the more international trade, the better. There are no downsides. Because why? Because everybody's a consumer. And anything that helps the consumer is something we should do all day long. My argument was no. Everybody's a consumer, but they're also a worker, at least if you're not retired. And so a trade policy that says everyone's a consumer and therefore we don't have to worry about workers is totally wrong-headed and will lead you to shocks, globalization shocks that will decimate important communities, and to a politics which we are enjoying today But conversely, a trade policy that argues everybody is a worker and nobody's a consumer is equally wrong-headed, and that's where they're coming from.
So I just, so I always try to basically walk in different shoes, different perspectives, and so when I think about it, we have Jamieson Greer here. I think if you have Jamieson up here, he's not against trade, international trade, but he's a believer in tariffs and rebalancing. And when I go back to the old EPI, Economic Policy Institute papers, I think I see a lot of the DNA of that view in the work that you folks did. If you were to step back, other than maybe Peter Navarro, whom I invited to speak today but couldn't make it, I mean, I see people basically, hey, we're not walking away from international trade, we're reframing international trade. So is the opposition to the Trump administration's trade agenda hyperventilating about some falsehoods?
So that's a really good caveat. And in fact, one of the things that I've been struck by is if you look at the trade data, you don't see all that much.
Right.
So you have a point. In terms of imports and exports and the trade balance, it all looks sort of the same. And so I don't want to hyperventilate, but I still think I'm fundamentally right in the following sense.
The data don't show it, but he's right.
Yeah, no, it's the data don't show it yet. So what I'm worried about is less the current state of trade flows. And by the way, when I say they haven't changed, I'm talking aggregates. If you look at our imports from China, they're way down. But if you look at our imports from other places, many of whom China is already trading with, so we're getting transshipments from them through those countries, they're back up. So, the trade balance is kind of the same. No, here's what I'm worried about. And again, your caveat is well taken. I am worried that we are screwing up international relations in a way that's going to hurt us in terms of a level of international cooperation that I believe is positive for growth and for our future. So it's less about trade flows at this point and more about international relations. Now, look, if you're talking to Jamieson Greer, they really have said that they want the trade deficit to go to zero. I mean, I'm not making that up. They've said that. Now, maybe they don't mean it, but they've said that. And that, they haven't accomplished that, which is good. But in part, your argument is saying, well, hey, Jarrod, they haven't been able to do what they said they're going to do, so isn't it okay? And, that's worrisome to me.
What's the last thing you want to leave this audience with that's very interested in the future of American growth on one thing we need to get right?
I don't see how we can have the kind of future that probably everybody in here wants to have with the dysfunctional politics with which we're suffering. We didn't even talk about the unsustainable fiscal path we're on, and that's okay.
I had other people do that.
Yeah, okay, well, and I've been a fiscal dove forever. So
no, I know. I had Maya McGuineas up here. You guys have been arguing forever, but now you're on the same page.
Now that I'm a little hawkish, that should tell you something. But and this is not a R versus D thing. This is very much a bipartisan thing. Is that I don't see. I suspect that probably we will all share this sentiment that we need a much more functional politics if we're going to have the economic outcomes that we would probably all agree we want.
Well, I just want to thank you for a lifetime of service. You've been able to wrestle with lots of different things. I've always seen you engage with anyone with ideas, no matter what side of the aisle they're on. And again, I really valued that time. We were, working with Kevin Hassett and all this. But ladies and gentlemen, Jarrod Bernstein, former chair of the Council of Economic Advisors. Jarrod, thank you, man. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Okay, how many of you have heard of AOL? How many of you have not heard of AOL? How many of you have heard of AOL? Show your hands. Okay, come on up. Come on up. Steve Case, one of my heroes. Steve, thank you so much for joining us. I know you scrambled from New York. You were at the, the Deal Book?
Yeah.
Which this is better than Deal Book.
Well, you're kind of like Andrew Ross Sorkin. The fact that you do these interviews back to back, it's exhausting just to watch.
Yeah,
And I saw him last night at the dinner, and I said, so the next 2 days, are you going to just crash? He said, no, I have to be up at 4 in the morning to do, CNBC.
Do the show.
I was like, oh, geez. So
hey, I did two shows yesterday at dinner and a coffee house talk.
Anyway,
before I did this. But great to, Steve, tell our audience, we're with one of my heroes. When you sort of meet somebody, when I was in Washington at a fairly early stage, and I think some of the debates, ideological debates about economics, what you do about, I remember I worked for the Economic Strategy Institute, and the other big institute, some of you may be affiliated with, was Peterson Institute. There was really interesting high-stakes debates about how to run an economy at that time. What did globalization mean? That was the time of Bill Clinton. And you were building the platform on which all of these debates and businesses and economies were going on with AOL. But I don't want to stay in the past. You wrote a book a few years ago called The Third Wave, which was one of the most impactful books to me to sort of think about well in advance of the tech wave that's coming. And I would like you to start this, sharing with our audience, handicap where we are in terms of the tsunami of change you see coming, because I think we're always a bit slow to understand what's hitting us.
Well, I think I wrote that almost a decade ago, and the basic thesis was the first wave, this is obviously focused on the internet and technology. The first wave was just getting everybody online. AOL and others were part of that. When we started, only 3% of people were online, so we had a lot of work to do to get America online. The second wave, once all that infrastructure was built, the on-ramps were built, was really building software and services on top of the internet. This is where Facebook and Google and other things kind of came out. They didn't have to worry about the connectivity, the infrastructure, because it was there. They could just build on top of it. And I said the third wave will be kind of when the internet meets the real world and it starts impacting big industries, transportation, financial services, healthcare, farming, you name it. But it would be different than the second wave because it would require more engagement on policy, because governments will play a role do and will play a role in these sectors, and will require more partnerships. It'd be harder to go it alone. And so that is obviously now happening. You see that kind of rippling across the economy with different sectors being reimagined, leveraging kind of technology, more recognition of the role of policy, including at least a half a dozen venture capital firms in the last year have decided to have a DC office. 10 years ago, they didn't want to come to DC. They thought it was kind of a waste of time, and now they realize that that policies are being formed that are going to impact different industries, and they kind of should be in the room where it happens. So,
does that worry you that government is rising on the radar screen of concern for businesses?
No,
because
I actually was worried that they were too separate. The innovators in Silicon Valley and the policymakers in Washington, Brussels, other places were not talking about what was happening and what was going to happen next, and as a result, policies could have been formed that were not optimal because they didn't have the broader set of information. So I actually was, urging some of the innovators, whether it be entrepreneurs or investors in places like Silicon Valley, to spend more time here. So I think it's a good thing that they're doing. Obviously, there's always a risk of it, too much of that and having, money influencing policy, things like that. That's a different discussion. But in general, as we're trying to make sure America continues to lead the way in this next wave of innovation, AI and other kinds of things, more engagement to figure out what's happening and what will happen, I think is positive. In fact, essential.
So the other reason I was excited for you to be here is, again, in this, as we're discussing so many different slices of the American economic pie, and what is American Growth Summit? Who should we have here? And what this? A very important part of this to me is entrepreneurs.
Right.
And you're the CEO of Revolution. You've invested over $2 billion into lots of companies. It's a lot of money because you invest a little bit. So either you've succeeded only a little bit or you've failed a lot. I don't know. You can help us with that. But $2 billion is a lot of money in all these places. But some of the companies who've invested are Clear, DraftKings. God, my friends are into DraftKings. Tempest, Kava, Sweetgreen, Anduril, which would be, and these are big names. There are many others out there. But my sense is that beyond the headlines of this is that the world of startups continues to be one that's challenged. If you go to the Kaufman Foundation, you see a lot of the drivers of the ecosystem around entrepreneurship just aren't healthy. And are you worried about that?
Well, I don't think I think there's room for improvement, but it's reasonably healthy in terms of the overall ecosystem of innovation.
What part's healthy? What's unhealthy?
Part of the part that still needs work, and we've been trying to do it with Rise of the Rest, the initiative we launched over a decade ago, made some progress, but there's still a lot of work.
So just so people know, Rise of the Rest is a super cool thing. If you're ever lucky enough to be in like Madison, Wisconsin, or any of the place Steve goes, there's this big. You still do the bus?
Yeah, occasionally.
Okay. What?
We don't do bus tours. I think we
You got out of bus
55
tours?
cities, and we kind of run out of places to go. But we go back to cities.
Go
So
back to
just
cities.
back to Atlanta.
Big bus.
recently,
We go on
right.
startup, kind of grinds and, walk through startup crawls. And they have pitches to places of the country that may have been flyover cities. We've got Mike Keogh of Provalus that's going to a lot of these flyover places and kind of reinventing, them into tech hubs and whatnot. But that's what Rise the Rest is. I want to know.
But the reason to focus on that, why it still needs focus, is, and you know this, but maybe not everybody does, that overwhelmingly venture capital goes to a few states. About 75% has gone to California, New York, and Massachusetts over the last decade. The other 47 states get the other 25%. And some big states like Texas and Florida are under 2%. Most states, Ohio, Michigan, et cetera, under 1%. California alone is 50%. And why does that matter? It matters because the data, and I didn't know this till about 15 years ago when I was asked to chair a White House initiative called Startup America, that the data shows that while small business is hugely important in our country, and large businesses, the Fortune 500 are hugely important in our country, they don't actually grow jobs as sectors because in small businesses, some are starting, but some are closing. Big businesses, some are growing, some are declining. The real leverage is new companies under 5 years old. The Kaufman data and others were really quite stark on this issue, which basically says it's like startups. So if you're not backing startups, you're not creating jobs. And if you're only backing startups in places on the coast like Silicon Valley and not in the middle of the country, you're going to create a lot of jobs and wealth there, and some of that will disrupt industries in the middle of the country. There'll be job loss in those places. So you've got to back entrepreneurs there to create companies there, to create jobs there and drive economic growth there, or a lot of people will be frustrated, left out, and left behind, which will impact our politics, and it has. And unless it gets more attention, it will get worse, not better. So there has been progress. There's more focus.
Has Rise of the Rest been getting sticky in terms
I think
of
we're
others
seeing
coming in?
a lot of different cities now focusing on what's happening, making it more of a priority from an economic development standpoint. In the last decade, 1,400 new venture firms have started in Rise of the Rest cities, which means there's small seed funds and venture funds in far more cities than there were 10, 15, 20 years ago. So that's a big positive. But so the progress has been made to try to level the playing field, have a more broadly dispersed innovation economy, and I think that's critical if we're going to continue to win and continue to fight battles in terms of innovation with China and other countries. We can't just be relying on a few people in a few places. We need everybody kind of on the field.
So a lot of this morning's discussion is focused on AI, transformation, productivity, what it means in a whole variety of areas. You've written a piece, that kind of looks at, hey, maybe there's going to be an AI pop. I remember Daniel Gross's book called Pop, and it was sort of a history of other booms, railroad booms, other kind of overinvestment in America. This still turned out okay, but you still had this massive rush of irrational exuberance into a field, and then it consolidated. And you're already saying, hey, maybe we're getting there pretty quickly. But you're interested in teaching us moments about what happened during the IT collapse, if you will. Not collapse, but consolidation.
In the case of the internet specifically, it had been developed by the U.S. government, more than half a century ago. Took a long time to build momentum, and then the 90s, particularly the late 90s, really took off. When it took off, suddenly everybody wanted to be online. Suddenly there was a ton of people wanting to start new companies, a ton of investment going into that, and it did end up being a dot-com bubble. And in 2000, things kind of crashed and corrected. In the case of AI, there's some similarities, but also some differences. AI, even though with the success of ChatGPT, having 100 million users in 90 days, which was sort of unprecedented, sort of like, ta-da, this thing came out of nowhere, actually been under development for 75 years. The first focus on AI, the first even calling it AI, some of the work in labs was 75 years ago. It was just baking in the oven a long time before it took off as a consumer phenomenon. So that's interesting. And the fact that it took us 9 years to get 1 million customers at AOL. And a few years later, we're adding 1 million customers every month. So sometimes these things just take a while and really take off. But the level of investment now in AI is extraordinary. Of course, there's going to be some, really bad things that happen. Some companies will end up being super successful and live up to their valuation. There'll be a correction at some point, whether it's a month from now, a year from now, 3 years from now, I don't know. But at some point, there'll be a correction. But the like the internet, the arc of what's happening in AI and how it's now shifting from a focus on sort of the large language models, which tend to be centered in big companies in Silicon Valley. It's, billions, if not tens of billions of dollars, sometimes hundreds of billions of dollars being funded there. That game is more concentrated with big tech getting bigger, which has some policy implications, and some new companies, OpenAI, Anthropic, a few that if you emerge and are raising 100 billion plus in capital, that's completely unprecedented versus the internet. When we started, in our first round, we raised $1 million. Over 7 years, we raised a total of $10 million. We went public. First internet company to go public in 1992. We raised $10 million, and so the amount of capital going into this is startling. And obviously, I'm also just a little bit jealous.
I think Meta is spending $60 billion.
The amount of money being spent is, but now people feel appropriately it's going to be transformative in terms of.
You think they're really spending that much money, or are they just saying they are?
Right now, they're saying they are. They have plans to, but some will back off depending on what's happening, what they see. Some may accelerate, but no, under any question, there's like tons of money going into this and tons of innovation happening. Now, the opportunity is beginning to shift from those large language models, where, as I said, it's sort of pretty concentrated with a lot of really big companies, to what some people think of as vertical AI, which is how AI impacts specific industries, healthcare, farming, or what have you. That's where the puck is going, and that can advantage different cities around the country, because my belief is expertise in these sectors, like healthcare, are going to be super important as you try to reimagine healthcare. And so, as that starts happening, there's opportunities to have a more dispersed innovation economy, including in AI, even though right now it tends to be pretty concentrated.
When you kind of look at the years you've been through this, and look at this moment. We've got Faryar coming up, and I should tell all of you. I want to tell you this in advance. We have an arrangement. I hope I expect everyone will do it. Our friends at C-SPAN, sorry you won't be able to see this next part. This next part, I promised Pierre, we're going to go off the record on that part, but I want to give you an opportunity to have an exchange with important. But I'm interested in what the government could do to screw up this moment. What can you get in the way? I mean, we're talking a lot of this with such a deterministic way that it's going to happen anyway. But I got to tell you, I mentioned it this morning, if I sit down with some major CEOs in this area, there's a fragility. There's a worry about European regulation. There's a worry about where China is. There's a worry about who has what chips, or whether we have enough power. All of this big vision that we're talking about has this. If you talk to Brad Smith of Microsoft, I think Microsoft is one of the companies that's leaning in to saying, hey, we want you to regulate part of this. And I'm wondering, well, he wants ethical AI. Does ethical AI beat unethical AI? There are a lot of fragilities in there, and we rarely talk about them. But I'm also interested in whether the government can do something to either help deliver well on this or to get in the way.
Well, I think the government does play a crucial role, including in basic research, which funded the internet, and continue to invest in basic technology is critically important. We backed away from that a little bit, so that's a concern. We need to make sure we're developing talent. How do we do that with our schools? How do we do that with immigration policy to attract people here, which also has been a challenging area. So we're at risk because we're not the magnet for talent around the world that we were, say, 25 years ago, and so we need to change that. And governments need to set the basic rules of the road so people know what the rules are in terms of how they should play. With the AI, and specifically, I think it is important not to over-regulate. What Europe is proposing is too much regulation that will likely stifle innovation in Europe and lead to innovation happening elsewhere. But I don't believe it should be, anything goes.
But a lot of people argue you can't beat China in the AI race without the US and EU being more tightly aligned. And so they worry that the EU not coming along could be a drag on our ability to succeed.
There is a risk of that, and I think figuring out what a more balanced policy maybe that, I think they're viewing us as haven't really declared in a specific way what our policy was, and obviously changes of administration lead to kind of but seem to others as kind of lurchy. And so what is a stable policy, which ultimately Congress needs to figure out what that is. And my guess is it will land somewhere in the middle, a lot less of a heavy hand of Europe, but something more than nothing. And so a somewhat light touch to make sure there's some guardrails. And the reason it's different with the internet, as I said, the internet took a long time to develop.
Right.
A long time to develop. And AI, because of what's happening now and the pace of innovation, the pace of deployment, the impact it's having, I think part of the reason why people, including me, think it needs to get more attention and figure out what is the right kind of balanced policy so we can innovate, we can lead the world with AI innovation in this country, which is critically important in terms of our economy, national security, a bunch of other things. But we do it in a way that recognizes some of the risks and doesn't say, let's don't worry about them or pretend that there aren't risks.
How many of your companies that you have invested in been touched, led, informed by very high-octane brains from other parts of the world that have come to this country?
No, huge. Again, this is a great country, and I'm proud of the citizens growing up here. Our education system does need to be rebooted. You were talking about some of that earlier, and you need to make sure we're teaching people the things that machines can't do in terms of creativity and kind of thinking outside the box and kind of entrepreneurial kind of skill sets and some of that more liberal arts kind of skill sets, even though that's sort of counterintuitive to a lot of people. So we need to make sure we're doing a better job of training our kids and retraining our workforce for the future. But we absolutely need to continue to kind of be this magnet for talent, as I mentioned. We can't continue to be the most innovative entrepreneurial nation in the world unless we also are this place that people want to come and start companies and scale companies. And the reality is the foreign students coming to some of our top research universities are down. I think that some of those people then go home, but some of those people stay, and some of them end up creating these huge companies which create tens of thousands of jobs, including like Google and Tesla and other companies have some of that history. So I think we do need to make sure we continue to win this global battle for talent and do it in a way that makes sure that we can continue to innovate. And as we come up this July on our 250th birthday as a country,
I know.
Some of that should be looking back and kind of thinking about how we got to now, but some of it also should be looking forward and saying, how do we keep winning? We kind of led the way with the agricultural revolution, led the way the Industrial Revolution, led the way with the digital revolution. Are we going to lead the way with the next revolution? And that it's talent and capital and culture and policy. All these things kind of blend together. That's what the secret sauce of the American economy has been.
Real short form. You and your wife. I don't think I'm getting any trouble here, but you and your wife. I love his wife, Jean Case, who does so much on leadership and women and whatnot in her own right. You go on these Winnebago trips, and you go off to, I think it's Winnebago. Is it Winnebago?
Not Winnebago, but it's the same idea.
It's not a Winnebago?
RV.
Is it like some foreign-made thing? No,
made in Indiana. Almost all Indiana is like Silicon Valley for RVs.
Okay, so you go in their RV.
Like 95%.
I thought it was Winnebago. And you go out on these soul-saving trips.
Winnebago's the same city.
But you are part of America's like ultra, upper 1%. Are you worried about the concentration of wealth in this country right now? I mean, Arno Penzias, who was a Nobel laureate, said, the internet was going to make dumb people dumber and smart people smarter. And I'm just worried, is this moment going to make rich people richer and poor people poorer?
I worry about the divide and worry it can get larger, which is one of the reasons Gene and I were among the earlier pledgers as part of the giving pledge, saying you're going to commit to giving the majority of your wealth away. So I do think it's important when you have success to figure out in your own way, in your own time, what are ways to give back. But it also ties in what we were talking before. How do you make sure this next wave of innovation, AI, robotics, et cetera, is more inclusive? More people in places feel like they're part of the future, helping to shape the future versus somebody else is doing it to them, and it's not going to end particularly well. So that's the other thing. How do you create more of that hope and opportunity for more people in more places?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you have no idea how lucky I feel that we dragged you down from New York, from Andrew Ross work, and I know he's fun.
It's not exactly. I had to come back. My office is a few blocks from here.
Okay, so you came down here anyway, not just for us.
Yeah.
But ladies and gentlemen,
I came down earlier to be with you,
Revolution CEO Steve Case. Thank you so much. Good to see you.
Thank you all.
Okay, we got to have some rules here, so we're going to tell our C-SPAN friends we're going to take a pause on that front. I want to thank all of our friends at C-SPAN for joining us thus far, and we're going to be back to you shortly. We are off the record for this session. We are back online. I just want to say hello again to our C-SPAN viewers. We are now at, I think we're around 2:30 p.m. It's been great. Everybody doing well? Having fun? Learning a lot? You know how much you'd have to pay for this at Harvard? Any university. This is like a teach-in, and it's been a fantastic day for me, and I hope it has been for you. We're now going to move to a great friend, somebody who's really been somebody who's moved the needle and opportunity for a lot of folks. But please welcome to the stage Javier Palomares, President and CEO of the U.S. Hispanic Business Council. Javier, thank you.
Hey, Steve. How are you, buddy? Good to see you.
Good to see you. So we're back on the record, and we're on with C-SPAN, and you know, you and I have known each other a lot, Tiny, talking about the economy, and you know, you wrestle this. You kind of represent Hispanic businesses, but really beyond that. I mean, when you're so big, you're also really talking about the U.S. economy. And I want to, something I didn't know about you last night is you're also a farmer. You have like an insane big farm.
Well,
that makes you no money.
By Texas standards, that is not a big farm.
3,500 acres is like.
But you know, to your point, the United States Hispanic Business Council, we represent about 4.5 million businesses throughout the country. And while we're very proud to advocate on behalf of men and women who happen to be of Hispanic descent, at the end of the day, we never forget, you know, every job we create, every product we manufacture, every tax bill we pay goes to benefit the American economy. And the only thing we're prouder of than being Hispanic is being American. So we see ourselves as American small business. And already we've had a number of organizations like I believe Fox Network and Newsweek and others refer to us as the leading advocate for American small business. And, you know, tip of the hat to you. You've recognized that about my community and our organization for years and have been a friend and has helped us kind of mainstream the story of our entrepreneurial community and what it means to this nation as we move forward.
So what's going well for you in the business front right now? I mean, we sort of talking about this feeling like a squishy time where a lot is changing and it's, you know, an opportunity particularly for entrepreneurs. But I'm, you know, interested in, you know, how you see that and you know, what are some of the red flags you see?
You know, there's puts and takes. You look at the pendulum swing. You know, not that long ago, we had an administration that was very draconian in its view toward the traditional energy space. You know, it was a very combative environment and relationship that existed between traditional energy companies and that sector and the administration, and they were absolutely in love with the clean energy space, right, wrong, or different. Pendulum swing to where we are now, it's the complete opposite. This administration, I think, has killed 318 clean energy projects throughout the nation, but is very much enamored with the traditional energy space. We play in both, and so there's puts and takes. What's concerning to me is the pendulum swings, is the inability to plan, to invest, you know, to continue to grow the business in a responsible fashion. It's hard to do that when you don't know what the midterms are going to bring, what the next presidential election is going to bring, et cetera.
What do you, I mean, I was just asking Pierre Jarrod about, you know, the Genius Act, you know, new fiscal and, you know, financial tools that are out there. You know, the Market Clarity Act, the market structure bill that, you know, is being discussed. So how do you see some of these new innovations in the financial space?
It is a boon to the American small business community when we see, you know, the advent of things like the Genius Act. One thing is clear.
Why?
One thing's clear to us. We either lead the way, we either take the lead and continue to lead, and create the structures that are necessary to drive this potential technology in the direction that it needs to go on a global stage, or the Chinese or someone else will take the lead for us, gladly. What I find very interesting, and we spend a lot of time, I literally just left a senator's office. We spend a lot of time working with the people and the policies that meet in the middle. You know, you mentioned the Genius Act. As you know, I did a Q&A with Senator Bernie Moreno, Republican from Ohio, and Senator Ruben Gallego, Democrat from Arizona. Now, these two guys could not be more opposite. But when it came to the Genius Act and the need and the real comprehension that this can be an amazing asset for our nation, they came together. They brought their peers to the table, and we, in very quick order, ended up with the Genius Act, which allows us to create the construct that drives this technology forward and keeps us in the game.
You know, you were telling us in a discussion I had with you recently. What's really interesting there's the banked world, and then that can be slow, can be costly. There can be transaction costs. Then there's the unbanked world that has some new opportunities that didn't have before. Right. Can you help us understand? Because I think one of the things that really struck me a few years ago, and I'm not knocking the bank, but I mean it was just the reality of what was true. At Bank of America, I like B of A, but at that time, many years ago, the smallest business loan that they were interested in at that level was $5 million.
Yeah.
I'm like going, geez, there's a lot of small businesses smaller than the $5 million business area. And then you found some innovations that would kind of move into that area. And it seems to me that things like, digital assets and whatnot have changed the financing and payment.
Absolutely.
Is that something that your Hispanic Business Council crowd is savvy about?
Absolutely. More so than I gave it credit. Small businesses are very much enamored with this notion of this third rail, if you will. The traditional banks, imagine you're a small business owner. Imagine you're a woman that's got a small business in a community like Los Angeles. And, there may be 3 or 4 avenues for financing. Bank of America, Wells Fargo, the usual suspects. They view the world from pretty much a pipe, if you will. And anything outside of that kind of risk factors, they're just not going to take a risk. But when you get into a world like the one we're entering now, with digital assets and people from all over the globe that could look at you and say, yeah, I'm willing to put a few dollars into that, all of a sudden, your ability to finance that piece of equipment or that new lease or hiring these 4 or 5 people to drive your company to the next level, it's just exploded. Now you have an opportunity on a global scale to attract the financing that heretofore was not even available to you. So yeah, our people are getting caught up as quickly as they can. They're very enthused about what they see because again, it will completely change access to finance, which if you look at a minority or especially a woman-owned business, that's the #1 challenge.
What's happening in your community with regards to what we're seeing on the immigration front and the de-immigration front and the ICE front and whatnot? Is it rippling through the Hispanic community?
Absolutely.
Is an area of vulnerability, concern? Is everybody walking around with passports and IDs?
Well, there's some of that. Look, the real
you have
fear.
Your passport?
The real fear is the uncertainty. Okay. It's the uncertainty. And again, look at the pendulum swing. We had a practically an open door policy under Joe Biden. I'm a Democrat. I voted for Joe. I love him.
I never knew you were a Democrat.
Most of my friends accuse me of not being one, all the way to where we are now. I mean, we're talking mass deportations. And if you look at where small businesses are, agriculture, manufacturing, hospitality, construction, and tech. Where are the immigrant communities employed? 83% of the workforce in agriculture is of an immigrant background. 65% in construction, 50% in manufacturing, and it's something like 25, 28% in tech. If you are scaring off those resources, then where is that small business going to find the people they need? It is the #1 challenge right now for all small businesses in this nation is finding the people and the resources they need to continue to grow the business. Never mind tariffs, we're dealing with that. If you're a small business, if you're Walmart or you're Costco, you can negotiate with a manufacturer. And because you buy in such huge volumes, you got a lot of power in that negotiation. You've also got an inventory that's been built up. But if you're a small business owner, and you don't have even the access to the man, you get what you get. And so I literally was on the phone Sunday night with the guy down the street that owns a bicycle shop. He's having to wait 1.5 years for bicycle parts that he would like to have now for the holiday season that he just can't. And there's no way he can do nothing about it because he's not a Costco, he's not a Walmart. He can't negotiate with a manufacturer and demand that because of the volume that I buy, you're going to give me what I need and you're going to give it to me at a price that I'm comfortable with. Wow. And we're dealing with all of that real time in the small business community.
Are you weighing in on the future of USMCA?
We've been asked, I have to kind of stay within my lane. It is
Why does
insane.
everybody have to stay within the what lane?
Pierre just left this very spot. I have no business here, Steve. I'm a little Texas boy that runs a small business association. But it is shocking the number of particularly Mexican conglomerates that are calling and asking us to come down and spend time with them and give them advice and counsel. I'm sure that we will at some juncture. There is no way we can continue. And I have to say, the Trump administration did an admirable job, I think, with some of the tariff negotiations. If you look at what they did with the European Union. I mean, if you're in the automobile manufacturing space or manufacturing in general, this was a fantastic piece of legislation because it leveled the playing field and it allowed us now access to 27 nations that heretofore we couldn't even play. Because right off the bat, there's a 15% increase in the price of anything you sell. To have that literally reversed was really a boon for the small manufacturers throughout this country. Love what's happening there. I'm very hopeful that there's a lot more care given to the relationship between Canada and the U.S. and Mexico and the U.S. because you're talking Mexico's our #1 trade partner, Canada's our #2. And as we move and wean ourselves from China, it makes a lot of sense to me that these things are going to end up, these manufacturing locations, ideally in the US, but if not, it's going to be in Canada or Mexico. And so there's an interdependence that exists. We cannot, it's got to be a symbiotic relationship and mutually collaborative and respectful because the economy depends on it. And we have to have a negotiation that recognizes, first and foremost, we're talking to our #1 and #2 trade partner. Never mind the national security implications of the guys that are literally just north and just south of us. That's a whole different conversation. But when you look at it from an economic standpoint, we must have a respectful dialogue and a negotiation where all parties win.
One of the concerns I mentioned of the Trump administration is there's not enough uptake and practical use and the spread of AI at the level they think is necessary right now to compete with China, et cetera. I may be framing that a little bit wrong, but they want to see much more uptake. Where is AI on the dashboard of most of your members?
AI is a real thing. If you look at a small
generative AI, agentic AI, I mean, like
all of
are they
the above.
swimming in it?
Not yet, but if you look at the potential, imagine, your accounting, your prospecting, your marketing, your taxes, keeping up with the regulation that you have to today read for yourself, the legislative stuff. Imagine having an agent that takes care of that for you and spits out an answer within minutes. Not, I'm up here at midnight trying to read this piece of legislation or this new regulation that's coming up next month. You've literally got an agent that takes care of it for you and gives you the best solution you could possibly hope for. Prospecting, planning, all of that can be unbelievably enhanced through things like AI.
Are you friends with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce or are you rivals?
No, we're friends. We're
really?
friends.
How good?
Not great.
Not great.
Not great friends, but if you look at where we are, one thing is clear to me, and I dare say they feel the same way. In order for us to get it right going forward, the intersection between politics and policy and the commercial and economic interest of this nation, we have to work at that intersection. And I'm very enthused that I see especially newcomers to the legislative and in Congress in that space that are actually calling out business leaders and saying, we want to hear your perspective. Business should have a seat at the table. Now, we shouldn't be in the driver's seat, but it makes a lot of sense to have us at the table, and particularly the American small business community. As you know, we create nearly 70% of the new jobs in this nation. And oftentimes legislation, when it comes particularly from this town, and I always say, in today's Washington, if you don't have a voice, you don't get a choice. You get what you get. That doesn't make sense. That's back-asswards. The people creating most of the jobs should at least have a voice in the dialogue. And so that's where I work, and I am very enthused when I see people like Ruben Gallego, when I see Sheldon Whitehouse, and people like that actually want to hear from us. Because oftentimes the unintended consequences, the downstream effect, things that look like they are going to benefit downstream on Main Street are actually quite detrimental. And why not just get us in at the beginning of the process and hear from us from the very beginning, so the piece of legislation or the regulation comes out?
I want to let our audience in on it. It's not a secret. I mean, you kind of did it, but I just don't know why. I know pretty much every Hispanic Fortune 100 CEO because of Javier, because he would have this annual conference, and he would have this big CEO panel. He'd have him do it in exotic places in Albuquerque, Taos, New Mexico, or whatever, and he'd invite me out to go do it, and I would moderate it. Did anybody ever tell you, hey, Steve's not a Hispanic?
Listen, brother, you're part of the family, whether you like it or not, you're in. And to your credit, you always came on your dime and you always spent with our community. You are a hero, man. You really are.
I just want to thank, don't leave it. Will you stay for a few minutes? Because I'm going to fix your relationship with the Chamber of Commerce. Okay, Javier, move right over here. Javier, let me welcome to the stage my very good friend, Neil Bradley, who's the Executive Vice President, Chief Policy Officer, Head of Strategic Advocacy at the U.S. Chamber. He's also President of the Board, Permanent Secretary of the Center for National... No, hey, Javier, get over here. So what are you doing? You guys be on for a few minutes. I'm about to encourage people to join you. Oh, he's going to get his alone time, but I just want you guys to know each other better. He said, yeah, we have a good relationship with Chamber, but it could be better. This is a good start, you know?
No.
Have you ever met before other than last night? Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. Well, I just wanted to help, No,
listen, the resources that the Chamber brings.
This is the therapist couch.
And their willingness to work downstream and hear from communities like mine. It's second to none. And let's face it, their resources are astronomical compared to ours. So a lot of times what we come up with is informed by, the data, the information, and the sharing that we get from guys like...
I know we're going to jump in on something, but this is really important.
Yeah.
The way we develop policy, the way we develop advocacy is informed by the input that we get from allies like Javier, because he has networks and inroads into communities that we don't always hear from.
Right.
We have some of that. We have resources. We have resources and communities that you all don't do. But that's what makes the business association community, I dare say the Chamber community, so strong, is that we have the ability to leverage the tremendous capabilities that each of us have.
Yeah, I'll leave you to your
we
date
should all
now.
do a joint dinner one day, and no ties though. Okay, so no tie. We'll have a joint dinner.
Well, then it's not a chamber dinner.
Give a big round of applause, Javier Palomares.
Good to see you.
Thank you so much, Javier. Thank you.
God bless, buddy.
Thank you very much. That was fun. All right, you going to share our secret?
No, go ahead.
We're both very, very proud of our Oklahoma roots. So you may have heard I've talked about Oklahoma a lot today. And he's from Tahlequah. My family's from Bartlesville.
Sapulpa.
Oh, Sapulpa, excuse me. Sapulpa.
We were talking about Tahlequah.
Yeah, so we were talking about Tahlequah, but it's Sapulpa. But we're like, 45 minutes away from each other, and we're still doing okay.
Can I tell everyone a secret about Sapulpa?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. It's named after Chief Sapulpa, who was not an Indian chief, and his name was not Sapulpa. But other than that, the story is entirely 100% true.
Is that true? Okay. This has been a long day. I find that really, really amusing.
I hope so.
But Neil, let me just start out. So you're, at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, I was very pleased you were here because, what's happening, I think one of the really interesting things about this moment, we've been going between Republicans and Democrats for ages in America, but this just feels like a lot of the ways in which we thought about how economy works, what's happening with small business, what's happening with big business, what's happening with global trade, seems to be going through some new frames and filters. I'm interested from your perspective, and it doesn't have to be the Chamber's perspective, but your perspective, when we think about American growth and how we think about what are the deficits in that equation that we have to fix or get right. Where is your, advocacy lens think we need to push?
Well, at the U.S. Chamber, this is the single most important issue for us. And we have an economic growth imperative. That is, we have to return to real 3% GDP growth year over year. That's what Americans are used to. So if you think about from 1950 to 2010, the American economy, even with recessions and boom times, on average, grew 3.4% a year. Since then, we've barely grown over 2%, and a lot of the economists at the Congressional Budget Office and other places say we'll grow at below 2% over the next decade. This audience realizes that the difference between 3 and 2 isn't just 1 point. we're talking about a difference about growing 50% faster. And so the way we talk about it is, this is core to the American dream. So the American dream, I think in Bartlesville and Sapulpa, the idea that our parents had it better than our grandparents, we have it better than our parents, our kids will have it better than we do, and on down the line. If you think about what that means in economic terms, it means that the pie is growing so that your chance to get a bigger share of that pie is available to you. When you grow at 3% a year, we can double the size of the pie in about 22 years. When we grow at 3% a year. When we grow at 2% a year, it takes about 33, 34 years to double the size of the pie. So when you hear people say, I don't know that the American dream is accessible when they're in their 20s and early 30s, in many ways that's true, because the promise that you're going to be able to access that great American growth engine has been diminished when we're only growing at 2%. We can talk about why that's occurring.
What gets us from 2 to 3%, and what gets us from 3% to 4%?
Yeah, which ought to be the goal, is getting to 4%. Let's talk about why we did so well from 1950 to 2010. We had a lot of wind at our back, right? So right after World War II, we're the only industrialized economy. We got to turn plane factories into making washing machines and to sell them around the world. We had the baby boom generation. So starting in the early 1960s, they started entering the workforce, and they kept coming, they kept coming, they kept coming. In the early 1960s, women had about a 1/3 workforce participation. They started entering the workforce. That is a lot of wind in the sails of an economy. So we could afford to get a lot of policy wrong. We had really high tax rates in the 60s and 70s. We had some bad monetary policy, but the wind in our sails kind of overcame that. Well, today, we have about 11,000 baby boomers a day retiring. There's no huge generation behind them. There's no way to double female workforce participation from where we are today. That would be more than 100%. You're not going to achieve that. We're competing in an industrialized world, which means that we got to get everything right on the policy front to get back to 3% and 4% growth. So the administration deserves a ton of credit for their deregulatory activities, for getting the tax treatment of investment right. That's a key ingredient. For their approach to AI. But we need to expand that list of things that are on the good side to include trade and workforce and immigration. And if we do those things and a whole bunch of others.
What would changing trade, workforce, and immigration mean to you?
Yeah, so the U.S. pioneered free trade agreements, and they were a boon to U.S. You were just talking about USMCA, and Javier was noting that they're our number one, number two trading partner. North America is a huge economic asset for the United States. We haven't done a trade deal with a new country in over a decade. That's not true for the rest of the world. Mexico has more free trade agreements than we do. Canada has more free trade agreements than we do. We walked away from the Trans-Pacific Partnership. We got to get back in the game on trade. On immigration, but for immigration, we're below the replacement rate on population. So we got to figure out a way to bring people into this country legally to help us meet what we desire for a growing economy.
And what's your gut about all that?
You know, I think we have work to do, right? And so I think in some places we're making real progress. I'm hopeful and upbeat about the discussions that have started today here in town on USMCA. We should strengthen that agreement. We'll have the opportunity to do it. By the way, that means Canada, Mexico, and the United States all need to live up to their commitments under the deal. A deal's not very good if people don't live up to their commitments. So I see the opportunity to make progress. The only thing I'd say that worries me is that I hope that we don't become too satisfied with a 2% economic growth. Because if we think that we've gotten okay and we're doing good enough, we're not going to make the hard decisions. And immigration's hard, trade's hard. We haven't talked about debt and deficit. That's really, really hard. But if we don't tackle those things, and if we don't have a reason to tackle those things, I think we'll fall short of the goal.
So where are you folks? I mean, I know you're involved deeply with the Center for National Private Enterprise, but a lot of our folks here, some of them involved in mining and critical materials and EV batteries and next generation energy and rewiring the system for an AI empowered world, which requires a lot of data centers. It requires all this new infrastructure out there, which requires stuff and raw materials. And the more I get into it, the more I realize, wow, China's been thinking about this for 20, 30, 40 years. And they have a very, very dominant position. And so there's kind of a catch-up thing going on right now. And I think when you're kind of looking at the scramble for resources, a kind of, mercantilism of America around, trying to get all these things, how are we doing on that? And where is the chamber on that kind of global great race for critical materials?
Well, we have to diversify away from China. There's no question that our reliance on China is a national security threat. It's an economic threat.
Why did it take so long for people to realize that?
I think I'm not sure people really understood the level of dominance. I'm also not sure that people really understood what they had been doing for the last 20 years that we weren't doing. I will say that when we think about how to solve this problem, in World War II, they called it the arsenal of democracy. We should be talking about the arsenal of allies. We have a lot of allies around this world who are actually further ahead in the ability to develop and refine a lot of these critical minerals. And by the way, the refining is often the hard part, that we could take huge leaps in separating ourselves from dependence from China through a coordinated strategy with our allies. So yeah, we should be doing more here at home, absolutely. That's a lot of permitting reform, that's a lot of regulatory relief, but we shouldn't be afraid to embrace our allies in Africa, in Latin America, in South America, where there are real opportunities here to quickly try to break the stranglehold on these essential elements that China has.
You're also, you've got so many businesses out, so many affiliate chambers around the country. We had College Board up here earlier, James Schenk, who's on the board of the chamber. And I really do think that, whether it's you have upNEXT working with either leaders or, workers in this, that I just can't believe that it's so hard. Given the American story is really one about educating its public in an egalitarian way, it was the source of our muscle and strength, why we're failing to the degree we are on that front.
In education. Yeah. It's one of the things that's almost most depressing. If you want to say what depresses us about our situation, it's been the inability. That said, we do have things that work, right? That we know that charter schools have worked in New York City and in Washington, D.C.
I mean, to be fair, I know lots of public schools that have worked.
Lots of public schools have worked. They don't work everywhere. Not every solution's the same. We know, and you heard about the AP Kickstart courses earlier today, we know that getting a high-performing curriculum that is relevant to students, that prepares them either for college or to enter the workforce. Let's remember, 1/3 of high school graduates are not going to college today. That number's been fairly stable for a while. How do we prepare them to be ready to work? We know some of these things that work. The educational system's just been really resistant to change. I think a lot of that has to do with the union stranglehold over the system.
You had to mention unions.
And this, if you were going to bring up education reform, we can't not talk about, I think, one of the things that's holding back a lot of these efforts at reform.
I'm going to take a question over here. I'm going to, since Catherine has the mic there, hi Catherine, hand it right behind the person behind you. That's Mike Keogh, who spoke here, the president of Provalus. You're building the place in Tahlequah.
Yes.
Oklahoma. And so I wanted to give you, I know you guys know each other, I wanted to give you an opportunity from a chamber perspective and someone who's basically revitalizing cities around the United States. I wanted to get your thoughts for Neil.
We're, first of all, our workforce is about 1/3 college graduates. 2/3 don't have a college degree. And these people are doing some of the most sophisticated IT work that you can imagine. So I think just as a private employer, in terms of our impact in with our customers, we've kind of taken on ourselves to build our own training and development curriculums. And I think one of the things I learned here today was our interactions with the College Board, potentially, or other partners, where we can start to push downstream into the high schools and into the educational system as a private employer to say, this is what the skills that we need for the next generation of workforce. So I think anything that advances that agenda from the
What Mike's
chamber.
talking about here is super important because we've seen this at the community college level for a long time. So hospitals, tech companies, others say, well, manufacturers, this is the skill I need. I run to the community college, say, build me a boutique, a particular program for my employer. And then the community colleges come and complain. I'm like, I'm trying to run 20 boutique job preparation programs. We have to get better at scale at this. We don't treat any other element of a critical supply chain this way. So what we need to do is bring the business community together with the educational community and say, what are the core skills that someone could learn at Tahlequah High School that would make them a good employer for Mike, that would make him a good employer for his competitor, would make them a good employer for the hospital in town. And if we can get that right, then it's a lot easier for him to layer a little bit of skills on top of that that are unique to his organization. If you really want to fix education, you want to fix the workforce, that's a key element.
Is the chamber crypto positive?
Yes, we are crypto positive.
How crypto positive?
I don't know. What's the scale of crypto positive?
I don't know. I mean,
let me say this. There's a tremendous level of innovation going on here.
Yeah. You want to learn more about it?
We love the innovation that's occurring in the marketplace. Government has a role in these spaces, but the important thing is creating level playing fields that don't pick winners and losers. So I won't pick winners and losers amongst the great players in financial services.
Do you have a crypto wallet yourself?
I do not.
You do not? You want one?
You're offering? Are you going to fund it?
I can take care of it.
Do
you have a few minutes to hang out?
Sure.
Why don't you move right over here? right over here. Stay on the couch. Let me invite to the stage Faryar Shirzad, Chief Policy Officer, my good friend at Coinbase. I'm going to make something happen
here.
Good
to see you.
Do you know? So he can get you a crypto wallet so fast.
I thought you were going to do it, Steve. Is he going to fund it?
Steve will fund it, exactly.
This is actually worked out pretty well for me today.
I will give you like 1/1,000,000th of a Bitcoin or something, depending on, I don't have no much of it. There is a funny story. Well, I'm not going to get into that story. Turns out I had like a penny of Bitcoin at one point because I sold all my Bitcoin like way too early. But that penny became worth like $10. Over a period of time. So just think about that.
That's the power, right?
Just think about that and cry, given if it had been any more substantial. But anyway, thank you very much, Neil. I'm really glad to, sit right there. Faryar, it's great to have you join us. Thank you for also helping to host today, opening this session. We've had an extraordinary array of minds coming through here and talking about the economy.
Right.
I'm very, very excited about the dramatic innovations going on in the fintech space, broadly, but also with what's going on with stablecoin, what's going on with crypto. And, I think there's a lot of noise out there and there's real stuff. But, President Trump and this administration passed the Genius Act. And I just saw something happen just empirically, which is central banks around the world began paying attention in a way they would never touch this subject. I had 2 Federal Reserve Bank governors of the United States Federal Reserve call me and say, Steve, if you do another program on crypto, we're happy to show up, which would never have happened a year ago.
Yeah.
And so it's pretty interesting to see what's going on. So I'd love you, Faryar, to help. One, I want our friend here, Neil Bradley at the Chamber, to really, become very literate in everything crypto, and you can help in this. But secondly, I'm interested in tell us what the Genius Act achieved. And I'm interested in where, what does your, crystal ball say about what opportunities are going to open up from an American growth perspective?
No, I'm very happy to be here, and it's good to be here with Neil. I think he underplayed how helpful the Chamber has actually been to crypto and to Coinbase. We're a very proud member of all the various parts of the Chamber.
Proud?
Including the litigation folks who were amazing and were very helpful to us when we were under siege over the course of the Biden administration. So big shout out to Neil and his colleagues. So for a lot of people who don't know crypto is fundamentally an information technology breakthrough. It does the thing that the internet was unable to do. And in fact, if you are an internet sort of technology expert, you'll know there's an error code called X402, which was embedded by Mark Andreessen and the folks who developed the initial internet to allow for value transfer. Because the internet is built on a series of decentralized protocols that allow you to transfer data peer-to-peer without the need for an intermediary. So obvious early use cases are email, text, where I can send a message to you without needing the postal service or an intermediary to intermediate it. What the internet couldn't do is transfer value. So if I wanted to send you $1, there was no way to know that I had $1. There was no way to send it to you so that you took possession of the dollar. And there was no way for you to tell the public that you're now in possession of that dollar so that you could spend it with another person now that you received it from me. And what crypto did is it created a technology that allows you to create a unique digital token. And that token can be $1, it can be a Bitcoin, it can be an auto title, it can be your mortgage, it can be your identity, it can be anything that you tokenize.
It could be your membership dues in the chamber.
It could be your membership dues in the chamber, and allows a person to transfer it on a peer-to-peer basis through decentralized protocol without the need for an intermediary. So I can send you a message thanking you for whatever, or you can send me a message thanking me for mowing your lawn, and then send me $10 in that same message, and that transaction can be executed. So it sounds like a simple thing, but the impact of that, as you can imagine, is transformational. When the internet was created, a lot of people said, this is kind of cool, but is it that big a deal? And crypto's sort of through the same thing. The first generation of adoption is an efficiency play. Our payment system costs $200+ billion in the U.S. alone. The average household pays about $2,000 simply to pay for payments. We can take that inefficiency out of the system with crypto technology, and then the next generation would be programmability.
For transfer costs?
Just payment, various bank fees, credit card fees, you name it. All of those are embedded. People in this audience don't feel it. Regular folks feel that.
Wow. So
which is why it's so transformational. I'm so glad you guys are here today.
A big round of applause, Neil Bradley, EVP of the Chamber of Commerce.
Good to see
He's
you.
had enough of crypto. But I want to just say, thank you, Neil. I want to say, what did the Genius Act do? Because what did it take it to a higher level?
Well, it did something very, very simple. It said that if somebody wants to be an issuer of a stablecoin, they should abide by a whole series of federal regulatory requirements. And they assigned the job of overseeing the stablecoin sector to the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, which is one of the bank regulators in the U.S. And so if I'm going to be an issuer of a stablecoin, I have to apply to the OCC, be registered and have the relevant entity, have reserve requirements, capital requirements, audits, and do the whole thing. It's a fairly straightforward, it's an extraordinarily straightforward legal regime, but it took years to get there.
So we're there now, but there's now a part 2 that we're trying to talk, right? The Clarity Act. So what is that? What is the part 2, and why is it important?
Well, if I could just stay on part 1 for a second. So the bill was signed in July, as you know well. In the months since July, in the U.S. alone, there's been something like 100 separate announcements by different banks, payment processors, credit card companies, corporates, on adopting and integrating stablecoins into their payment systems. So
Citi is one of them.
Citi is one of them. Bank of New York, J.P. Morgan. We're partnering with Citi. We're partnering with a number of big banks on the implementation. Stripe, Shopify, Visa, MasterCard. The adoption is fast, even before the bill actually goes into legal effect. What the stablecoin bill didn't do, what the Genius Act didn't do, is provide clear rules for crypto trading. So if I want to create a new crypto token, how will that be regulated? And is it the SEC, is it the CFTC, and who does what? And so Congress is in the process of getting those rules right.
What do you think is going to be the net economic benefit? I know you've talked about the transaction fees for families and whatnot, but there's got to be more.
Look, like a lot of new technologies, it's fundamentally efficiency. It's an efficiency and productivity play. So you take all these inefficiencies that are embedded in the legacy system, and you begin to eliminate them out. So that itself alone is a big productivity driver and GDP driver. But the next generation, as I mentioned, is the first stage of adoption is an efficiency play. The next stage is a programmability play. And so you're seeing right now people implementing all sorts of smart contract solutions where you can potentially, you and I and a group of friends could decide to go to dinner, and we do something simple like organize a stablecoin-based payment smart contract that governs our night out at Cafe Milano, for example.
Mention my restaurant.
Yeah, I'm speaking to my audience here, and make sure that the payment takes place. Cafe Milano, we avoid the hassle of having to do the processing. Payment goes to Cafe Milano. They don't pay the credit card fees. They save 2 to 3%. But there are much more profound things. And the Trump administration, to its credit, is actually putting government data now on the blockchain. So the Commerce Department is doing this with economic data. The Labor Department will likely follow on putting it on. And so if you have data issued by the government on the blockchain, then people can build smart contracts, including event contracts, derivative contracts, capital markets activity based on data that is verifiable issued from the government.
I've known Faryar for decades, and one of the things I'm going to
even though we're both like 29.
Yeah, 20. Yeah, it's very, maybe even younger in the 20s. And but what's really interesting is to hear you talk the enthusiasm, your literacy in this. I mean, it's like a whole new world with new lingo and new norms and whatnot. And you used to be at Goldman Sachs, which used to be a cool company.
Yeah.
Right. And so there's Goldman, right? I mean, so if any of you are Goldman, then don't tell David Solomon I said that. But Goldman Sachs is now kind of, compared to what you're doing, sort of fuddy-duddy, right? And you were President Bush's international economic policy advisor, and I'm sure a lot of the crowd you hung out with there. You're sort of interesting because you're with all the old conventional Republican economic thinkers, but you're the only one I know who's made it over to the other side as strongly as you have. I mean, are they looking to you for guidance and helping them to understand the lingo? I mean, because I am interested. There's a sociological change that's going on in finance, and you're the spear of it. But you have a lot of other people in that ecosystem that would not follow half of what you just shared.
Yeah, it's funny when I got approached by Coinbase.
Did you have to go to an education camp?
Well, I actually talked to Brian Armstrong and some of the other execs there, and the lucky thing for me was I understood quickly that very simple point I made about what crypto is.
Right.
It solved a problem that finance ministries, central banks, governments have been trying to resolve for 20, 30 years, which is how do you take the inefficiency out of payments? And then the implications of that are profound. But for me personally, when I was approached, I actually thought, this could be actually really fun. It's like going back to 1997 and being the guy who gets to explain what the internet is. And I mean, and that's kind of what this job feels like. A lot of what I'm talking about, we'll all sort of look back with some bemusement once the tech gets implemented much more broadly. But there are bumps from here to there. And Goldman, by the way, is an excellent company and does really good. We work with them, and they're.
I think they're an excellent company too. But so just for the record, and we are on C-SPAN. So, but I think in terms of the American growth, there's one side of it. But the other part that really intrigues, and you and I have been around the world together and talked about this in front of very powerful audiences around the world. The rest of the world is sniffing what we're doing. They're sniffing what you're doing. They're interested. They're not sure. There's some trepidation. Some countries are jumping in whole hog. We had a dinner together. I think I can say it, where I couldn't keep the central bankers out. We had so many minutes. We had a dinner for 50 people, like in 2 days, like, oh, crypto and Faryar, boom. What is going on internationally? And I think, do you expect the uptake rate internationally, inspired by what's going on in the United States, to be as profoundly quick, or are there villains in that story?
No, it's moving quite quickly. I mean, in a way, the Biden administration tried to kill the sector and tried to drive it offshore for reasons that I think to this day don't fully make sense. But what you had is the Singaporeans, the UAE, the European Union, the Brazilians, and others recognize that there's an opportunity here, the Swiss, many others. But what's happened since the Trump administration came in is that everyone has understood that this is going to happen. And if you understand the technology to be a breakthrough on value transfer, and at the moment, stable coins, these dollar-backed crypto tokens, are 98% dollar denominated. So there's for those of you who are involved in the IMF World Bank meetings, I think.
Is it a way of making the dollar great again?
Well, I mean, you know, Pierre Jarrod mentioned it. Right now, there's about $280 billion of stablecoins in circulation. Citi anticipates the market cap of dollar stablecoins to go up to, I think they said 2 to 3 trillion. Others think it could well exceed $3 trillion. Each dollar that's issued as a stablecoin is backed by short-dated treasuries. So as Pierre mentioned earlier, this is an enormous catalyst for dollar. It's a big demand driver for U.S. government debt at the time where the U.S. government needs demand for debt. But it's also if this is the architecture of payments, this will become a huge driver. And so other countries are now in a very nervous situation and trying to be proactive to their credit in ensuring that the GBP pound sterling stablecoin is on the landscape. The ECB has got a different type of solution, but countries around the world are looking at putting their own currencies on the blockchain so that it's not just a dollar-dominated ecosystem.
Well, this is fascinating. You know, this is the American Growth Summit, but I'm sure some of you will sneak to Davos. Anyone going to Davos? Anyone willing to admit it? We got a few hands. So let me know, because Coinbase is going to have the biggest branding on the promenade, right? So we're going to have the biggest branding on the promenade, and he's going to be doing a lot of these discussions there. So let me know what you're going to be doing. But Faryar, I want to thank you very, very much for supporting today's conversations and making this real for us, because I think people are trying to conceptualize what are the building blocks of growth and how are we going to think about these new innovations that are going on. So thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. It's a great event. Thanks, Steve.
Ladies and gentlemen, Faryar Shirzad, Chief Policy Officer from Coinbase. Now I'm going to tell you, Peter Cherukuri, my good friend who is the founder and CEO, I was going to say editor-in-chief, but he's CEO of upNEXT, new leader platform, is going to take the next session. Peter, over to you. Thank you, sir.
All right, everybody, I'm back. And boy, do we have an exciting conversation. Who doesn't get excited about tax? I mean, it's actually one of the most important elements to growth. And who better to talk about tax but the living legend, Grover Norquist. Grover, please join me. Have a seat.
How does this work here? Okay.
Yeah. Of course, we got some props. It's going to be a really exciting conversation. But before we begin, Grover, I think for our C-SPAN viewers and for everyone in this audience, how did you get into tax?
Well, it seemed to be the big difference between success and failure. U.S. started 13 colonies, average tax less than 2% of income. Britain was taxing us themselves at 20% they got an empire, they got a navy, they got an army, we had an economy. Immigrants, we grew, they didn't. Taxes seemed to matter in countries that were sort of similarly situated in terms of law to begin with. But a low tax economy did better than the high tax British economy, still does. But when I decided to get involved in taxes, probably starting literally, true story, when I was 13, the teacher was going, democracy doesn't matter, it's not real, it's all silly. Nobody knows the name of their state legislator. I was 13, I didn't. And I said, well, they have a point, but I thought on the bus coming down Church Street, I said, if the Republican Party decided to be the party that would never raise taxes, I think you could get pretty close to 50% of the vote on that one. So you could go into the polls dead drunk and vote for the R, and he or she would not raise your taxes. Later, you might discover they could invade small countries they can't pronounce, but they wouldn't raise your taxes. And I thought that would be a powerful political label to work from, and then you add to that. When I was 13, there's a surprisingly small number of people willing to listen to that subject, to me talk about it anyway.
It's doubled now?
It's doubled at least. Well, actually, it's more than doubled. Noticeably on this chart, from here you have, here we go. From 1932 till the yellow line, 1994, you'll see the Republicans won control of Congress. In 62 years, Republicans control Congress twice, okay? This is Washington Generals, Harlem Globetrotters, Republicans not really competitive. We had a one-party state for 62 years. Presidents can only veto things, have scandals, start wars, but they can't pass laws, they can't raise taxes. They can veto, that's it. And the Republicans would slow things down, but everything moved in the direction the modern Democratic Party wanted to go, slower than the Democrats might have wished. In 1994 is when 96% of Republicans signed the pledge never to raise taxes that I share with them through Americans for Tax Reform. And since then, and kept it. The only tax increases since 1994 have been all Democrat votes with a Democrat president, Democrat House, Democrat Senate. The Republicans have any control, they don't raise taxes. So during this period, 18 years, Republicans had House and Senate. 6 years, Democrats had House and Senate, 3-1, and 6 years divided. But that helped explain to the political people the importance of taxes, which I think are important because of economics and the growth that flows from that. So I've worked constantly to look for ways to reduce taxes to strengthen the American economy, and some taxes are more destructive than others.
So this is great. From 13 to seeing it play out over a course of your professional lifetime, that it's a part of a winning playbook for Republicans. But let's pull back in here to this room. We're at the Growth Summit, this American Growth Summit. The backdrop of it is something that I've talked about, and you were able to attend the event that I hosted in October around industrial patriotism and this idea of that. What are the investments we need to make in our industrial base to help America win? From your perspective, given your expertise on tax, what is either disconnect or the opportunity between our tax policy and our industrial policy?
Yeah, well, you could look at taxes as an industrial policy in the following sense. What are the taxes you want to cut first to create the most growth? I think if you look at industrial policy in 1970s, Japan was doing industrial policy with more and more government decisions and more government control of how things were going to play out. And James Fallows had that wonderful book, Giving Advice to the United States, and I think it was entitled More Like Us. What should we be more like? Should we be more like Japan? They said, no, we should be more like us. And I think I would look at it that way. What are the things the government's doing now that get in the way of the auto industry, of all the various industries, of energy production, and undo those? We have a large enough government that there is something you can do to help every industry flourish, to help all Americans do better by reducing tax burdens and spending burdens and regulatory burdens. You can sculpt out regulations, taxes, and so on that are clearly destructive and problematic. And then you can have arguments about how far to go, but we have a long way to go before we get to the 2% that seemed to work pretty good at the beginning of the nation. So I'm not too worried we're going to run into that challenge. So we had been talking earlier about the strategic minerals.
Yeah, so that was great. Grover was kind enough to attend our upNEXT Leader Force Forum, and we had Barbara Humpton. I don't know if Barbara's here yet. She'll be on stage here soon, CEO of USA Rare Earth. And you from the audience, put forward, I thought, a bold proposal that I'd love for you to talk through about how there might be a way to incentivize this race for critical minerals from an American competitiveness perspective.
We would like more strategic minerals here in the United States, not on some other continent where they can be sunk on the way here by a submarine, or boycotted, or stopped somehow, by simply saying, here are the strategic minerals that we think are important. If you store them in the United States, there will be no capital gains tax on it. Whenever you want to sell them, you can buy them or sell them. You do whatever you want. When there's an emergency, on the day we call it, on the hour we call it, we want demand the right to buy it at the day's price. Not the previous week's price, but the day's price. Nobody's going to confiscate your stuff. But store the valuable stuff here. Sell it, buy it, turn it into something. But I think you'd find people putting all of that stuff here, one, no capital gains, and two, much more secure.
And we saw something of this in the OBB around sort of how you can create the right environment for corporate tax policy to incentivize, whether it's from an R&D or taking on the risk of what might be considered a risk, but that you're giving a balance sheet strategy of an incentive around it. Is that right?
Yes, and when you're talking about how to compete better on corporate income tax, I have one more chart here. This is the personal income tax, but there's very similar numbers for the American corporate income tax. One of the great strategic secret powers that we have in the United States, it's sometimes too much of a secret, is federalism. We have 50 states. The only thing close to us is Switzerland with the cantons, but this is income tax. The 8 green states, no income taxes. By having different policies, and then the 16 yellow states, single rate, treat everybody the same, no NB, no graduated income tax, just flat rate taxes. And then the 16 yellow ones and the 3 orange are going to a single rate tax, and the ones with the 9 with the black dots, which is 15, is 15, those are ones that where the legislative leadership and the governor said, we're going to 0, and have taken serious steps towards phasing their income tax down to 0. Oklahoma has voted an automatic click down to 0. So has Mississippi, so has Kentucky, so has West Virginia, so has Indiana, and others are quite close as well. Because we have 50 states on tax policy, on regulatory policy, on industrial policy, we can try different things. Truly stupid ideas can't start in one state because they die in that state. Truly stupid ideas have to be imposed by Washington on everybody so that nobody, what happened? I don't know, could be rain. Right. What was it, this policy? Well, you don't know. It affected the whole country, as does everything else. But having those states to check, we used to have only 4 states that were single rate. That's when they started the income tax. Then in the next 100 years, another 4 states went to a flat rate income tax. In the last 4 years, 8 states have moved to single rate taxes, and quite a number, or 3 more, have voted to do so, and even more have said, this is where we're going. So there is a serious movement, and if you look at where investment moves, where workers move, where jobs move, where companies move, it's to the states with 0 income taxes and flat rate income taxes, and you can see states moving towards that policy as one that work. I mean, there are other policies that matter as well, but this is a pretty good proxy for how well different states are doing.
This concept of federalism is so important, and sometimes it's hard to see the forest in the trees on this, but that what happens from that is that you create population migrations, you create the incentives for the companies. One of the other areas, before we run out of time, that I want you to talk through with this audience in particular is, this. I've heard you talk about this tax on inflation, and again, it might sound sort of an insular thing, but it has such a big impact in how we might be creating additional incentives for cap gains on companies.
I'll give you the story and a prediction that the Treasury Secretary will, this spring, through rulemaking, end the taxation of inflation in capital gains. Under present law, when you sell your house, your stocks, your farm, your small business, there's what you bought it for, and then there's how much it increased in value. But some of that increase in value is simply inflation. The 20% increase in the value of your house during Biden's term, that was inflation. That wasn't actual increase in value. And you see that throughout inflation and at all times. By simply saying we're no longer taxing the inflation when we tax capital gains, it would cut the average stock price in half, the cost of capital gains for the stocks in half. It would tremendously increase the availability of, I talked to the folks over the realtors who said nothing would increase the number of housing units available for people, the number of homes with extra rooms available to people, than allowing people to sell their property, not when they die and have a stepped up in basis for the death tax, but with a much lower capital gains tax, not on the inflation, but just on the real gain, and be able to sell it 30 years earlier. People could decide not to be farmers, not when they die, but when they wish to sell the farm and move to something else. Stocks that people hold on to would all be much more fluid, much faster. I think it would be a tremendous step forward for growth.
But this is not just a theory. This is not, it's not sitting just with you. It's not sitting just in a think tank. You've got some traction, some indication of this?
Well, yeah, remember President Trump wanted to do this back in 2019, and I worked with them then. It got sidetracked because guys over at Treasury were looking at it. It didn't move it, sat on it. This Treasury Secretary, I've spoken to about it. He understands it. He understands he has the legal authority to do that. and thinks it's a good idea. I've spoken directly to Trump about it as well. And we had 20 senators sign a letter to the Secretary of Treasury saying, let's do this. That was to the last Treasury Secretary because he was sitting on it. But with COVID and so on, it ended up not happening. I think it will this time, and it will be tremendous, allowing capital to move much more freely inside the United States and into the United States, and helps a lot on the housing issues, as well as economic growth in general. And between World War I and World War II, the French spent a lot of money building their wall that didn't work. We actually got our military down to 100,000 or something, and instead built an economy. You want national defense, you want a strong America, build the economy. You can always pick up the army a little bit later.
It's fantastic. We're at time, but I also just wanted to give you give a great little tip for everybody. Preparing for this, I read in 1981 the first issue of College Republicans that you gave a sort of list of books to recommend. It's a holiday season. What's the one book, or maybe is two, that you would tell this audience to get really smart about this issue that you'd love to recommend?
Hayek's Road to Serfdom.
Classic.
Is a classic. I wrote a piece for a British publication, U-Turn on the Road to Serfdom, which makes the case that we've gone along the way down Hayek's Road to Serfdom, but there is a way to turn back.
Fantastic. Grover, thank you so much.
Thank you. Oops, here we go.
Now we
Please
have Steve
welcome
Clemons
Steve
back in.
Clemons,
Oriel?
Editor-at-Large of the National Interest
Thank you so
and
much.
Chairman and CEO of Whitehall.
Thank you, Peter and Grover. We've got a power hour coming. I am so excited about the folks we have got coming up. I feel like I've got the greatest cards here. We're going to have, in a moment, the director of the White House Domestic Policy Council. We have Senator Mark Warner. We've got Barbara Humpton, the CEO of USA Rare Earth. We've got Jacob Helberg, who's the Undersecretary of State for Economic Growth, Energy, and Environment. And of course, Jamieson Greer. And it's going to be great. And Richard Vague. So I just want to say Richard Vague we'll have up here. But please welcome to the stage Vince Haley, Director of the Domestic Policy Council of the White House. Vince, thank you so much.
Sure.
I appreciate you coming out here. We are, what day is this? December what?
4th.
December 4th. So when December ends, we will be in 2026. 2026 is the 250th anniversary of America. I know it's on your mind. And as we sort of think about this question of American growth, I'm sort of interested in what's going to lift the country up, spiritually, what does it mean in the moment? What kinds of new things are happening? I've sort of started this day off kind of saying, I want to know what the new topographical map changes are, what's growing, what's not. So I'm interested in how, as being one of the primary architects of policy in this country, what's on your radar screen?
Well, everything's on the radar screen right now. I think that what the president has done in this year has brought tremendous new energy and vitality to the country, and that will be tremendously punctuated in 2026 as we celebrate the 250th year. He promised in the campaign to make it a monumental celebration. We're going to kick it off on New Year's Eve with a projection on the Washington Monument in the run-up to midnight. Hopefully we'll have an illumination of the Washington Monument, perhaps like a birthday candle, and a projection of 250 to the side to let everybody know.
If I drop your name, can we get close?
Possibly, yes. But it'll be an opportunity for everybody to realize what the year is that is ahead of us. And, we're going to celebrate it because the country's worth celebrating. It's a time for joy and gratitude for all that the country, the triumph of the American spirit over 250 years, all the things that we've overcome, and what we have ahead of us to accomplish.
When I think about it, and we've been talking today about, focus on a resurgence in manufacturing, a changing in the equation around the American worker that includes, immigration policies, but also focus on, where workers, what can, be done to enhance their position. Trade policy, trying to basically initiate and kind of create a lot of this rebalancing of the U.S. economy with the rest of the world. And a lot of this was stuff that I advocated 30 years ago when I worked for a Democratic U.S. Senator, Senator Jeff Bingaman.
and said, we were, basically leaving a lot of people behind, a lot of workers behind, a lot of families scrambling, and that we were getting out of whack with the global economy. So 30 years later, we're here. I've talked to former Secretary, USTR Bob Lighthizer about it, and he said, you know what, if we'd gotten it right 30 years ago, we wouldn't be where. How hard is it to recenter, rebalance the economy after 30 years of not done it when a lot of people were saying we needed to?
Well, in some ways, the hard part was done during the campaign, winning the argument with the American people that this was required to be done. There's a lot of interest against doing so. And you mentioned Lighthizer. I mean, he's one of the great heroes of our times, and everything he did to make this moment possible. I think that the biggest part that is also difficult is American workers. We have 20-some million people who are on able-bodied adults on welfare, and we need to get them into the workforce. We're looking to drive a lot of production back here at home. A lot of it's going to be requiring specialized expertise. We need a workforce skilled, and this is a great opportunity for the welfare rolls to come down. We have work requirements coming up in the food stamp program next year, and the year after in Medicaid. So I think the real big challenge is focusing on getting those folks skilled into the workforce. It's going to be great for themselves. It's going to be great for them families, for communities. That, to me, is one of the biggest things in 2026, focus on the value of work and making sure that work is really at the center of our social policy. For too long in America, work was seen as somehow a negative. We've had all these welfare programs, which are necessary for those who are truly needy. But we've basically also said that we're not going to really check whether you need to be on welfare, and made it very easy to cheat the system. And as a result, we have a tremendous number of people who could be working but now are on the welfare rolls.
We've been talking a lot about workers and families and people today, and we've also been talking about AI, both as as promise and peril. Both the promise of what AI can kind of bring in, but there are going to be some impacts on that. How do you take these folks that you're thinking about and kind of create that transition to work where you're upskilling people, you're upskilling incumbent workers, you're taking people with, we're not just talking about 17-year-olds, we're talking about people throughout the, have you given, is the White House giving that thought? Because that's a big lift.
Well, certainly we're making grants available for, apprenticeships, career-oriented, not just four-year college. That's one aspect. The tax policy, making, lowering taxes on tips, on Social Security. We're trying to make the supply side low regulation so that the work is available. But I do think that there are many more things we can do working with companies. I was talking to one trade association, has 19 million people, second largest, and they have programs to bring people off the sidelines for minorities, but not for people on welfare. And so I do think that the large companies in America can help lead the way for those who are on welfare now, but also for education. I think we're going to have to rely on companies and then adapt as necessary.
How much is AI on your daily dashboard about getting it right?
Not so much on my daily dashboard. I will say, as a personal user, it really is astonishing.
What do you use it for?
I use it for, I wouldn't say everything, but occasionally I have research and I want fast research on something to give me an idea that I further develop. So that it's on my mind in that fashion, but not in terms of displacement of workers. Certainly AI, like all technology, are going to have people are going to lose in certain areas, and they're going to gain in other areas. And I'm sure you've already discussed. I mean, AI is driving up energy demand tremendously.
Huge.
And in many ways, AI can lead to another Trump blue-collar boom when we talk about all that is required to build energy infrastructure in this country, whether it be coal, nuclear, natural gas.
How do you move it faster?
Which part?
The whole energy picture.
Well, it's a great question. I think we need to go super fast. I think it would be helpful when companies, like during the campaign, I was involved in the campaign and thought a lot about energy. It was really a top two issue along with the border, immigration, security. And one thing I came to appreciate, and I'm not an energy expert, what I came to appreciate is that all those renewable credits, in the Inflation Reduction Act during the Biden administration. They crowded out the financial case for baseload power like natural gas. And so you're actually doing, by having all that free energy, because most of the power grid requires you to take the cheapest source of electricity. Well, when the taxpayer is funding it, it's zero, and it goes on the grid. And if you're looking to invest in a natural gas plant, you don't make money. There's no financial case because you're competing with free. And so I think this is the case, but I need folks to confirm it. But the amount of investment in natural gas is pretty stagnant over the last 2-3 years. And while you have solar and wind very high because they're getting the incentives. Now, as you know, we've brought a lot of that down in recent legislation, but there's still an overhang of renewable tax credits. And what I don't know, not my zone per se, is I don't know how much that is delaying the speed that we need to have the energy infrastructure. I mean, saw a graph yesterday that the investment in AI plants is basically like that, but the investment in energy is like that. They need to grow here. And what we don't know is if this investment is like this today, what would it be like if we had enough energy? Probably be like this. So we can't go fast enough. And it's probably the biggest thing that our future success depends on.
Inside the circle in which you're sitting, because you're in the domestic policy side, this is perhaps an unfair question. I am interested in whether there's an awareness on what our competitors are doing in the same space. Is there an awareness about what China's doing, an awareness about what India's doing, the stakes involved, in this? Because, I asked some government officials, and honestly, I'll be honest with you, some are good at answering it, some, aren't, on why does it matter who wins the AI race, and why does it matter geostrategically and geoeconomically and from a geotech perspective. But I'm just interested as you sort of focus, because your domestic policy and you're sort of thinking about it, but it has tremendous international ramifications. Are you watching the other guys?
Well, I know President Trump is. I mean, you know that because he cites the statistics on how much energy is being produced in China and how many coal plants are being built in China. So I know it's intensely on his radar, and it was on his radar during the campaign. What I would, if I could wave a magic wand, and energy's not in my portfolio directly, if I could wave a magic wand, is that you'd have almost like a war room, a command and control center where you could see very vividly all the various aspects that go into baseload power generation and what are the bottlenecks. I found during the campaign that understanding the energy system to be enormously complex. You got different commissions, you got commissioners, you got different decisions, but and you got these different regional grid operators. But what we do know is that I think PJM, one of the ones covers 13 states. They came out with a plan in September, which they withdrew, but they basically were suggesting that there'd be a form of rationing with these big data centers coming on board.
Rationing of power?
Well, in the sense that they were suggesting, again, the suggestion that was taken down, that at different times of the day, they would get into an arrangement where consumers or the companies would go dark to satisfy consumer demand. But we can't have that. I mean, but they're trying in a good faith way to figure out how they're dealing with all this energy demand. And that simply can't be the case if we're going to win the AI race. And I think winning the AI race, I mean, it goes without saying, is super important for the country. It's imperative. And I think we will win that race, and I think we will adapt. And one thing the president is very clear, if things aren't working, he moves quickly to fix them. And if it's make it vivid to him that we're not doing enough, he will alter course. I mean, you see this every day, his willingness to change course tactically to achieve the strategic outcome.
I love our sponsors today. I'm going to be nice to them. Citi, Coinbase, NVIDIA, Tychos. When I think about these companies, they're here today because they wanted to have the discussion about American growth, American economic growth, and what the drivers of that going to be. And I sort of, again, thinking about, if you were to kind of look at where the Rocky Mountains are, work where the Great Lakes are, kind of, see in economic terms, you're going to have new mountain ranges created out of digital assets. You're going to have, new thoroughfares in the country, in a less literal way that, from what AI is going to do and power. And I'm interested in the fact that all of this seems to be on the way, a sort of tsunami of change coming. And I'm interested in the vision of it. I'm interested in how you as a policy sculptor and a shaper, of communications and kind of teaching people. And one of the things I tell everybody is, a presidency is not just a president. It's a franchise of people. How do you get everybody on board to understand? Like I'm intrigued, candidly, that you've been as focused and successful as you have, because I think it's hard to bring everybody on board who, largely shares the vision. How does that happen? Do you have teach-ins?
No, I think the way it's worked under President Trump is, he's led the way with articulating the vision all along. And I think one of the reasons that we've had a very successful 2025 is that the campaign was very systematic about articulating the policy vision. In some cases, it was a restatement of what he had done the first term with a little bit of expansion. I'd say that trade was an example of that. In other areas, we were dealing with new things like the whole DEI regime and the gender ideology, which required new statements of policy. But it was the clarity of his policy commitments during the campaign that led to a very clean and argument-free conversion of those into executive orders and legislation, and ultimately in the big beautiful bill. And so I think that's what's been working for the president so far. Again, taking energy. The president of the United Nations made it very clear. He said climate change is the greatest con job in the history of the world. And any country that relies on climate change as an ideological nostrums is destined to fail. Now, there's not a lot of debate around where you go with that in an administration. There's no defense of green energy codes that are going to drive up the cost of your home. So that's why we're in the process of trying to uproot those from our regulatory system. But they are embedded in very insidious and opaque ways throughout our laws. And I think one of the great challenges the next 3 years of the administration is to uproot all of this green hindrances to economic growth.
We've been talking a ton about AI today. So one of the anxiety levels, you go out and talk to Americans, you go out and talk to screenwriters, you go out to talk to people at, automobile plants. They're mixed about AI. Some people, see the benefits of AI immediately. Others, worry about displacement. And a lot of these folks are part of President Trump's base, who see these impacts. He's been very worker-focused. And it's the workers themselves that have anxiety. So I guess my question is, how do you message that, given the huge investments? Even this last week, the science investments, the fusion, Office of Fusion, Michael Kratsios's commitment to kind of having more and more industry uptake AI. How do you partner that with worker-friendly language, if you will, or worker-oriented language on the coming impacts of AI?
Well, the president is clearly committed to driving production back here in the United States, manufacturing.
Yeah. Right.
And so you talk about the president's base. I think America's base should be workers. As he said all along during the first administration, it matters where you build things. It matters that you make things in the United States. And I think we've come to that view very broadly in this country. And so, partly with AI is enabling manufacturing to be successful here at home. And so I think you emphasize the job creation that's coming here. I don't know what the exact figure is. Maybe it's 16 or 17. I think the president talks about $18 trillion in committed investments.
18 trillion.
Yes, compared to a little less than 1 trillion in the last administration. And so that's a lot of investment here that's going to create a lot of opportunities. And I think we talk about focusing on the individual worker and making sure that they are trained and capable to take up these jobs. You talk about some of the social issues. I think getting rid of the DEI regimes in government, and we're on the cusp, I think, of ultimately ending the disparate impact legislation or regulation in the economy is a big, it's not only tremendously unfair to workers. You work in a system where there's, where the DI is in place and it just creates conflict. And it also is a big economic overhead. And I've seen estimates of tens of billions of dollars dead weight in the economy. That's going to be a dividend for years. And it's basically, it's a return to fairness. Also non-discrimination in the workplace, return to fairness. So that's going to create new vitality, I think, and reestablishing merit in the workplace so that talent rises, no matter what your skin color, is super important. And I think the president, in a way, in his intangible focus on greatness, he talks about making America great again. But he's talking about greatness and I dare say truth, beauty. He's got a beautification regulation on buildings, beautiful buildings in D.C. He cares about building things. He cares about great talent, and he's always, complimenting great talent, no matter what the discipline is.
I just saw his next fun project's going to be Dulles Airport.
That's right.
Is that right? I didn't know if it was a fake TikTok or a real one.
I don't know what you've seen, and I don't know what's out there, but I definitely know he has that.
Yeah, Dulles Airport's on his mind, I think. What's he going to do to Dulles? He says he likes he even knew the name of the architect, which is amazing. So he is obsessed with building things.
Building beautiful things.
Yeah. Okay. I guess the other part of this I'm really interested in from a perspective where you sit, because you know him, you know his thought process, you know what he's focused on. But stablecoin, we've talked a little bit about this coming in. I've been really, really amazed at how quickly the global uptake of central banks, ministers of finance, others that wanted to now get in the game. They would not have done this 1 year ago. Complete change. Is that something that's been accidental that you sort of tripped into, or was this by design?
You mean during the campaign and just sort of the...
Well, no, but I think that, the passage of the Genius Act, the establishment of stablecoin, coming in, with Faryar, whom we just saw up here talking about it. I mean, I know a lot of effort went into it, but aren't you surprised at how quick the market uptake has been of this?
The previous administration had been very much anti-crypto.
Hugely anti.
Yeah, and very aggressively so. And I can't speak for the president. I'm not sure how much he was, in the first term focused on those issues. But clearly in the campaign, the people spoke very loudly about the desire to have these options. And many of the people the president trusts in Congress talked to him about it. And I think he also took observation of how heavy-handed the previous administration was. And, he was willing to support this new horizon. I think I've shared with you before, people may wonder why the president's so close to UFC, Dana White, it's actually a little bit of an analogy. 30 years ago, as I understand the story, Dana White and UFC was trying to make it. And, because of competition, people wanted to keep him out of the market. Nobody would give him a place to fight. But there was a guy who had some casinos who was willing to host these fights. And there was a beautiful bond. And now UFC is this just tremendous success. And so the president clearly has a track record of willing to take risks on things that he believes deserves a shot.
I know, and you've made me kind of go and watch some of those UFC things, which I had never done before.
Is that right?
Were you a fan before?
I had not tracked it before.
You're not, okay,
and
great.
I think you may know that there's going to be a UFC fight on the South Lawn on June 14th.
I did not know that.
Yes.
Is this news? We're breaking news right now?
I don't think we're breaking news. This has been talked about.
Okay, great.
Hopefully I'm not breaking news.
Again,
sometimes I can't keep track of what I should know or not know.
I'm going to drop your name to try to get there.
Yeah.
But look, I mean, in the minutes we have, I just sort of think what I'm really, fascinated by in this moment, it just sort of feels like a plastic moment where there's just so much, being shifted. And again, when you kind of look at what the mutual responsibilities of business, I mean, you're dealing and interacting with, tons of businesses. Some of the businesses are ambivalent on some of the trade stuff, but they're very enthusiastic about AI. How do you see that terrain? And what do you think the kind of broader social contract, not just with workers, but with businesses, what the role of government is? Are you recrafting what that model should look like?
The social contract model?
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting. You mentioned you might ask that. It's a big question. It's probably easier asking about tax rates.
Yeah.
But I was thinking about that before coming on. Lincoln was seized with this question before he became president. What was the nature of American success? And he's looking back to the Declaration. And he says behind it all is a philosophical cause. It's liberty to all, which sounds highfalutin, but I think in today's day and age, the social contract, liberty to all, applies to Americans, American citizens, and it applies to the idea of like restoring stability and making sure that people have a stable framework in which to invest in their families, in their communities, their businesses. And what does that mean today? It means making sure, low taxation. It means making sure regulations are not onerous, that they're predictable. And just like in the first term, we've gone after aggressively on regulations and make sure the public safety. That's why he's been focused, safe and beautiful in Washington, D.C. It's why we're involved in Memphis and other things, in other places. The border. I mean, the border was completely lawless. You cannot, there's great sympathy for people, who are caught in difficult situations, but you cannot have a country that is the same if you allow tens of millions of people to come in the country illegally and without consequence, without selection. You cannot have the same country. You cannot expect the same country. And so restoring stability on the border, restoring the law, the application of the law, the impartial application of the law, all fundamental to establishing the social contract, which should be liberty to all. And what did Lincoln say at the end? I wrote it down here. He says, the principle that clears the path for all gives hope to all, and by consequence, enterprise and industry to all. That's what's required if you're going to have liberty to all, if you're going to make sure there's stability. That's what gives hope to people to get ahead. Make sure you don't have arbitrary, discrimination in your workplace. You have things like that. You can't even have school discipline because you're afraid that it might have an imbalance. And so all these things are being restored. Stability is being restored across the board. We don't know what people will do, but if they have a stable framework, then they can do almost anything, obviously within the law. And that's really what's important. That's the national opportunity, is reestablishing this framework of stability so people can thrive in this country, businesses can thrive, and that businesses overseas can come and invest in America.
Well, I could talk with you for hours. There's so many issues that you cover. Really grateful that you came over from the White House tonight. I loved your thoughts on Lincoln that you just shared here. I know you have the Christmas tree lighting tonight.
Yes.
Again, I'm interested in if I can get anywhere dropping your name at that.
Yeah.
So we'll
if
have
you want to come,
out.
absolutely.
Yeah, great. So we'll be there. But I want to just say to Vince Haley, Director of the Domestic Policy Council,
thank you.
good friend.
All right,
thank you so much,
Steve.
my friend.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Safe travels.
Thank you. Okay, now we're going to turn this next session over to my friend Peter Cherukuri, founder and CEO of upNEXT, and you're going to find a very special person, Barbara Humpton, whom I adore. So I'm sort of pre-introducing you, but Peter, over to you.
Thank you, Steve. All right, well, that great conversation with Vince. I'm so thrilled to have Barbara here, Barbara Humpton, CEO of USA Rare Earth. I also want to welcome our viewers on C-SPAN. I just learned that today, not only we have our C-SPAN viewers, but our C-SPAN viewers on YouTube for the first time. That now our C-SPAN is available on YouTube, just starting today, and I'd love to welcome our C-SPAN viewers on YouTube. So Barbara, I think it's been, about 62 days that you're in this job.
But who's counting?
Who's counting? And this new job at USA Rare Earth, formerly you were CEO of Siemens North America. So what is that sense of urgency that still has remained, that in these 60 days that you have accomplished, that you think you still need to get your first 100? How do you think about the set of issues that are facing you in this first 100 days?
Peter, thank you for the question, and thanks for the opportunity to be here. I got a phone call this summer asking if I would consider joining USA Rare Earth. And of course, I knew a little bit about the issue that is the center of our premise. This idea that access to rare earths and permanent magnets is of vital importance to the economy. And currently, we have a single point of failure, a very fragile supply chain, and that needs to be repaired. So I actually gave 2 weeks' notice at Siemens. And the first
how many years were you?
After 14 years, when I talked to my global CEO and said, I'm turning in my resignation, there was a moment, but then he said, well, where are you going? And I explained what I was about to do, and his next reaction was perfect. How can we help? So this idea that what we need to do is rapidly repair this supply chain, USA Rare Earth has set out to look at every element of the supply chain, magnets to metal making, to the oxides that are needed for metal making, to the actual raw materials that will be mined, that entire supply chain needs to be scaled.
So, we're here at the Growth Summit, and critical minerals have come up on a few of our conversations today. But one of the things that, it's not as bad as AI, but there is a bit of a hype cycle around critical minerals. Everyone uses the word, and there's not a real great framework to understand which ones matter more than others. But it's also there's not great understanding of what the different companies are doing. So just for a second, can you just kind of break it down slowly in terms of what does USA Rare Earth do, and how do they think about the supply chain when you're talking about this sort of mine to magnets is so important, and how that fits into this larger issue of a supply chain that is really fragile in relationship to China?
Well, I'm just going to say 3 words: secure, reshore, and grow. It turns out that the know-how for the work along the supply chain outside of China is actually pretty thin. It's been 30 years since China first declared their interest in dominating the supply chain. And since then, the people who have thrived and survived outside of China are the grittiest people on earth. So, but many of them are reaching retirement age now. So what USA Rare Earth is doing is actually scouring the globe, looking for companies where we can make an investment, where we can tie them into this integrated supply chain. And a lot of people ask me, oh, does that mean you're verticalizing? Does that mean you're focused on what it takes to produce your magnets? I'll say yes, and horizontally scaling at each link in the chain, serving others in the supply chain. There are other magnet makers. There is a small number of metal makers. There are a few processors. There are mines all around the world. And our job is to look across that value chain and determine if there are weak links where an investment and ownership by a US-based company is going to allow that business to thrive and grow. We want to bring them into the fold.
So let's dive a little deeper, because I want you to be able to explain that supply chain in relationship to sort of your U.S. interest here. Walk us through Round Top, Stillwater, and where the difference are from the ore all the way to the processing. Would it be great to explain that? This may be the most exciting part of our story in this moment. There are some developments happening even as we speak. There's a very rich deposit of heavy rare earths in Round Top Mountain in Texas. It's on state lands. It's outside of El Paso. And USA Rare Earth has the lease, the mining rights for that deposit. Question is, why hasn't anyone actually turned this into a mine? And the answer is very simple. You couldn't afford to do it over these last 3 decades. We had very inexpensive goods coming, and who was willing to pay the price to actually go and extract these heavy rare earths out of rock in Texas? Well, it turns out that with a couple of changes in process, with a little bit of advanced thinking about how we might sequence things, the team we've just announced that we've moved into the preliminary feasibility study. For those who know mining, these are the early stages of being able to convert that deposit into a mine. Why do heavy rare earths matter? Because if you look at the bottom of the periodic table, here are these 17 elements. We call some of them light, we call some of them heavy. The heavy rare earths are absolutely essential to high performance metals and magnets that are used in aerospace, medicine, in electronics, et cetera. Without them, nothing moves. But I love this that they brought up the periodic table. One of the things I remember you and I have talked about this, that maybe we should really collaborate on this, is that because there's not a great framework of understanding or a great visual, maybe we need to revisit the periodic table and create a patriotic periodic table so that we understand that the ones that are really critical in how we compete in the globe. But one of those pieces in that supply chain that in even the 62 days, you've closed your first acquisition. So let's talk to us about that acquisition and why it matters.
Well, and this is why I gave Siemens 2-week notice. We wanted to time my arrival at USA Rare Earth with the acquisition of less common metals. Less common metals. I mean, the name says it all. They're one of only a couple of providers outside of China, and the only metal maker working with samarium and samarium cobalt. For those in the aerospace industry, you would know how critical that is. Less common metals is craftspeople in Cheshire, England, who have been pursuing their craft, doing this for quite some time, have not had the wherewithal to invest. Their owners had said, it's not really worth it in our portfolio of things to invest and grow this business. We spotted them and said, wait a minute, this is the linchpin in the whole chain, ultimately leading to magnets. How do you make magnets? With metals that have been formed into strip cast. Term of the supply chain. That strip cast that gets produced gets put into into the permanent magnet makers everywhere around the world. So less common metals now gives us the ability to work across the entire network, supporting other magnet makers. And because they've spent these many years searching for the sources of minerals outside of China, they know that upstream supply chain very, very well. So I feel like on the day I arrived, I was introduced into a ready-made network, and now we're just moving as fast as we can to make sure that we tap into that network, strengthen the supply chain, and grow.
I would imagine that was taking place before you arrived, and that by hiring you, that getting that deal across the line is important, but also hiring you because of your great track record, but also your relationship to government. We're seeing a lot of ideas about what's the role of federal government at this particular moment. We were at a lunch recently that some ideas were thrown out around the Wolfram crisis in World War II that caused the U.S. to create a stockpile of tungsten. We've seen yesterday Vulcan got $700 million through the Pentagon loan program. And what do you think about these types of initiatives? How does it fit into your own matrix? And are you going to do a deal like this?
I won't comment on that, but what I will comment on is the work that the federal government is doing right now is vitally important. I mean, how do we switch the equation around so that we don't fall smack dab back into the same box canyon that we find ourselves in? What's happened through the years is the public has figured out that, hey, China is using some element here, permanent magnets, for leverage, but it's cheap. So we're gonna buy that. How do we compete against non-market behaviors? That's the question. So what I am thrilled about is the Trump administration has pulled together experts. And in my interactions with the government, what I'm finding is experts in mining, experts in the mineralogy, the metallurgy, the chemistry, experts all the way up through the magnet production who are then capable of looking across the supply chain, seeing how various private sector actors are pursuing their objectives. And really, the only question I have for the US government is how can we help? So I think the best way to get good ideas is to get lots of ideas and throw the bad ones out. And so any of these comments, like, whether we need stockpiles, whether we need pricing support, whether we need permitting support, I think what I've found in the US government is a willingness to use any available lever to solve this critical economic and therefore national security problem.
I know they say there's no bad ideas in a brainstorm, but come on. We've been in some brainstorms.
Well, I've had some bad ones.
Some bad ideas. We put those in the parking lot. But the aspect here of thinking through those ideas and this moment, one of the things that we've talked about is that whether it's policymakers or even the way the media covers it, is not understanding some of the interdependencies here. As we think about what incentives might, we had Grover Norquist resurface an idea that he threw out at our upNEXT event about perhaps creating a tax incentive to companies around how they store critical minerals. But then there's a question that I'd love for you to talk about. Well, then what do we do about the refining? What do we do about these other pieces? And what do we do about getting taxed on metals that are going through, that you're getting taxed on right now? Can you just talk us through some of those interdependencies?
Yeah. I mean, here's the magic thing about our free enterprise system is that innovative people find ways to understand what are the rules today, and then how can I best deliver inside this framework of rules. And anytime we make changes to the rules, it means it disrupts some things. So, I mean, so like there's crazy stuff going on. My favorite is the team called me and said, we've got tariffs on the steel that we're making at Less Common Metals. It turns into strip cast, but it's in a form of steel. How do you code it in the system? You code it as steel, and it's coming in and it's getting tariffed. Well, yes, of course it is, but wow, do you think the federal government understands that this is the very material we need in order to make the magnets? This is the kind of dialogue we'll have, because we know that it's not anyone's intent to slow us down. And so I think it's the job of all of the players, public, private sector, academia, to be at the table, being open about what is it we're trying to achieve, and then what are the unintended consequences as we take action and drive change.
I know you're a student of history. You know, one of the frameworks that I've been trying to think through about this moment, it's clear that you had a calling into this role. Almost, you know, my frame of industrial patriotism, and say it is a calling that you've had to take this job. In this moment, do we think of this as a gold rush opportunity? Do we think of it as a Manhattan Project opportunity? What is kind of historical precedent do you use as a framework to think about these issues?
Well, Peter, you and I had a conversation before your upNEXT event, and we talked about the railroads. Think about the tremendous investment that was required in order to build those railroads, but then think about the economic growth that resulted from that investment. That's where we are right now with the building out of the rare earth supply chain outside of China. This is an opportunity for us to drive economic development in a very big way in places that haven't seen an opportunity like this in quite some time. So I'm excited about that. There's one other aspect of this. I think we've all learned the lesson that those who make innovate. And just the sheer practice of, we know that we had given that away. We thought that's the best way to get cheap goods that are going to drive our other economic objectives. But what we lose in that deal is just the hands-on experience. So I think we're sitting at the front end of something that's a little bit like that golden spike connecting the railroads, and at the same time, the innovation that then sparked generations of economic development.
And so let's put a little finer point on that, because as you talk about Stillwater and these other regions in our country that maybe haven't seen these types of investment, we talked about the federal government. Talk to me a little bit about what's happening at a state level, and sort of are you getting, is it not only just doing job growth, are you getting sort of the right stakeholders around to understand their piece? And I take this from the rail, when the rail industry first got regulated, it was at the state level, and they made a lot of rules around that before Congress stepped in. So tell us a little bit more about what's happening at the state level.
Yeah. From Texas to Oklahoma to Colorado, where we have processing experts. Fantastic interaction there. And Peter, I'll tell you one other thing, internationally as well. That little metal maker in the UK already had plans underway to expand operations in the UK, and then also to expand into France. And the French government is stepping forward. They've been almost as active as the US government in recognizing both the challenge and the opportunity here. And one of the big things that all of these stakeholders, whether I'm in Stillwater, Oklahoma, or whether I'm in Cheshire in the UK, the big question is, what about the workforce?
Yeah. So talk to us about that. So I remember, you talk about sort of the age of physical AI. We talk about sort of apprenticeships programs that exist out there. As much as government can stimulate or partner around permitting or incentivize this type of investments in these town, we need a skilled labor force, workforce to do that. What are you doing on that front? How are you thinking through the skills side of the equation?
Yeah, I'll start with metal making again, because this may be the weakest link in the chain today. You have 30 people in Cheshire who know this craft. The plan is bring in, call it 6 additional people at a time. Bring them in and put them through a mini apprenticeship program. And then have those 6 come with an expert from Cheshire to Stillwater or to the south of France, where we're looking to establish another hub. The idea of establishing an apprenticeship program, very much like the things you would see in our German colleagues' at workforce development programs. I think it's a great way to go. Hands-on, experiential, combining then academic programs that support. Ultimately, I believe that we will see the community college system play a big role in the United States. I was just at a meeting of the Federal Reserve Bank of Richmond this morning, and I met one of our new board members who is with the Food Bank program right here in Washington, D.C. And what she's urging is that we think about combining our public service, our philanthropy that reaches out to provide people basic services with job training programs. And maybe our community colleges will end up being one of those places that bring together hey, look, if we as a community are going to take care of each other, we're also building toward the jobs that we know need to be filled.
That's amazing. So I'm going to try this. We haven't done a lot of Q&A, but we have such a great audience.
We do have a great audience. Hey, friends.
And Barbara obviously is so approachable and knowledgeable with this. Any questions from the audience?
And while we're getting microphones around, can I just say, Sam Feist, you rock. I'm so glad to be on the first day of C-SPAN on YouTube.
There you go. Yeah, we get a round of applause for that. All right. Well, I'm happy to dominate here. So one of the things that I...
wait, there's a question right
Richard,
here in the
please.
front row.
Here, take the microphone, Richard.
So, Barbara, spectacular as you are, when will this critical minerals problem be completely solved?
We will be chipping away at this for a long time to come, but we've got a darn good start right now. The thing I've challenged our team to look at is, hey, you've got a plan between now and 2030. What would it take to accomplish all those objectives by 2028? Sometimes all you need is a really good impossible challenge, right? Wait, they said it can't be done, but wait, I'll find a way. I'm telling you, the miners, the processors, the metal makers, it's all hands on deck.
It's pretty much 2028 already, so
We're
that's
there.
a fabulous goal to have.
Yeah.
Are you going to run for office? No, I'm just joking. One of the things, let's end on a note where we have a lot of policymakers in this room, business leaders. We have our viewers from C-SPAN. If there was like one concept, one thing that you would want them to know about this issue that maybe is not understood or maybe not appreciated, what would it be?
Well, Peter, I would ask everyone to think about this concept, globalization.
Say that again so we can break that down a little bit.
Globalization. I mean, we are living in a world where there's global innovation going on. We can share ideas at the speed of light, no question about it. But what if we can localize more of the real world production? I believe that when we do that, we're going to find we are growing the economy, we're growing our security, we're taking geopolitical game pieces off the board.
That's wonderful. And we're out of time. Barbara, thank you so much.
Peter.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. And welcome back to the stage, our great host, Steve Clemons. Steve?
Peter, thank you. Okay. Hi, everybody. I am Steve Clemons. I'm editor-at-large of the National Interest. I am CEO of Whitehall, and I have with me the great Joe Lavorgna, counselor to the Secretary at the Department of Treasury, where there's been a lot of construction action lately. But,
across the hallway.
Have you ever, hung out with the statues? So I've never understood why Hamilton was in the back and Gallatin was in the front.
That's a good question. I don't have the answer to that.
You don't?
I don't, but I
think
can tell you that the construction is the project's going to get done pretty quickly. I mean, they're working 24/7 on it. Yeah, it's unbelievable how much progress they've made. So that's good.
You're the only one I know who can get inside to see. So there,
Yeah, I'm lucky because my office is down the the opposite side of the hallway, across from the chief of staff, but it's noisy.
Oh, well, so you're in a good spot.
I'm in a good spot.
So Joe is counselor to the Secretary Besant, and I think one of the interesting things we've been diving into was, what's the next new terrain of the U.S. economy look like? But before we get deep into that, one of the elements I've sort of been interested in are these baby counts, the Trump accounts.
Sure.
And you had this big announcement this week. You and I haven't talked about it, but I assume it's interesting as we're talking a little bit about economic opportunity, and part of that, which we haven't gotten into much today, is asset building. And a lot of Americans don't have the beginning of asset building. Michael Dell and his wife just committed something like over $6 billion.
$6.25 billion.
Yeah, and then putting $250 and I think, what, $25 million?
$25 million.
Baby accounts? Trump accounts?
Trump accounts, yeah. Form 4547, as it will be known.
So that's what's being known. Is that
that's what it's like. So what'll happen? So we're very thankful to the Dells, of course, and that's in addition to what the government will do. So just so everybody understands, any child born between January 1st of 2025 and December 31st of 2028 will get $1,000 in his or her account from the U.S. Treasury. The process will start early next year, sometime around when generally your W-2s go out, where you will be able to go online, sign up, and then the monies that you want to contribute in addition to the $1,000 the Treasury will give, you could officially do that on July 4th. And then the money from Treasury will come in right around then. I don't know if it'll be on the 4th or the day after, but around that period of time. So that's $1,000. Then anything you want to add to it. The Dells added $250 in addition to the $1,000. But you can go up to $5,000 on that side. So President Trump really wants to see people build wealth, have a stake in the system, realize the power of compounding interest. The Treasury, in particular Treasury Secretary Bessent, given his background, very high on the prospect of financial literacy, meaning really wants to drive that point home and have young boys and girls that will be adults learn about investing and saving and building wealth creation, having a part of the American dream. So I think it's a really neat proposal the president put forward, and it was part of the bill that he signed in
kind of sounds like
order.
Call options on kids.
Yeah, but they're gonna pay out.
Are they gonna? Yeah,
they're gonna pay out. I mean, because it's going to be invested in a low-cost index fund, and if you believe in the U.S. economy, you believe in its long-term growth prospects, of which the U.S. has been the dominant economy the last 100-odd years, with all the innovation. I was just listening to a little bit of the speaker before. I mean, it's an exciting time we're in. Why won't the U.S. thrive? And to President Trump's credit, he's got everybody involved in that process, and they can see their money grow. And at 18, they can have access to it after they turn 18. We're hopeful they'll want to put more money in and grow their savings and grow their wealth.
Joe, I asked this somewhat humorously, but one of the last times we were hanging out with, you brought Secretary Bessent to a dinner I was having, and we were hanging out at Cafe Milano. He dropped by, and one of the funniest comments that he made, he said, "Steve, I spent a lot of time explaining the macro to the micro, and I'm still trying to understand what he meant."
Good question, Steve. I wasn't privy to that conversation. I think what the secretary wants, I mean, he certainly, you talked a little bit about the Trump economy, and one of the things that's important in my role is messaging what we've done. And I kind of intuitively knew it, but I think outside of a crisis, the fact that bill, the One Big Beautiful Bill, also the Working Families Act, something to that effect, was signed in record time. And the reason for that was IRS, people don't realize, have to write the guidelines. So it was one of the fastest pieces of signature legislation we've had in 90 years. And now that the guidelines are almost done, you are going to see strong capital spending. We've seen that in the data that we've got so far, but you're also going to see a tremendous amount of building. You made a comment about the East Wing, but you now as a builder or as a company can expense an entire factory, full expensing up to 2028, 100%. Think about that. You could expense it in year one, and normally the depreciation cycle is almost 40 years. So it's going to be a huge spending boom, which means a huge construction boom, which means more jobs, high-paying jobs. And then when that factory is there and it's built, that's going to produce the goods or services that people want in the United States. So you're broadening out the manufacturing base, creating high-paying jobs, and by increasing the productive capacity of the economy, you will also tend to lower the inflation rate. So it's a really neat policy that has yet to really even been felt yet. So we're going to see that next year. I think it's going to get people much more excited and upbeat on America's future growth prospects.
Joe, I used to be obsessed with interviewing America's mayors, and I found out very early on that some, like Rahm Emanuel was a data mayor in Chicago, but Dallas didn't have a data mayor. He wouldn't know, and he said, okay, what's that? And he turned himself into one. He got a dashboard, like a little Apple notebook, feeding him data on fire stuff, police stuff, whatever. And I said, how do you know you're winning? What are you watching? He said, look, the most important thing I know, whether I'm winning or losing, is whether the real estate values in South Dallas are rising. Because if they're not, then I'm not succeeding in part of what I need to do. I'm really interested in how Treasury looks at whether it's winning or losing. What are the, because there's so many data points out there that we could be looking at. But what do you look at in terms of what equities we're trying to enhance in a very complex economy?
We have top-down GDP that looks very good. Second quarter, we grew 3.8. Ex-federal spending, we were up 4.5. Atlanta Fed has GDP at 3.8 again. In the third quarter, like the second quarter, whenever those numbers become reported or become official, you're going to see it in the private sector. GDP looks great. The shutdown certainly hurt us in the fourth quarter. We'll get some of that back in Q4, but the economy looks to be doing pretty well from a GDP perspective. The labor market's a bit on a fulcrum. The labor market was slowing dramatically under the prior administration. Jobs were revised down 2 million over the 23-24 period. I'm sorry, but the Trump administration did not inherit a good labor market. The fact that we've got an environment, we've got such low hiring and low firing, I think is testament to the confidence that the president is a businessman, knows how the economy works, will build and make sure the economy thrives. So what I'm watching for will be a continuation of strong GDP growth. But in light of the capital spending I highlighted and in light of the factory boom we anticipate, one of the things we should expect to see next year, and the secretary's mentioned this, is much faster job gains. So if we have GDP at 3% and job growth turning up and the Fed easing rates, because we need the Fed to ease rates because the economy cannot hit its full potential if those rates are high, certainly on a building perspective, that impacts things. But the economy could perform incredibly well, even better than it did under the first Trump term, because the deregulation policy, I think, is more broad. You've got the energy abundance. We've solidified the tax cuts and added additional supply-side growth initiatives. So employment, GDP, we should see an improvement in manufacturing data. The various purchasing manager series that come out from various jurisdictions will look better. So, I think, and you'll see it in the sentiment numbers. You'll see consumers being much more upbeat as President Trump's policies are delivering.
You had this kind of annoying little tiny uptick in inflation. So does that worry you? I mean, it worries some at the Fed. So does it get in the way of rates coming down?
Well, the Fed, there's a debate on the Fed. There are some bunch of hawks, which I totally disagree with, and the doves that want to cut. I mean, the Fed should be cutting interest rates because, as I mentioned earlier, interest-sensitive spending is weak. Number two, if you look at things when rates are high, that means the dollar is high. And contrary to what the financial press tell you, if you look at the dollar in real trade-weighted terms, it's very high. If you look at the yield curve, its slope, the difference between long and short rates, it's really flat. That means rates are high. The Fed's own estimates have said rates are high. So there's a lot of factors. If the Fed cuts, that's certainly going to help. But, on the growth side, I'd be arguing for lower rates to get the economy moving more quickly. It's sort of the grease, the skid, what's the expression? I say path forward or grease the skids.
Yeah.
Of acceleration. So I do think the Fed should be cutting and will. But if they keep rates high, it's gonna hurt us. It's on inflation. So on inflation, the Fed's making a mistake. Some, not all. That tariffs are inflationary. They're not. And if you look at inflation, what you see actually is inflation not having gone up like people have thought. Inflation is above the Fed's target, but you know where the excess inflation is? It's not in goods, which is where tariffs would theoretically show up as a one-off price level adjustment. It's in services. And I do think we're going to see service inflation come down based on some leading indicators of housing rents and some other variables that suggest you're going to get some moderation. So that little uptick, no, it should moderate.
So maybe this is, not, I love numbers, and so thank you. I've been waiting for a lot of these numbers all day, so we're really happy you're here. You've got rising concern in America about affordability. What's happening in affordability, prices? How do you see it going? And, we're going to have Jamieson Greer here later, and we've been talking a lot about every dimension of the ecosystem of the economy, from critical materials to, data centers to, need for new power, but also looking at rebalancing the economy and manufacturing. All of this, fits in this sort of economic equation that you're looking at. But, one of the nagging things out there was American anxiety about, cost of living.
So again, I would say the way you deal with affordability is increasing people's purchasing power. So how do you do that? Well, when you expense capital at 100% CapEx and you're seeing the data start to turn, history shows every time that's correlated with rising job growth. And if you have rising CapEx, capital expenditures, alongside what has been higher productivity because of the global innovation and technology of which the U.S. leads. Not only do you get more jobs, you get higher paying jobs. We've got the factory build. So I mentioned high paying jobs. You can look in the data and you'll see that if you're in construction, you get paid higher than average wage rates. So the bill that the president signed of the full expensing of CapEx, the full expensing of factories, means you're going to get more jobs and higher paying jobs. Third piece is the no tax on overtime and tips. And that is going to increase people's after-tax wages. They may get faster wages because they're in demand, but they're going to get to take home more of their pay because they're going to be incentivized to work harder. They go overtime they're not being taxed on. So that's another way to get their take-home pay, the money in their pocket, higher, and that also is going to offset affordability concerns. And again, assuming interest rates come down and inflation will moderate, we had some good data this week. Import prices are basically flat. There's no growth there. Gasoline prices, as of this week, just edged down below $3 a gallon for the first time since May of 21. So there's a lot of good stuff happening. I understand people's frustration, but we know we're moving in the right direction. So that's how we're going to do affordability. We're going to get those prices down that we can get lower, and then people are going to make more.
And one of the big macro things that sort of seems to be hanging out there, according to some, like a guillotine over the neck of the country, is debt. You know, huge, 34, I think it's 34, maybe it's, you know, more $1 trillion. When and how do we begin dealing with that? Do you think it matters?
Well, it certainly matters. And I mean, the secretary has been clear. I mean, a lot of this debt, unfortunately, happened recently and it was outside our control. It was in the prior administration, increased debt dramatically. You need growth. Without growth, you've got nothing. You're never going to cut your way to prosperity. You need a strong, durable economy that works for middle and lower class households, which you saw in the first Trump administration when median household income rose over $6,000 in those years immediately before the pandemic, which was the largest gain over a 2-year period than what we had in the prior 16, both Democrat and Republican administrations. So that's a very important development. You need to grow. The deficit looks like it went from 6.4, 6.5 last year, or fiscal year 24, to slightly below 6 in fiscal year 25. Given what we've seen on the tariffs and given where we think growth is and what we think revenues will do, broadly speaking, those deficit numbers should come in, and the secretary thought we could get to a 3 handle on the deficit to GDP ratio, certainly by the end of the Trump administration term, and that'll help a lot stabilize those long-term concerns.
You know, right before President Trump was inaugurated, I got together a lot of the former Trump administration trade officials, you know, some that worked in Treasury, and I learned something I'd never read in the press, which is there was pretty fine-tuned monitoring of tariffs, impact on industry and market share, lots of communication with industry. The exemptions were given were sort of empirically dictated by, what they were seeing in this. I have no idea whether that happens in your shop or whether it happens. Is there something like that going on now? Because we hear a lot about the headlines about tariffs, but we're not hearing about, how it's fine-tuned, whether there's sort of an awareness inside the shop on what the impact of tariffs will be, and whether, because they're blunt instruments sometimes. And so, the broad side is what I got, and I, have to give them credit, really fascinating understanding of part of what the Trump administration did in round one when Bob Lighthizer was there. Is that happening now?
So my analysis suggests that the bulk of the tariff has been effectively absorbed by the exporter. And that's happened because they lower their price to offset what the effective tariff would be. We have yet to see any meaningful increase in goods prices because of tariffs. What tariffs have done in the short term is raise a tremendous amount of money. And as Secretary Best has talked about, tariff revenues in some sense are like a melting ice cube, because what we ideally want is domestic production to come here. So as that's happening, you need the tariff to do it, because the tariff is the incentive or the cudgel to get the foreign capital to come into the U.S. The foreign capital is encouraged to come in because the tariff wants them to come in so they don't have to pay the tariff. And you get the added benefit of low corporate tax rates, pro-business, pro-growth deregulatory policies, and cheap and abundant energy, which you need to run a factory, which is, most places of the world is energy costs are high, just like what's happening in Europe. So the tariff
And
is
in the
a
US,
very,
I mean,
and in the U.S. to some extent, and there's issues as it relates to climate initiatives in some of these states having very, very high costs because they're not using maybe the traditional sources of energy as much as they should. But the point is the energy sector on the gas side is weakening. And ideally, what these tariffs will do is it will encourage a broader and deeper manufacturing base in specialized high value, which is high wage manufacturing jobs. So the tariff is a necessary ingredient of that.
So I know there are different views on this in the administration. Do you believe what the administration is doing now in these kind of targeted national security sectors, constitutes industrial policy? I just want to know if that,
Industrial policy has like a pejorative term.
Yeah, and I don't mean to make it pejorative. So, let me just add one element.
Yeah, sure.
So I think it's sort of like industrial policy, and I think one of the interesting questions is, and this is why I'm interested in the fine tuning of it. During the Obama administration, 08-09 crisis, you couldn't say the word, but clearly, in the auto sector, they were doing industrial policy, and you're kind of moving along. And then I think President Trump has said it, but I think it's something America has not been good at. I mean, has not necessarily known. We don't have that muscle memory for being a great industrial policy. So I'm just wondering how we're bringing people along and making progress quickly in that space without having a school to say, hey, we're now the industrial policy or some other framing for it.
Yeah, the administration, and those other administrations is really about picking winners and losers. This administration is trying to set up a groundwork where people want to come and do business in the U.S. because it's attractive on so many levels. And that tariff, which is broad-based across the board, is designed to initiate that. And therefore, I wouldn't call it an industrial policy. I'd call it sort of an economic security policy because, as the secretaries mentioned, the interconnectivity of national security and economic security is incredibly tight. And so even to the extent that people talk about, well, you guys, we want high value-added manufacturing jobs. To the extent that you've got lower industry jobs, people will say are never coming back, that misses the point because if some of that work goes outside China to other places that are more U.S. friendly, you're delinking supply chains. So they're not as integrated, we're not so dependent as we realized back in 2020, all the personal protective equipment. So you need the tariffs, even in that regard, to sort of make sure our supply chains are stronger, that we're not so dependent on China for necessary product in times of crisis or whenever.
Last question here. I remember talking many years ago to Clyde Prestowitz, who was a Commerce Department official, his trade, and I think that time the American trade imbalance was like $2 billion or something. And Secretary Brock, hired him to basically, I want you to knock that down. And so, Clyde always tells the story, I don't know if it's true or not. He says, well, give me a percentage of the action for every bit I get the trade deficit down. And of course, it went radically the different direction. But as you kind of look at things, because I know it's very much on the president's mind, the trade deficit, but trade deficits are also a function of savings and investment. What are the real opportunities here to deal with a huge structural trade imbalance, not just with China, but with the world?
But the bulk of it is with China.
Yeah.
And the U.S. is the biggest economy, and we're the biggest export market. What did the president say? He made a great comment of something like, I'm getting this wrong, but we're the best department store. Everybody wants to come and shop here. Something to that effect. I think that was it. And the thing is, China subsidizes its industry, and there's intellectual property that we've lost. There is not a level playing field, and that didn't exist 20 years ago before China was in the World Trade Organization. And the problems, when you talk about Clyde Prestowitz, that was much earlier when deficits, as you said, yourselves are very small. Now they've become large.
Staggering.
But it also creates national security risks. And the president, to his credit, has been ahead of this for years and years, decades even. And we're confident that our policies, if we institute them and follow them, we will create a much more durable, strong manufacturing base, and with that, strong and high wages and a resilient economy.
What is Secretary Scott Bessent's biggest concern in the economy right now?
I don't know if he's got a big concern in the economy. I think we're very happy with the work we've done, and I appreciate me coming, and Ambassador Greer may make somewhat similar comments, but We're happy that we could just message what we've done, and we feel like, look, this is going to work. People say, well, the other administration said their policies are going to work, but we're totally different. This is supply side, private sector-led initiatives to strengthen and build out the economy. And we're going to see how this plays out, and I'm pretty confident, and the Secretary I know agrees that that'll happen. So just, I guess maybe I don't want to put words in his mouth, maybe just counsel a little bit of patience. Let's get to next year. The things are looking up.
I am so patient.
Yeah.
I'm kind of patient, except on energy.
Yeah, well,
and now you've got to bring Secretary Best into one of my other parties because I got to get some clarity on this macro micro.
Yeah, I'll ask him, and you could also, and my colleague
okay?
Alexandra, who you know very well, but yeah, I'd like to know myself.
I just think it's one of the greatest lines from any Treasury sector everywhere. It's like totally enigmatic.
Yeah, that's a good comment. I'm going to find out myself.
So Joe Lavorgna, counselor to Secretary Best. Thank you so much for joining us, Joe. Thank you,
Steve.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, everybody having fun? You guys all stand in the back? You want to stay in the back or you want chairs? Come take chairs. Come sit up here. I just want to say hello to our C-SPAN friends. I want to say thank you so much for joining us. I also want to thank Citi, Coinbase, NVIDIA, the National Interest, Tychos, and upNEXT for sponsoring today because they're paying for the food and stuff. And I just see my friend Tristan and Cal and all these people coming on in. So come on in here. And let me now invite to the stage. Let me just tell you who we've got. We're going to have Richard Vague right now. Then we have Senator Mark Warner. Then we have Jacob Helberg, who is the Undersecretary of State for Economic Growth, Energy, and the Environment. And then we're going to wrap up before the crafted cocktails that we're having, which I hear are pretty good. Somebody's got to give me the names of them. I think one of them is called Bull Market and something else. But and then we've got Ambassador Jamieson Greer, a friend for a long time, who is the U.S. Trade Representative. But without further ado, let me introduce Richard Vague. Richard, come on up. And this is going to be like 10 minutes, right? Okay. Richard, good to see you. Richard happens to be the president of Whitehall, but that's not why he's up here. Richard is a Renaissance man. He's written a lot of books. As I mentioned earlier in the day, he wrote the book, The Paradox of Debt. He's written the Illustrated Business History of the United States, which is one of the most beautiful books of all the kind of engravings and art of just kind of American business. Long time. I love it. You should buy it for Christmas. This is near Christmas time. But Richard was also the CEO of First USA Bank, which was one of the great popularizers of airline points, hotel points. If you remember First USA, they did. I was a great Yahoo Visa card guy, and I had points for everything that he was doing. That became Chase. He did the same thing as CEO of Juniper Financial, which became the backbone of Barclays credit cards. And so this is a guy who knows debt and issues, and now he doesn't have to do all that stuff anymore. But he has written a fascinating book about Thomas Willing. And I wanted to talk about Thomas Willing, who you called America's first major banking genius, right?
He was America's first banker, period.
First banker, period.
And he was America's first central banker.
And so why don't any of us know who he was?
Well,
which I know you're trying to change. Your book comes out in February and all this, so.
Historians kind of gloss over the subject of finance. Thomas Willing was the first banker in the United States. The first bank was created to help finance the American Revolution. Interestingly, President John Adams, said that Thomas Willing governed George Washington and Alexander Hamilton. He was that important.
Which made John Adams just love him, right?
Which John Adams was one of his enemies.
These founding fathers were so petty.
He viewed Willing and his crowd as America's first aristocracy. And he worried that the rise of American aristocracy was just going to replace the British aristocracy that they'd just gotten rid of.
Was he right?
Well, in some respects, these folks were extremely powerful and extremely wealthy, and his very comment about his influence over Washington and Hamilton, I think, is evidence of that.
So one of the things is, I have had the pleasure of going around with Richard and his wife in a horse-drawn carriage in Old Philadelphia, and you showed me who lived where. Hamilton lived here, Thomas Willing lived there. Tell us about the neighborhood.
There was a 2-block stretch in Philadelphia that no one recognizes that was the most important 2-block stretch in early American history. It's on 3rd Street from Spruce to Walnut to Chestnut. And George Washington lived there right after Yorktown. Willing lived there. Across the street from Willing is where Alexander Hamilton lived. William Bingham, who was...
Isn't that where he had his affair?
He had his affair with the
Maria Reynolds
notorious
affair?
Maria Reynolds there. There were a couple of bawdy houses in the neighborhood too, by the way. And across Walnut, you had the two most important institutions in the United States, Hamilton's Treasury and Thomas Willing's Bank of the United States, and they were side by side. So you had Oliver Wolcott, you had Benjamin Chew, the Supreme Court Justice, you had the James Wilson, who was genuinely the father of the Constitution. It was power-packed, two-block stretch, and there's barely a notice of it at this point.
And you're trying to fix that?
Well, I think it's an important story to tell because a lot went on in Willing's life that I think has profound influence. I think one of the reasons that Thomas Willing is not remembered is a very dramatic moment when he voted against the Declaration of Independence. And at first I viewed that as an anomaly, but Pennsylvania's government forbid its delegates for voting for the Declaration of Independence. So it was kind of a structural, institutional thing that was true at that moment. And it took a very vitriolic, acidic, virtual civil war within the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to overturn that aristocracy and end up vote for the Declaration of Independence. And the division was the bankers who are of English heritage that lived in the coastal cities like Philadelphia versus the renegade Scotch-Irish Presbyterians who'd been pouring into the country and were farmers and artisans in Western Pennsylvania. They were Scotch-Irish Presbyterians, and that was the war that was going on. And if those renegade Scotch-Irish Presbyterians had not prevailed, we wouldn't have had the vote for the Declaration of Independence on July the 2nd, by the way. In fact, there were two votes, July the 1st and July the 2nd.
I think a lot of people watching on live C-SPAN right now might say, okay, nice to hear all this history, but why does it matter today? And so I got to say in this audience, and I see my friend Tristan Schucraft, I see other CEOs, we've got Aaron Dowd here who's in critical materials. We've got a lot of folks that are, in the business environment, scrambling to make this economy work. So how do we take those early lessons of those petty founding fathers, the battles over finance, property rights, and all of that, early forging of the social contract and norms between government and business? And so why is your book relevant today?
Well, I think there's a couple of reasons. One of them is the very paradigm that I described, coastal elites versus middle and lower income individuals in the interior of the country, I argue was fully present in 1776 and is the same paradigm we have in the United States today. So I think
say that again, the who and the who?
The coastal elites versus the interior middle class was the clash that happened in 1776. I think it's basically the same paradigm we have today. And I think it's instructive. And by the way, the apotheosis of that middle class Scotch-Irish Presbyterian faction was a couple of decades later in the form of Andrew Jackson. So, it's a very well-established and very important paradigm in American history. The other important thing about Thomas Willing was he was the predominant banker for 30 years. First, as the first banker, and then as the first central banker in the Bank of the United States. The country started, Washington took the presidency position in 1789. The first financial crisis in American history was 1791, less than 2 years later. The second financial crisis in American history was 1792. The third financial crisis in American history was 1796. And by the way, they are exactly the paradigm we still have today, which was folks got too excited, there was too much enthusiasm, prices went far too high, whether they were prices of U.S. securities, Bank of the United States stock, or land itself. So you had these massive run-ups in prices, and then you had a massive...
So are you shorting AI stocks?
Well, let me tell you, the paradigm of American business was established at the very inception of this country. And by the way, all those crises happened at a period that Willing presided over, in which U.S. GDP tripled, and in which massive innovation occurred in manufacturing, in road construction, in canal construction. There was the stock market was established. One of these crises brought into being the New York Stock Exchange as a way to try to prevent future crashes. So I think all of what we think of as America was fully present in that very robust first decade.
I mean, a nasty part of that time, though, was, because I've read part of your book and also looked at it, was, the slave industry and the slave trade was also very much part of the balance sheets of those businesses, even of the coastal elites.
The book I'm writing right now, by the way, is the establishment of the Bank of England. About a century prior to that, there was a massive slave industry that was integral to the triangular trade of the time. Philly had a little bit of that, and Thomas Willing participated in a little of that, and the only reason was the crops of Pennsylvania, which were wheat primarily and corn, didn't require nearly as much labor as a tobacco crop or a rice crop or an indigo crop, which were the further southern. So he has that stain on his record, but all of Pennsylvania did, but just not nearly to the degree that it happened further south.
Was Alexander Hamilton really a big deal?
Alexander Hamilton was a big deal, and Thomas Willing and Alexander Hamilton worked hand in glove. And in fact, the first transaction between the two was when Alexander Hamilton was 16 years old, working, he was precocious, genius, who was already practically running his boss's trading firm in St. Croix, and they were trading wheat and flour. Thomas Willing was in Philadelphia, had the largest merchant trading business in North America, and there's a letter of correspondence between Willing and Alexander Hamilton. They really developed the system of the U.S. financial system together because the United States government and Alexander Hamilton borrowed from Thomas Willing to make payroll. As soon as the government started, Alexander Hamilton walked down with his friends at the Bank of New York and then walked over to Thomas Willing and borrowed about $80,000 to make payroll and to begin to pay the expenses of the United States government. So Thomas Willing was America's banker.
When you kind of look at that, that timing, we've got Mark Warner coming up here, and we've had today really fascinating way. The one thing I'll say that I'm really proud of today is that we've had, folks like Senator Dave McCormick, we've had Chris Coons, we've had Mark Warner, we had 3 different chairs of the Council of Economic Advisors, people that have been inside the Trump administration, people who are Democratic, opposition. You sort of see that there is some overlap, some difference. We've had debate today. But I think when it comes to sort of thinking about the future, I really am interested in crypto. I am interested in AI and what it's going to do. And you just sort of feel like the texture of the American economy is at a point where we're going to see a lot of change and difference. But I guess my question, which I don't mean to be trite, is did it feel that way at the beginning?
It was massive change at the beginning. And you bring up crypto, so I think it's worth noting. And this is, I think, a very important fact about the American financial system, is in 1789, there was no United States currency.
So they were crypto-friendly early.
There were hundreds of different currencies. Every single financial institution issued its own currency. And by the way, one of the issues, if you issued your own currency, was getting folks to trust it, to getting merchants to accept it. There was no United States currency until 1861. And so I'm one of the guys that welcomes.
We had no U.S. currency until 1861?
We had no U.S. currency until 1861. None. And really, it continued to be largely private until 1913, or really 1916, when the Federal Reserve began issuing notes. There were hundreds of different currencies. Merchants had to be able to negotiate and discount these hundreds of different securities. And that's, frankly, one of the services that the central bank provided, was a place to discount any kind of, if you got a note from Cincinnati, which was the extreme western part of the country at that point in time, you had no idea whether that bank was going to be good on that. One of the things the central bank and Thomas Willing did was to discount that and turn it into local currency for you.
Let me ask you a more contemporary question, because, you know, a lot of our politics and, you know, I would argue a lot of our politics today on both sides of the aisle came out of the shock and impact of the 2008-2009 financial crisis, the subprime meltdown. You wrote a book and a paper around that time, and you were working with Barclays. I think you were at Barclays at that time, right? So at Juniper. And you warned everybody this is coming. I remember it. I've known you for a long time. You warned everybody this was coming. Tim Geithner's book on this says nobody could have seen this coming. And there were people out there like Sheila, but there were other people who said, hey, we beg to disagree. You know, clearly there were warning signs all over. But there was a certain class, you know, a big-time economic policymakers who said there's no way anyone could see this coming. So I just want to put on the record you did. I remember seeing it. You've shamed a lot of them. You know, it's probably impacted a lot of your friendships. But as you're sitting today and you're looking ahead, are there things that you see that worry you as bubbles ready to pop, or things that could be around the corner that you ought to think ought to be on people's radar screen?
It is only real estate crises that are large. Real estate's the largest sector of the economy that's not the government itself. And so only a real estate crisis is big enough to bring a country down to its knees. And that's what we had in 2008. We don't have that. Real estate's in pretty good shape right now. We may have
an AI bubble crisis, no problem.
There's only, you know, maybe $1 trillion worth of debt. In 2008, there was $10 trillion worth of mortgages, and probably half of those were bad. And by the way, it's easy to see financial crisis because it's all about the rate of change or growth in private sector debt. So you could look at that at any point in time and easily predict. The problem is the Fed doesn't incorporate private debt into its modeling of the economy, which is a fairly egregious omission. But
so final quick comment. You know, you're such an expert on Thomas Willing and Alexander Hamilton, John Adams, who just seems so prissy and complicated. Sorry, John Adams fans. But, you know, who were the biggest proponents of tariffs in that time?
You know, tariffs got introduced, you know, first of all, the United States...
Don't go long form.
During the Revolution, Britain was trying to shut us off, so we argued for free trade. As we got a little bigger and started to do our own manufacturing, we immediately put in place tariffs to protect our nascent industries. The other thing we did was that we immediately organized the theft of intellectual property from England to seed our manufacturing. And we became the biggest proponent of tariffs for over a century until our manufacturing sector got so dominant that we didn't need tariffs anymore.
That is the perfect opener for Jamieson Greer, the U.S. Trade Representative who's coming here. Ladies and gentlemen, Richard Vague, president of Whitehall. Get his book, check it out. Thomas Willing, February. Ambassador Greer.
See you.
Ambassador Greer, thank you. Did you like that last question?
Yeah. I was listening carefully.
Welcome. You know, join my show. Oops, excuse me. Sure. Join my show here. Everyone here, we have Jamieson Greer, who is a U.S. Trade Representative of the United States, engaged in countless numbers of trade deals, dealing with everything out there, and also critical material sales. He was also, well, I was talking about Robert Lighthizer earlier today. He was Bob Lighthizer's chief of staff during the first Trump administration, and he's one of the people I talked to that when I talked with Vince Haley just a little while ago about the highly technical dimensions of trade, the monitoring of markets. We also talked to Joe Lavorgna about this. And so a lot of people give you credit for being one of the best trade technicians in the business. So thank you for joining us. Look, give us your map. I mean, give us what have you done? Which deals have you done today?
So, today? Well, yeah. I just came from meeting with President Ruto of Kenya, who came to help be part of the peace deal with the DRC and Rwanda. And sign a health agreement with the United States. So they, in the first Trump term, we started trade agreement negotiations. In the Biden years, the ambition of that was highly reduced. They now are coming back and they want to have something. We're trying to pursue something called agreements on reciprocal trade.
The last time we had what one would call a comprehensive free trade agreement in the United States really was the Korea-U.S. free trade agreement in 2011. It takes a long time to negotiate these things. They can be very contentious due to politics. We're trying to focus on agreements on reciprocal trade, which are very concrete, smaller versions that get market access for the United States overseas quickly and in a concrete way. And that's what we're trying to do with everybody, maybe with Kenya too.
Oh, that's so. As you're out there, is reciprocity the North Star? Is it the thing you're most worried about, or are we being, kind of a la carte and looking, well, we need critical materials or rare earths here, or we, have agricultural exports that kind of hit, how much of this is an a la carte menu that's getting away from, it's really thus everything is a new and special situation, and we don't have a North Star in trade.
So I would say we're looking for balance, which I think presumes some reciprocity. When I say balance, I'm talking very specifically about our trade balance, and people get sick of hearing me talk about it, but the trade balance matters. If we have a deficit, if you're a multinational corporation, you don't necessarily care about imports and exports other than how it affects your bottom line. I understand that. We're capitalists. We believe in that. But if you are a worker, who is making vehicles in Ohio or HVAC equipment in Michigan or something like that, a trade deficit could represent, your job or your son's or daughter's potential job going somewhere else. So we care about trade deficits. So the deals we're looking for are deals where the United States is able to keep some level of protective tariff on the things that matter most, while also obtaining expanded market access overseas, and that leads to balance, right? We can export more, we can control the imports a little bit better, and that leads to balance. Now, all that being said, there are kind of adjacent issues that I call economic security. And if you look at our trade agreements we've concluded or the frameworks we've announced, they all have an economic security element to it. And it can include access to critical minerals investment opportunities. It can include aligning on export controls or on sanctions. It can include taking the similar measures to protect our economies in similar ways. And I think we have to view our economics through a national security lens as well.
So how do you, Jamieson, not fall into a trap of protecting the wrong jobs?
Well, what are the wrong jobs?
Well, I don't know. I would suppose you say you can, a lot of people where you could have jobs that maybe they've matured, they're low-end jobs, you've got other jobs that are going to drive greater value creation. I'm just sort of sitting and talking about criticisms of tariffs and that kind of trade policy. You end up, maybe protecting the wrong things.
Well, so first of all, what I would say is, and it kind of is embedded in your question of the wrong jobs. The right job for me is maybe not the right job for somebody else. I think the real trap that we fell into really, post-Cold War was saying, well, everyone should go to college and have a job that you can only have at the college degree, and we should tend towards services and emphasize that and get away from manufacturing. That's what I think what was wrong.
So we had kind of an industrial policy that took us there.
We had a default industrial policy, right? It was that anti-industrial policy, almost.
Okay.
So I think we need to protect industrial jobs. I think sometimes we hear, and people will say, oh yeah, semiconductor production, pharmaceuticals. I agree with all of that, but I think a lot of basic stuff, fertilizer production, chemicals, steel, aluminum, textiles, these are things where people might say these are the wrong jobs. They're not. We need these things. We found out during the pandemic, you have to have textiles. You have to have medical equipment. I was in the military. I wore a uniform. That's made of textiles. All of our vehicles, all of our equipment, they have textiles. I just use that as an example. So I think that we want to make sure we are protecting as much as we can, understanding we're not going to make everything here. So we want to make sure that we can also have good supply chains as close to home as possible.
What's been remarkable about the work you've done and the period we're in is the kind of reclassification of economic. Because 30 years ago, I was arguing it was a national security issue, but nobody listened, right? Nobody. I mean,
Bob agreed with you.
Well, yeah, Bob. Yeah, I worked with your former boss 30 years ago, Bob Lighthizer, and we both look back and say, damn, if we'd been effective, if everybody listened to us then, we wouldn't be in the mess we are in now. But it has really shifted where you're right. The national security frame has become a very substantial part of it. You would never imagine a U.S. trade representative at National Security Council meetings, and others like you're doing that. How have other countries either rejected that or mimicked it?
So first of all, we have seen mimicking, and part of it is out of need. A good example are the tariffs we've put in place on steel. where there's huge overcapacity in the world, certainly in China, but also in India, other places in Asia. So we've had tariffs on steel for some time, since the first Trump administration. The Biden people kept it. President Trump has tightened it again. We have seen over the past several months, Canada, Mexico, the EU, many countries raise their own tariffs on steel, particularly against the biggest offenders. And people have been saying, listen, I may have free trade agreements, I may have other things happening, but I'm still going to have to protect myself. And so we are seeing other countries mimic some of this. I will say one of the most significant things that happened this year is at the Turnberry Resort in Scotland, where we concluded a framework deal with the EU. We were sitting in a room with Ursula von der Leyen, President of the EU, and President Trump, and they were finalizing the negotiation of this framework deal. And President von der Leyen, she said, we understand there are global imbalances that need to be fixed. And to me, because I'm like a trade nerd, that was a real turning point, I thought. Because normally what we hear from the EU is deficits don't matter, let's just have rules and we'll follow them wherever they lead regardless of the outcome. That's not how we operate, right? Our view is you have to figure out what's the outcome you want and then develop a trade policy to reach it. And if our outcome is we need more manufacturing, we need secure supply chains, you're going to have a different trade policy.
I love that you call yourself a trade nerd.
You are too. You know you are too.
I know I'm deep down. How is it going with China?
How is it going with China? Well, China is a challenge.
Of course.
They have a different system than we do. And for decades, again, following the end of the Cold War and leading up to Chinese accession to the World Trade Organization, there was what I think a total misunderstanding, either deliberate or not, by U.S. policymakers that China would change, that China would essentially get to a spot where they would swear on their mother's grave, I'm not going to be communist anymore, I'm not going to be state-centered, I'm not.
Oh, they weren't supposed to succeed unless they looked like us, right?
Exactly right. Yeah. And guess what? They have a different system, and I'm not really in the business of going to China and saying, you have to change everything. Like, I don't think that's the best use of my time as U.S. trade representative. My view is the landing zone with China is our trade with them needs to be more balanced. It needs to probably be smaller so we're not so dependent on each other. And it needs to be in areas of non-sensitive goods. That's where I think where we need to be going. And you can kind of see it evolving, right, in terms of...
What are your measures of success?
With China?
Yeah.
Well, balance, first of all. So if you look from the beginning of the year, our trade deficit in goods with China specifically is down, about 25%. So to me, that's the right direction. People will come and say, oh, well, they're sending it through other places, or Chinese content is getting in. I acknowledge that, but we're still in a better situation now than we were in January. So that's part of it. Part of it also is having stability, right? I mean, I don't think anyone wants to have a full-on economic conflict with China, and we are not having that. In fact, President Trump has had the opportunity to use all leverage we have against China, and we have a lot, right? Whether it comes to software or semiconductors or all kinds of things, a lot of allies who are interested in taking coordinated action. But the decision right now is we want to have stability in this relationship. We have to get our own house in order. We need to make sure that we are on the good path to reindustrialization, including for critical minerals. So for this moment in time, we want to make sure that China is buying the kinds of things from us we should be selling them, aircraft, chemicals, and medical devices, and agricultural products. We can buy things from them that are non-sensitive, consumer goods, low-end electronics, et cetera. Whenever you get to the higher end technologies, that's always, what do you control, what do you not, right? That's always a conversation to be had. But I think we're in a stable situation with China, and we're monitoring it. We're watching it evolve literally on a daily basis.
I interviewed President Paul Kagame of Rwanda yesterday, and he's here for the big agreement signing. And he talked a little bit about the economic framework and agreement around a lot of the critical materials and processing. He said the United States helped set up all this stuff. And I said, what is making this work? You're talking so positively about President Trump. And he says, he doesn't talk to us about all these kind of meta topics, democracy and human rights, blah, blah, blah. He's a transactionalist. Are you his transactionalist?
I'm one of them. I think we all are. But it's an interesting point. And President Trump, people talk about this meeting he had with Mamdani in the Oval Office. And everyone's like, oh, I can't believe this went well. I wasn't surprised at all. I mean, the reality is The president is very good at identifying common interests and points of divergence, but identifying common interests regardless of where someone fits on an ideological scale, and reaching out for that and trying to find an area where they agree. So I mean, you can call it transactional, which is true, but has a little bit of a negative connotation. I really think it's more of finding common interests in a very quick manner.
So you helped negotiate the USMCA, right? Remember that?
Yeah, I remember
First
that.
time.
Yeah.
And so you're now helping whatever happens to USMCA. Is USMCA going to continue, or is it just going to become US without the M and the CA?
Well, I mean, listen, Congress passed it, right? It's in law right now. Canada and Mexico are our largest export destinations. Our supply chains run largely through these countries. There are problems with USMCA. Our expectation is that there would be a lot more auto production in the U.S., and we did see a lot more auto investment in the U.S. and companies that came and built. We've also saw that Mexico really took advantage of it, and a lot of imports of vehicles from Mexico continued. We've now imposed a Section 232 tariff on autos from all over the world. That includes Canada and Mexico. So some of these challenges with USMCA, we already have adjustments in place to control for that. I want to make sure that Canada and Mexico aren't used as an export hub for Vietnam or China or Indonesia or something like that.
Is that happening? I mean, do we have national security risk in Mexico because of Chinese investment?
Yes. That being said, the Mexicans have their own interest in managing this. The Mexicans want to make sure that USMCA is good for them and that they're the ones benefiting from it. They have a lot of workers. They want to make sure that they're not the victims of overcapacity coming from Asia. I mean, we talk about China, but there's a lot of Asian overcapacity, Vietnam, et cetera. There is a lot of common interest in making sure that if we have that agreement, if it endures, that it truly is for the benefit of these countries.
I've spent time with you and some of your former colleagues that were in the first round of the Trump administration. And something I think journalism really failed in is telling the story of the kind of finely tuned machinery and analysis your team did around market share and watching U.S. industry impacts and how tariffs were put in. And I got goosebumps listening to all this trade stuff one night on what was going on. And I think the American public, and I think many people in business may not have known, a lot of interaction with business at the time, but I think it's a very, very important part of the story about the smoothness, if you will, of the first Trump administration in some of this and how it sort of worked. Is that in place now again?
Sure it is, right? I mean, remember though, in the first Trump administration, we were trying to fix NAFTA, we were trying to get the China relationship under control, and we did both of those. Although they were large projects, they were fairly discreet. President Trump has now tried to take on the largest project of dealing with our large and persistent trade deficit, which exploded by 40% over the Biden years. And so that requires a global tariff. It requires a larger tariff on the larger offenders. So it's a broader project. People will always ask, well, where's your data? Where's your analysis? And I say, look at the trade deficit. It's public. You can see how it moves. We dig into it as we go country by country. We take a look at what's driving it. And how it can be changed. And so we've had a lot of conversation with these countries specifically on how they can address the trade deficit. And it's product specific, it's sector specific. Some of it is responsive to changes in trade rules. Some of it have other factors that aren't necessarily trade related. But it is a detailed analysis, and we have an entire agency, and we leverage the rest of the agencies too to help us undertake all those analyses.
Well, look, I'm thrilled you took time out of your day to come talk to us. We've got Senator Mark Warner coming up, right here. We're going to see him. You can, I will see how.
We were hanging out yesterday.
Oh, really?
Well, hanging out.
Was it friendly?
I'd say it was friendly.
Yeah, friendly? Okay, good. Well, we're going to have a repeat. Ladies and gentlemen, Ambassador Jamieson Greer, thank you very, very much for joining us.
Thank you. Good to see you.
Now we have my friend Senator Mark Warner, of course, of Virginia. Senator, thank you so much for joining us over here. We've been going at this for like 11 hours today.
I know. So, and I'm all that stands between you and a drink?
No. We got Jacob Helberg, next.
Okay.
So we got one more. But But what are our crafted cocktails? Can anyone tell me? What are they? They're made from botanicals. What are the names of them?
Ooh.
My team does not know the name of the crafted. Who are we looking at?
Oh my God, Clemons! Okay. I thought you promised me a drink.
The bull market and what? Okay, dollars and cents. Okay, there we go.
Good.
So there are two great. Yeah, I definitely need a cocktail. So Mark, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, Steve.
Look, we just had the, the ambassador that matters in trade.
Yep.
Big time. I mean, Jamieson Greer's second time around. He was Bob Lighthizer chief of staff before. Now he's a technician. He's respected on both sides, but he's doing a lot that's uncomfortable. For some in the industry, very comfortable for others. But how do you see when you think about the national equities, as we're sort of our topic today, the American Growth Summit, and looking at how we get things right as we look forward. Where do you think the trade picture needs to be?
It's a great question, and I have a lot of respect for Jamieson. I think he's a professional. We went at it pretty good on his first hearing before the Finance Committee when, and I don't blame him for this, I think it was more from the White House itself, why we were, whacking Australia, one of our closest partners, with a major tariff when we actually have a trade surplus. And we were together yesterday and was very concerned, an issue I raised with him. And again, I'm not sure he generated this. I'm almost 99% sure he didn't. But, for 35 years, Democrats and Republicans have, through every administration, tried to move us closer with India. I am biased. I'm chair of the India caucus. I am long India. I think India's time has arrived. And we had made so much progress. And frankly, even, Trump won, howdy modi, when that, trip to Texas. And then for India to be hit with the highest tariff rate of anyone, under the reason of, gosh, I don't want India to buy oil from Russia, but we don't take any of that approach vis-a-vis China. And then, the third largest purchaser of oil from Russia is Turkey, and Turkey's at 15, and it just feels like if there's a logic in that, other than maybe some ego differentials between Trump and Modi, I don't see it. And I think the notion of how we think about trade goes to the whole heart of our relationships with so many other countries, and it seems so erratic. One of the biggest concerns I have is, and one of the major reasons I'm asking folks to rehire me one last time, is I think our competition, economic and technology with China is the issue of our time. And China is a great nation. They have a plan. What we always had, I think, that was an asset that China didn't have was a group of allies. And in many ways, and then when China did do their outreach, they were very ambitious with Belt and Road. But I think many countries felt, well, we didn't get the jobs because China would bring in their own workers if they made those relationships. They had pretty crappy infrastructure, and they still ended up in debt. And I think there was this whole opening for us to reunite with our allies, and frankly, in Africa and South America and parts of East Asia, really make progress. But, President Trump, in certain things directionally, I agree completely with the president, having NATO pay up more of their fair share, but it is so personality driven that I fear that countries around the world that have naturally aligned with us or prefer to align with us are starting to think, well, China may be the more dependable long-term play here, and that's not good for our country.
You have been so involved for so long about, basically giving the warning cries about Chinese digital and technological predatory behavior, and your concerns about American deficits in the national security space. And that goes into, issues like TikTok and, other social media, but really much more broadly. You were out there on Huawei and stuff. And I have to say that, sometimes I see us, moving in the direction you wanted, and other times I see us moving 3 steps backward. Yeah. And so I'm just interested in how you see, as we're kind of getting into this AI age, and you kind of look at the digital AI age, the quantum age, where we have so much more data, so much more fast processing, so more. We had somebody talking today about agentic AI, talking to agentic AI on this, and I'm just interested in.
I would point out back in 2017, when social media was still cool, I had a bill, a bipartisan bill about data portability, interoperability, and delegability, which was kind of agentic agents before that was even cool.
Yeah.
get passed.
So where are you now in that? And do you think the decibel level of concern is where it should be?
I think part of my goal with the Intelligence Committee has been trying to convert that to the de facto technology committee, because regardless of the war in Ukraine, I think national security is more than tanks and guns. It is going to be who wins AI, who wins quantum, who wins, frankly, bio and AI combined. And my predicting question I say is, just as nobody had heard of Huawei 8 or 9 years ago, the next company that I think may have an even bigger effect than Huawei is BGI, Beijing Genomics Institute, as they are hoovering up enormous amounts of DNA and really not having some of the same kind of restrictions in terms of what the government in China is doing in experimenting on super soldiers and biomanufacturing. So I think we are still, the competition is fierce. We can't presume anything. I just saw yesterday, as an old telecom guy, that China again is trying to take the lead in 6G, and a lot of this is less about who gets there first, but who ends up, which standards are adopted. So, I think about that a little bit in AI. We all want to see which large language model is going to dominate, but if the standards and protocols that go along with that technology are Chinese rather than American and our friends, that will be, I think, a real problem. And this is a very, nerdy issue, and it does mean flooding the zone where the standards are set and being more forward-leaning on that. And I think there's a lot of bipartisan support.
One of the questions, I'm going to be blunt, we've been very blunt with everybody today, on things, and sometimes I get things wrong and frame them, in ways.
Steve Clemons get things wrong?
Yeah. So, but you talk about Europe and our friends, and clearly NATO, transatlantic relationship, so important. But as I talk to people in the AI space who believe strongly that our LLMs can't succeed without Europe baked in, that when you kind of look at the competition with China on the size of their data sets are coming in, where they have with Belt and Road, that Europe is a fundamental requirement in that. But they say the divergence between the US and European ecosystem is tragically far, and Europe has zero awareness on how strategically significant it is. So are they a ball and chain around America's neck, and are we going to lose?
No, I don't think they're a
Europe?
ball and chain. They clearly have a much more regulatory approach, frankly, further than I think.
But it's a serious one.
It is a serious one, but what we've not articulated, I think one of the things that China has been brilliant at for a long time was playing us off against the Europeans and then playing off against East Asian countries. Mm-hmm. And everybody kind of turned a blind eye to intellectual property theft and everything because they didn't want to, you can't lose the Chinese market. So, I'm a big fan of Jensen's, although I think he made a huge error if he did just meet with the Republicans recently on the banking committee. But as we think about
He made an error meeting them?
Well, just meeting with a Republican only.
Okay.
Which, it's just, that's not the way we ought to be operating. And I think he made a good case, and I think the Biden administration was wrong, and I was wrong for a while on this as well about the notion of country chip caps. But if you're not going to do chip caps, I still do think you need to think through, well, what kind of leakage should we allow, and will you at least put basic security as we think about things like the Microsoft G42 deal in the Emiratis, how we build at least bake in some security. Now, I think he makes some good arguments that if China becomes dependent on NVIDIA, that because of the software updates, not dissimilar to why we finally convinced the rest of the world, be careful with Huawei. It's not that the stack is corrupted at this point, but if you were always dependent upon the updates, you're always vulnerable. But I don't think we have a clear policy, in terms of kind of leading edge, bleeding edge on AI chips. I think it also comes to a point, and I'm going to take a minute of excuse our friendship to say, I think one of the biggest issues of our time, and I think this goes a little bit to kind of Europe's immediate approach back to regulatory approach, is I'm all in on the enormous positive outcomes of AI. I also am at least open to the belief that AI is going to create a whole new set of enormous jobs and opportunities. But I think there's going to be, 3, 5, 7 year gap where we could have a level of economic disruption that frankly is unprecedented. It would make the early 90s, when we lost a lot of the traditional manufacturing, and our response was TAA that didn't work, pale in comparison. We're at, where I think the most disruption is going to come, and Josh Hawley and I have got a bill on trying to get at least AI job loss reported, which we don't even have a way to do, but I'm less concerned about a tech company.
But Josh Hawley's worried about that?
Yeah, Josh Hawley and I are on all this. But I'm less concerned about the job loss in traditional companies and more the job elimination, particularly of entry-level jobs for folks coming out of college. We're at 9% recent college graduate unemployment. You go to most of the big hirers, big banks and others, they have cut their hiring classes in half. They intend to cut them in half again. And if that 9% goes to 25%, you're not only going to have a lot of young people without a job, you're going to have a lot of pissed off parents who spent $200,000 on financing that education. And what I'm trying to engage, and so far, knock on wood, it's easy to get the preliminary conversation, say to my friends in the AI space, unless you want this kind of populist left and right attack against this innovation, let's figure out how to do this transition jointly, frankly, and I'll accept the premise that you leave it to government, we'll screw it up. You help us design what that 3 to 5 year transition, it could even unwind as the new AI jobs come up, but you also got to help pay for it. Because I think there will be, if we get anything close to that 25% of recent college graduate unemployment, you could have enormous pushback, and we might then go too much on the kind of old school regulatory approach as opposed to say, we all got to be in this.
You and I years ago when I was at the Atlantic, I remember we had an incredibly, I think, powerful conversation on whether capitalism works, in the old way. Was the social contract around, the private sector, the government, workers, the broad community side working. I've raised it with a few people here. And you had your concerns way back then. And everything you worried about back then has become like, turbocharged now.
Although I was completely unsuccessful at the kind of basic premise that I had, which was
I still remember.
Let's try to treat investment in human capital with the same tax and accounting benefits that we treat investment in tangible assets like a computer. The old excuse is $5,000 on a computer, you get an R&D tax credit, it's an asset, you can declare it. You train humans to be better.
Yeah.
You don't get the same tax benefit. It's not created as an asset category. So can we do this? Can we?
Michael Dell just put $250 in 25 million accounts.
And these are, I think, are good things. I think we also have to, think about to the social contract. Can we create benefits that go with any job? Can those benefits be portable? Somehow figuring out the fact that the 20th century economy is not going to come back and AI is going to accelerate this transition exponentially is a BFD. And I think the opportunity here is, this isn't Democrat or Republican. This is much more future past than it is left-right.
I think we're on the verge of Undersecretary Helberg being here. Am I right? But I want to ask you one of the questions.
Hold on, I got to drive through these last minute 11.
Yeah. No, you're going to get a couple more minutes here. We talked to a guy who's building a fusion facility in Virginia, and I said, God, Virginia needs something else. They got so much stuff. But I'm interested in science. You've always been a great...
Commonwealth Fusion, Massachusetts-based company, building in the real Commonwealth, Virginia.
Yeah. So the real Commonwealth. But I mean, you've always been a big investor, believer in science. Virginia is a big power consumer on this. But I'm interested in the kind of new stuff on the energy front. And as you kind of look at AI, the importance of AI, data centers, getting all of this right. On one hand, that's a ledger where America needs a ton more energy, and maybe nuclear is part of that. On the other hand, we got to do something because prices are rising for people. If you were president of the United States, how would you fix that problem?
Well, one, I'd say we ought to not. I think on AI. Well, let me step back. On AI, it used to be who had the most data, who had the most engineers, who had the most compute. I think it's more and more going to be who's got the most electrons. And I think we got to be all in on greater generation of electrons. And the idea that we're going to suddenly say, and maybe Biden went too, although I'm not obviously for continued use of over-the-top coal, natural gas has got to be part of that. Maybe we went too far the other way. But the idea that we're against, solar and wind and renewable electrons when they're coming price competitive, and I am, Steve gave me the little lead in there, I don't think you get this fixed without nuclear fission or fusion. Fusion, obviously, the holy grail. And I think a piece of that is SMRs, because if you can make that generation smaller and composed, you don't have as much on the overall grid concerns. And that is one area, again, I think I was hoping that the president's kind of break glass approach could move us quicker along on SMRs. And we're making progress, but it's too incremental. And again, this goes back to national security, because as we saw, as countries became dependent upon oil as a source, we became dependent on the Middle East. China and Russia are trying to sell their versions of SMRs. If you become dependent upon that as your energy source, that's a national security
issue. Do you
issue.
regret that the Biden administration didn't have so much of a break the glass approach?
Yes. Yes. I also think, I know I got our friends at Coinbase, I am totally in the middle of crypto market structure, which is, from just a plain kind of wrapping your head around, it's got to be one of the hardest things I've ever grappled with. We did get the stablecoin piece done. We got to get market structure, again, because I think we need to preserve American leadership. But there's, wrap your head around DeFi for a few hours, and that drink becomes more.
So you're not a flat earther when it comes to currency?
No, listen, I got concerns. I don't want us to blow up and suddenly, just because we can tokenize something, mean that all of consumer protection and rules and disclosure go away. There's a way to get through this. And I was reluctant on this topic. But again, it's not going to go away. It could be, the equivalent of the internet for finance, and I'd much rather have American rules on it.
Do you know Jake Helberg?
I do.
He's a cool dude. He's about to walk up on this stage, and then we're going to have drinks afterward. Are you going to hang out and have a cocktail? A bull market?
No. I have.
Or you're campaigning.
I am in fundraising mode all of the time. I did 3
Glad
yesterday.
you just shared that with C-SPAN.
No, you're not.
But I just want to say thank you. This is our first annual American Growth Summit, and I know we're going to do it every year. Mark, you're always invited.
I would just, let's just end on this note.
Yeah.
Our secret sauce has always been our ability to keep innovating and kind of forward-leaning. One of my greatest concerns right now is that our political dysfunction may slow that innovation, but it's still worth fighting for and worth investing in. So,
Senator Mark Warner, thank you very much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now, we have our final speaker, and as I said, we've been going all day in this. And, if I would say there was one job I would tell everybody I would want to do, maybe it was, basically I would never get confirmed. So I would want to be strategic advisor, political advisor to the president in the White House if I could have that. The other was policy planning at the State Department, but I have since given that up, that if asked ever to be the Undersecretary of State for Economic Growth, Energy, Environment, I would accept. But the current holder of that role is Jacob Helberg. Jacob, Mr. Undersecretary, come up.
Good to see you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
First of all, have a seat. Join our show. You are our final and coolest speaker today. You've got the best tie anyone has worn.
Well, it's an honor.
So congratulations on your confirmation and doing this. And you kind of, grabbed this by the horns. We've got we've got live C-SPAN here, and so hello C-SPAN viewers and many folks that are interested in the public policy questions of what are the component equities of America in the future of American economic growth. And so I want to ask you, and I really like Mark Warner's way of putting it, what do we have to break to get right, particularly as we sort of position the U.S. economy as a leading economy in what you do, which is really leading in the world?
Yeah, so first of all, it's so great to be here, and I love that this summit is a summit that's focused on growth. I think it's a really great dovetail to mention the fact that we actually renamed my undersecretariat. It's no longer energy, it's economic growth, energy, and the environment. It's just economic affairs. And part of that,
news.
It's brand new.
Wow, as of today?
It's breaking news for all of those
economic
watching on
affairs,
C-SPAN.
I just tell you, it's way easier to put in a title of something.
Right? Yeah. And well, that's why we changed it, because no one could ever remember a 9-word title. And so, but the biggest reason was really meant to be a symbolic step to express the fact that we're really focusing the mission. And when my undersecretariat was first conceived, it was after the Second World War, really during the heyday of economic statecraft. And President Trump has made economic statecraft a centerpiece of his entire foreign policy. And so it was an honor to be asked to serve. I was sworn in about a month and a half ago. I traveled to a handful of countries and had an opportunity to meet a number of my counterparts. Earlier this week, we laid out our economic security strategy, which I would love to share a little bit more with you because I think it helps answer some of the
tell
questions.
us. I mean, go ahead.
So it has 4 pillars. It is the first pillar, and our top priority is securing our supply chains because, as some of your previous speakers alluded to, we have the best innovation engine in the world. But our biggest economic security risk is the global supply chain, and it really is one big global supply chain, is incredibly brittle. And so ultimately, we want to get to a place where our innovators can keep innovating and making transformative products that people love without being held at gunpoint by coercive dependencies. And so next week, I'm actually convening a summit here in Washington with my counterparts from 10 different countries, and it's going to be all about supply chain security. The administration's been...
I want to go. Can I drop your name?
It's, we'll talk about that offline. So it's, the administration's undertaken a lot of different efforts on bilateral mineral deals to help address some of our supply chain security dependencies. So that's number one. Number two, rebalancing trade. I don't need to walk everyone here through all the various efforts that the administration has undertaken to rebalance our trading relationship. But just to put that in context, we have $1 trillion trade deficit with our top 12 trading partners when the president took office in January. And ultimately, our administration took the view that that's not sustainable. It's not good for our fiscal deficit. It's not good for the hollowing out of our industrial base, our manufacturing base, our communities in the Midwest, and the rest. And so we decided to take on this very thorny challenge. The U.S. Trade Rep, Commerce Department, Treasury, and the State Department, it's been an all-hands-on-deck effort to help rebalance those trading relationships. The third pillar is reversing, and it's actually related to the second, which is reversing decades of deindustrialization. This is an issue that the president has actually been passionate about for a very, very long time. And it's a passion that I share, so much so that in 2020, I actually wrote an op-ed in Foreign Policy magazine entitled Deindustrialization is Disarmament. And being a country that produces incredible services is amazing. But ultimately, part of what we saw during COVID is we can't make bullets with Facebook ads. We need to be a country that actually builds and makes things here for our most essential products. And so ultimately, the president has really unleashed a shock therapy combination of tax breaks, deregulation, trade incentives, and energy in order to really help create a supply side environment that is conducive to CapEx investing in this country. And I'm happy to report, since we're here to talk about growth, that CapEx investment, especially AI CapEx investment, contributes to a third of our overall GDP growth, which continues to be very, very strong. And the last pillar is we're using economics to stabilize conflict zones. And the reason why that matters to Americans is because...
And you did that today.
And exactly, there was...
Where you just came from.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. You're very well informed. So the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda are in town. They signed the historic Washington Accords. I actually just came from a talk that I was doing with my counterparts from those respective countries to discuss the REEF, which is an economic framework designed to be the implementation of the Washington Accords, which is actually a great example of how we're using economics to help bring political stability to longstanding conflicts. And to put that into perspective as to why Americans should care, we saw after October 7th enormous volatility in the price of oil because there were a lot of concerns that the October 7th attacks and the subsequent war could break out into a broader regional conflict in the Middle East. After Russia's war in Ukraine, we saw the price of wheat go up 20%. And the conflict in the Congo has had a big impact on the cobalt supply chain because the Congo is home to 70% of the world's cobalt. So conflict breeds volatility, which is a tax on the global economy and on American consumers. And that is why we have tried to be very creative with respect to using infrastructure investments to help bring stability back to these conflict zones.
Wow, that is a very, very big lift that you're going to be involved. I want to mention to our audience that you founded the Hill and Valley Forum. I think it's when we first met, and I really have huge respect for it. But it kind of created this gap, solved this gap between what was going on in the high octane innovation sector in Silicon Valley and what the public policy world, which is often a lag effect in that area, is doing. And in that world, it very quickly became a national security imperative to get a lot of these issues right. And out of that, this ecosystem. So as you kind of go back and you talk to many of your friends in the Silicon Valley area and the AI area, how are they sensing this moment?
Well, it's fascinating because when my book came out in 2021, I lamented the fact that China has civil-military fusion and America has civil-military confusion. And which was actually the genesis of why myself and along with two other friends from Silicon Valley decided to start the Hill and Valley Forum. And the fascinating thing is, since then, and it's only been 4.5 years, we've actually seen an enormous interest from Silicon Valley in almost all areas of policy. I mean, it's hard to go a single week in Washington without there being some sort of Silicon Valley delegation in town. Whether it's my dear friend Lisa Su, who's a great thought leader in semiconductor manufacturing, or the NVIDIA team. I mean, they're here every week, and it's not just them. It's the model companies. I mean, they are very interested in conversations around large language models. And
Sam Altman was at your wedding.
He was there.
Is he still a buddy?
He's a dear friend, and think the world of him. He built an extraordinary company, and he's such a great example of someone who thinks in very long time horizons. It's really inspiring to see the work that he's doing at OpenAI, and ultimately, it's inspiring to see that. Someone who comes from a small Midwestern town, I think everyone could probably relate to the slightly cynical idea, narrative that has been peddled in the press that the American dream is dead, and or it was fashionable for a while for some reports to say the American dream is alive in China, and it's obviously patently untrue. And to your point, Sam is not just a representation of that, but when you look at what's going on in China, I mean, it's more like the American nightmare over there. Jack Ma, I mean, does anyone know where he is? And it's very sad to see what's going on. A lot of their elite are running out to Singapore and Japan, and but ultimately, we're very fortunate to have world-leading model companies. We want to help create an environment that's conducive to exporting the AI stack, because we believe that our companies should be the gold standard. And we also view the economy in a non-zero-sum way. A big difference between America and some of our other competitors out there is that we want a world where the pie grows and a lot of people can benefit, and where there's an ecosystem of new developers that come online and compete with each other. The alternative vision that's being portrayed, that's being pushed, is really a world where you basically have a handful of players in a very concentrated geography that kind of dominate every industry. And ultimately, I don't think that's a very inspiring vision.
Let me just ask you finally, and we're going to have cocktails after. You're welcome to hang out if you like. I'm just really interested in the question of what success is going to look like, or what failure will look like. I mean, I know that you're driven that way. This town is not. This town is driven by risk aversion, usually, and I think maybe that's changing. And I was sort of interested in this question of what do you got to break to get this town right. I was telling this story. I was in Silicon Valley once at major CEO's home. You would know who it is. And the topic that night was, could technology end death? And somebody in the room, DC type, said, oh, that's going to be terrible for entitlements. And so, part of the, the tension between Silicon Valley innovation and this other, but I'm interested in somebody like you coming from that world into Washington, and are we choking on our, own inertia? How easy is it going to bring everyone on? And as you've been here for a month and a half in this job, is it working?
Well, I mean, I think it's hard to look at the first year of the Trump administration and say that this administration hasn't moved incredibly fast. I mean, over a dozen trade deals, 7 or 8 peace deals. I mean, I lose track of them. We on my first 2 weeks. I did an economic security declaration with Greece, traveled to 8 countries, met 25 different foreign counterparts of mine. The tempo in this administration is incredibly fast. And, it's my first time serving in government, so it's hard for me to have many points of comparison. But I guess if it's unusual, I suspect it's probably related to the fact that a lot of people in this administration have come from the private sector and just have this, desire for speed. But I think it really has to, I think we really have to give credit to the president, because ultimately these types of things really flow from the top. I mean, if the president didn't operate that way, if he wasn't someone who valued speed and results and, drive, I don't think any of us would be able to operate this way. But ultimately, he's given us a mandate to do that, and it's just rippled out throughout the administration and across the bureaucracy. So I think it's great.
Well, we're going to have to end it there. I want to really thank Jacob Helberg, the Undersecretary of State for Economic Affairs. There we go. Jake, thank you so much. Great to see you, man. Thank you very much. Great. Okay. So let me just say a word. First of all, thank you to all of you. This has been for those. How many of you were here since early this morning? Wow, I love you. Love you all. So I want to thank Citi. I want to thank Coinbase, NVIDIA, the National Interest, upNEXT. I really want to thank my Whitehall team. They've done an incredible job today. Let's give them a big round of applause. I want to thank all of you. I know we've got to move sort of quick. What's that? Crystal Ballroom is where all those fun cocktails are. We apparently have to get out of this room pretty quickly. So go have a drink on me at the Crystal Ballroom. Thank you all so much for joining us.